Have you heard? Su Yao, the school beauty of our school, contracted a golden-blooded blue swallowtail butterfly. Golden bloodline. It's really annoying to have people compare to each other. My dad spent hundreds of thousands of xia coins to find monster hunters for me, but he only caught one monster with bronze bloodline. With Blue Phoenix Butterfly as my support, Su Yao will definitely have no problem getting into the Beastmaster University. I'm really envious. Unlike us, if you can't get into the exam, you can only go to crap universities like Qingbei. Green Swallowtail Butterfly? What are you talking about? What new anime is out? And Qingbei University is rubbish? Aren't these guys driven crazy by the pressure of senior year? Suze opened his eyes drowsily and found that he had fallen asleep on the school table at some point. As soon as he woke up, he heard the familiar classmates around him talking about something he couldn't understand. Students, please be quiet. In half a month, it will be the day of the Beast Control College entrance examination. You must seize the last opportunity to contract a Beastmaster and become a Beastmaster. Only in this way can you be qualified to apply for the Beast Control University. Otherwise, you can only apply for ordinary universities. As a teacher, there is only so much I can teach you. In the end, I hope that everyone can submit a satisfactory answer sheet in the college entrance examination. Class is over. On the podium, Lao Xiao, the head teacher of the third grade class, spoke impassionedly, but his eyes always glanced in the corner of the class, in the direction of Suze. There is no other reason than that he is the best student in the cultural class in the class, and even the entire grade. It's really a pity that Suze can't contract a monster to become a Beastmaster until now. But Suze, who was heartbroken by his looked confused. Beast Control University? The Beast Controlling College entrance examination? What is this and what? Why is the teacher also talking about these things? Shouldn't the college entrance examination be about English, mathematics, physics, and chemistry? I just took a nap, and the world has changed? Later, he collapsed and discovered that the 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation originally placed on his desk had turned into 5 years of breeding and 3 years of beast control at some point. There is also basic theory of beastmasters, how to conquer monsters, monster breeding, and postpartum care. Even the comics he hid in his drawer became the evaluation guide for Beast-Eared Girl. After curiously flipping through 2 pages, Suze decisively treasured it with a blushing face. Suze, who realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the world, pulled his deskmate Wang Zi, nicknamed Fatty Wang, who was casually cracking melon seeds in class. Fatty, Lao Xiao, what's wrong with him? Is there something wrong with this? The fat Wang Zi turned his head and said, I've told you several times, call me Prince, don't call me fat. You have been a fat person all day long, and my rich second-generation temperament has been ruined by you. Then he looked at Lao Xiao, the head teacher on the podium, whose eyes always drifted towards Suze, and continued, Isn't this normal? Now, except for you. Everyone in our key beast-controlling class has become a beast controller and has the qualifications to apply for the beast-controlling university. Can Lao Xiao stop looking at you more? I don't know what evil you did in your last life, but not a single monster likes you. When Suze heard this, he was instantly unconvinced. Damn, the monster can like you even if it doesn't like me? Hearing this, Wang Zi proudly patted her chest, which made girls feel ashamed, and said, I'm sorry, I successfully contracted with the monster last night and became a glorious beast master. Suze suddenly lost his composure. You're a fat guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. You don't do anything serious except learning movements from the island country teacher all day long. How can you be? No, what exactly is this Beastmaster? Seeing that Suze looked confused and didn't look like he was faking it, Wang Zi felt strange, but still patiently explained to Suze. Under Wang Zi's words, another memory that did not belong to Suze gradually recovered and merged with his original memory. He really traveled through time. The place where Suze is now is not the Earth, but the blue star in the parallel world. And here is a world of global beast control. There wasn't much difference between Blue Star and the Earth he knew. The only difference was the addition of the extraordinarily intelligent race of monsters. And in contrast, the Beastmasters who contracted monsters to fight. The original owner Suze had a mental power far beyond ordinary people in the talent test. so he would be an excellent beast master. But for some reason, the compatibility between him and the monster was 0. And only when the compatibility with a certain monster reaches 50, the contract can be completed without being backlashed. Suze tried countless times, but his compatibility with almost all monsters was 0. No monster is willing to get close to him, so naturally there is no contract. Soon it will be the day for the Great Xia Beast Controlling College entrance examination, which is no less important than the Earth China College entrance examination. Due to limited resources, only Beast Masters who enter the Beast Master University will receive the country's key training. If Suze still fails to complete the contract and become a Beast Master before then, he will not even be eligible to apply for the Beast Master University. You can only go to ordinary universities like Qingbei, which are garbage universities in the eyes of people in this world. But he has a reason why he must enter the Beast Control University. Wang Zi on the side saw Suze suddenly fell into silence due to digesting memories, and thought he had been hit. He comforted, "Don't worry. At worst, you can spend more money to find a monster hunter to catch a few monster beasts for you. There's no shame in spending a little money on something like this. If you try a few times, you will always succeed." When Suze heard this, he looked at him suspiciously. "Why are you so skilled? Is it possible?" The fat man was happy and admitted directly, "Yes, my father spent a lot of money on monster hunters in order for me to become a beast master. I caught dozens of monsters one after another, and finally, I found a suitable monster with silver bloodline. With it, it will definitely not be a problem for me to pass the Beast Control College entrance examination. The monsters in this world are divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond according to their natural bloodline. Monsters with higher bloodline not only have stronger combat power at the same level, but also have a higher level limit. The upper limit of the black iron monster is only 10 levels, which is not much stronger than the beast. Every time a monster increases its bloodline, the upper limit of its level will increase by 20 levels. Human beast masters must also have a corresponding level of mental power in order to fully utilize the strength of the beast master. There are currently no more than 10 level 100 beast masters in the world, and there are only 2 as strong as Daxia. And even if it is to capture the lowest level black iron blood monster, the monster hunter will charge tens of thousands of summer coins. This kind of price is simply not something Suze, who lives alone, can afford. Evil capitalist. Suze could only grit his teeth and yell angrily. When the fat man saw this, he smiled mischievously and said, "Ozawako, please remember, the most evil thing is not capital, but the lack of capital." Just when Suze was about to continue to denounce the capitalists, a melodious mechanical electronic female voice suddenly sounded in Suze's mind. The alien soul energy in the host has been absorbed, and the system is activated. Suze was stunned. Had his cheat system finally arrived? But what does alien soul energy mean? Could it be referring to his soul power from another world? The system was activated because his soul transmigrated into the body. Before he could think it through, he heard the system continue. This system is a god-level gacha system. The host can use the gacha machine once a day to draw a beast egg. The number of times can be accumulated. Once a beast egg successfully hatches, it will automatically form a contract with the host. Excess beast eggs can be recycled by the system to increase the probability of obtaining a high bloodline egg next time. They can also be consumed to increase the host's beast taming level, or transferred and sold through a blood oath ceremony. The system grants the host a free 10 pull for beginners upon initial activation. Would you like to use it? Use it, Suze said without hesitation. Suddenly, a giant gasapon machine appeared in Suze's consciousness space. Countless beast eggs lay peacefully inside the machine, their grades determined by their color and material. Most of them are bronze and silver level beast eggs, but gold, platinum, and diamond level beast eggs are also available, but in small quantities. There were even some beast eggs with special colors, whose level I don't know what they represented. The black iron beast taming egg doesn't seem to qualify for the gasapon machine. The number 10 was displayed above the gasapon machine, but it dropped to 0 the moment Gu Huai selected a 10 pull. The gasapon machine started operating. After spinning around countless times, a bronze-colored beast egg rolled out and entered the system's inventory. After it, The beast eggs rolled out one after another. Most of them are bronze level. There are 6 in total, and there are also 3 silver level beast eggs. Although only one egg remained to hatch, Suze was already quite satisfied. After all, most people participate in the Beast Taming College entrance examination by contracting with bronze or silver bloodlines, and some even try their luck with black iron beast taming. As the last beast taming egg rolled down, it emitted a dazzling golden light. Holy crap, it shipped! Is this a guaranteed pity pull after 10 pulls? A golden beast taming egg rolled out of the Gasapon machine and automatically entered Suze's inventory. After Suze chose to take out the item, a golden egg instantly appeared in his hand. Holy crap, these are the balls you just pulled out of your crotch. So damn hot. Wang Zi, who was standing to the side, looked at the golden egg that suddenly appeared in Suze's hand and said in surprise. However, the luster of the shell merely indicates the rarity level of the beast taming egg, making it easier for the host to distinguish it. After being taken out of the system for a while, it turned into an ordinary beast taming egg with light blue spots. This is actually true. That means if I hatch it, I can become one. Suze exclaimed in surprise. Just then, a notification popped up on the beast egg in Suze's hand, visible only to him. Conditions for hatching the golden egg. It needs to be stimulated by a beautiful woman's kiss to hatch. The more beautiful the woman, the stronger the monster that hatches. But he was still carefully searching for someone who met his requirements. The higher the looks, the better. Then that's you, Su Yao. Suze looked ahead and saw Su Yao, the school beauty he had been longing for day and night, surrounded by a group of youthful and energetic boys. In terms of looks, Su Yao, as the school beauty, is definitely not an issue. Moreover, given their relationship, such a small request, which isn't excessive, shouldn't be refused, right? So everyone in the class was packing their things to go home, but they hadn't left yet. Suze shouted, Su Yao, come help me out, give my balls a kiss. In an instant, the noisy classroom fell silent. Su Yao blushed and looked back at him, somewhat taken aback. Surprisingly, she didn't seem too angry. However, the boys in the class were different. They all turned around and looked at Suze with unfriendly eyes. Seeing that things were going badly, Wang Zi hurriedly tugged at Suze's clothes from below. Damn it! What kind of indecent things were you saying just now, bro? You're blaspheming the goddess. These guys in class will tear you apart. And besides, you don't even have a beast tamer. The fat man sighed resignedly. Fine. Luckily, I'm a beast tamer now. I'll hold them off for you for a bit. You run quickly. Suze realized the ambiguity in his words and hurriedly tried to raise the golden egg in his hand to explain. Wait, you don't actually think. But those sycophants who were eager to show off didn't give Suze a chance to explain. A wind blade suddenly flew towards Suze. It wasn't very powerful, but it was enough to injure him. Wang Zi, who was blocking Suze's way, suddenly said, Damn it! Trying to ambush my brother? Fat cat. A silver-white summoning circle appeared behind Wang Zi, and then a leopard cat, about a meter long and as tall as an average person's calf, with flames all around its body, emerged from the summoning circle. This is beast taming and summoning, the most basic skill for beast tamers, an ability that almost every beast tamer possesses. Normally, beasts live in the beast tamer's beast taming space, but can be summoned instantly during battle. That fiery leopard cat was Wang Zi's tamed beast, a juvenile demon beast with golden bloodline, level 7. Wang Zi's current mental strength level is also level 7, which is just enough for him to fully unleash his beast taming power without worrying about being backfired. The flaming leopard cat first glanced at its beastmaster, Wang Zi, with displeasure, seemingly harboring resentment towards the name Fat Cat, before casually spitting out a flame that destroyed the wind blade that was attacking it. The person who launched the attack was Lin He, Su Yao's suitor and a classmate of Suze and the others. A gray wolf, about half a person's height, was at his feet, its body wreathed in sharp wind blades. It is also a beast-taming creature with the same silver bloodline, but it is a level 8 Shuofeng wolf. The fact that they shared the same bloodline level made the flaming leopard cat and the wind wolf evenly matched in terms of momentum, but the flaming leopard cat was slightly at a disadvantage because it was one level behind. Seeing this, Wang Zi said sternly, Lin He, you actually manipulated beasts to attack ordinary people, which is a serious violation of the Beast Tamer Management Manual. Aren't you afraid of being disqualified from the exam? Seeing that Lin He had stolen the limelight, Su Yao's other suitors were preparing to make their presence known in front of the school beauty, but Wang Zi's words made them dare not make any further moves. The Beast Tamer Management Manual is a set of regulations formulated by the Great Xia Beast Tamer Association to specifically restrain beast tamers. Violation of these regulations will result in pursuit and punishment by the Great Xia Spirit Guard. But Lin He didn't care at all. Fatty, my brother is about to join the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Are you trying to scare me? At that moment, a gentle breeze carrying a delicate fragrance and powdery scales swept in, instantly causing the two beasts that were locked in a fierce confrontation to bow their heads in submission. It turned out that Su Yao had summoned her gold-level tamed beast, the Azure Phoenix Butterfly, to stop the battle. Su Yao, you don't need to do it yourself. I'll teach this guy who made disrespectful remarks to you a lesson, Lin He said, as if seeking credit. But he was met with Su Yao's cold and unfriendly gaze, and the wings of the blue phoenix butterfly were also turned toward him, as if it might launch an attack at any moment. This chilled Lin He's heart. He remembered the rumors he had heard before that Su Zhe and Su Yao were childhood sweethearts. However, during their 3 years of high school, the two of them, even though they were in the same class, hardly spoke a word to each other, and this rumor quickly became a joke. At this moment, Su Zhe spoke up. Su Yao, don't worry about him. Come and help me first. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she kissed Su Zhe's testicles. How could she possibly do that with so many people watching? To everyone's surprise, Su Zhe shook his head, held up the egg in his hand, and said, I'm fine. What I said just now was indeed ambiguous. I meant for you to kiss this egg, not. Su Yao realized she had misunderstood, blushed, and stopped him from continuing, then quickly leaned down and kissed the beast egg, leaving a faint lip print. Is this your beast egg? I kissed it, and then what? Su Yao asked curiously, knowing that Su Zhe never did anything meaningless. Shortly after she kissed it, the beast egg began to shake violently. A moment later, a crack appeared in the eggshell, and Su Yao curiously peered inside. A pink turtle head emerged from the eggshell and spat out a stream of pure water. The water flowed in an arc and landed right on Su Yao's face. She exclaimed in surprise, Ugh, how annoying. This scene made Lin He, who was standing to the side, even more furious. Is this newly hatched turtle your tamed beast? Have you become a beast tamer? Wang Zi asked Su Zhe as Su Yao took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. Since newly hatched monsters have a certain probability of automatically recognizing a master, no one found this strange. The turtle had now completely crawled out of its egg and climbed up Su Zhe's arm to rest on his shoulder. It looked no bigger than the palm of his hand. Its shell has many intricate patterns that can make people dizzy just by looking at it. But it doesn't seem to be complete yet, lacking a sense of naturalness and harmony with the Tao. Due to the system's mechanism, the newly hatched baby turtle had automatically signed a contract with Su Zhe. It nuzzled Su Zhe's cheek affectionately with its round head on Su Zhe's shoulder. That's right, this is my first beast taming, and I'm a beast tamer now, Su Zhe said excitedly. Wang Zi and Su Yao, who were beside him, seemed to be infected by his emotions and were also happy. Strange, what kind of monster is this turtle? I can't recognize it. Su Yao wiped the water off her face and came to Su Zhe's side, curiously examining the turtle on his shoulder. Although there are countless kinds of monsters in the world, the most important lesson they learn at school is how to identify the types, levels, and dangers of monsters. Su Yao was one of the best among them, but she still couldn't recognize the species and lineage of the turtle. Perhaps because it was hatched under Su Yao's kiss, the little turtle was also very affectionate towards her. This made Su Yao's pet, the Azure Phoenix Butterfly, very jealous and dissatisfied, but it did not attack because it was wary of it. It was precisely because she was in tune with her tamed beast that Su Yao guessed that this demon beast was definitely not simple. At this moment, Su Zhe saw the panel of his first tamed beast. Race, Void Turtle. Bloodline, Gold Grade, can be upgraded. Level, 10. Skills, Water Gun, Water Prison, Light Healing. Talent skill, Ethereal Shield. Even monsters with golden bloodlines are born at levels 7 to 10. Just like Su Yao's blue swallowtail butterfly, it was only level 8 when it first emerged from its chrysalis, and it has only reached level 10 after a period of growth. The fact that the ethereal turtle was born at level 10 also represents the system's affirmation of Su Yao's appearance. After all, the system also said that the higher the appearance of the person kissed, the stronger the monster's strength. Although Su Zhe himself had never been able to contract a demon beast before, he never gave up cultivating his spiritual power. In addition, his exceptional mental talent allowed him to cultivate his beast taming level to level 10 long ago. This is the limit of human beings before they can form a contract with a beast. To break through to the next level, they must rely on the power of the beast. This is why Su Zhe has never been able to break through. Years of accumulation have made it much more difficult for Su Zhe to break through the level 10 barrier than for ordinary people. Even though he has now formed a beast contract, he needs to rely on external help. Just then, Lin He spoke up. Ridiculous. You dare to call yourself a beast tamer just because you contracted some turtle you picked up from somewhere? Well then, since you're also a beast tamer, I won't be considered to have violated the Beast Tamer Management Manual. Wang Zi immediately said. Everyone saw it. My brother's beast only hatched and automatically recognized its master after you attacked it. So when you attacked, it was still an ordinary person. But Su Zhe interrupted him, saying, That's right, Lin He's attack on me, a beast tamer, doesn't necessarily violate the Beast Tamer Management Manual. As far as I know, initiating a probing attack on someone is considered a challenge among beast tamers. I think that's what Lin He meant just now, right? Wang Zi was puzzled. In his impression, Su Zhe had always been a cunning and scheming person. Why was he now speaking up for someone who had attacked him? Something's definitely fishy. Lin He sneered. That's right, I'm challenging you to a duel. But do you, a piece of trash who just became a beast tamer, dare to fight me? The spiritual refinement bead is a one-time use precious bead that can refine one's spiritual power, and it is extremely expensive. If Su Zhe wants to break through the level 10 barrier, he must rely on the power of the tempering beads, but with his wealth, he simply cannot afford them. However, in order to achieve good results in the upcoming Beast Taming College entrance examination, the school prepared a tempering prayer bead for each of the most promising students this year, including Lin He. Before Su Yao became the most talented senior high school student in Beishan City this year by contracting with the blue swallowtail butterfly, there were actually 2 or 3 people competing with her, and Lin He was one of them. You think you can get your hands on the purifying prayer beads? Lin He raised an eyebrow at Su Zhe with disdain. It's not that I don't want to agree, but since it's a bet, you have to offer something of equal value, right? Otherwise, I don't want to waste my time here with you. Before Su Zhe could speak, Wang Zi immediately pulled out a round, lustrous, emerald green pearl the size of a pigeon egg from his pocket. It's just a prayer bead. What's so great about it? I have one too. Little Zizi, go ahead and gamble with him. Fatty, are you sure you want to gamble for me? If we lose, I won't have the money to pay you back. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not short of money. I just play with prayer beads like marbles at home. Wang Zi said generously, waving his hand. However, the high price of the prayer beads is secondary. The main problem is that they are available but not in demand. The vast majority of the tempering beads were controlled by the government and used to train talented beast tamers and supply the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Beishan High School was able to provide several awards to its students only after applying to the authorities and purchasing them. Very few prayer beads are available on the market. This purse bead was obtained by Wang Zi's father after a great deal of effort. It was the only one of its kind. If his father found out that he was so casually using this to help others gamble, he would definitely get a good beating. But Wang Zi believed that, based on his understanding of Su Zhe, he would never act impulsively. Since he dared to propose a bet, he must have at least a 98% chance of winning. Meanwhile, on Su Zhe's other side, Su Yao saw that Wang Zi had taken out the purifying prayer beads to help with the gambling first, so she had no choice but to push the things she was originally going to take out back into her pocket. Across from them, Lin He's eyes lit up as he looked at the purifying prayer beads in Wang Zi's hand. With this prize and his own, he was confident that he and his beast would break through to level 10 before the Beast Taming College entrance examination. By then, apart from Su Yao, he will be the strongest candidate this year. Alright, since there's a sucker willing to cover your bet, I'll agree. See you on the school's arena. Ozawako, are you sure? You must know that this guy was the #1 genius in our school before he was the beauty of Su University, King Fengdi. Wang Zi said even more nervously than Su Zhe on the way to the school's arena where the Beast Masters were preparing for the competition. Seeing this, Su Zhe smiled and said, "Why are you panicking? It was me who fought him, not you." Wang Zi immediately cried and said, "But it was me who bet with him. Aren't those the little marbles your family plays with? Don't worry, your tempering beads and precious third leg will be fine, I promise." Su Zhe patted his chest. Wang Zi looked at the little turtle that had just broken out of its shell on his shoulder and nodded nervously. "I hope so." Soon, everyone rushed to the ring. In addition to a few participants, there were many classmates watching the fun. After all, gambling games in which tempered rosary beads are used as chips are rare. If converted into monetary value, it would be a gambling game worth hundreds or tens of millions at least. The arena at Beishan City High School is made of pure wood, but it is not ordinary wood. It is ironwood, a relatively common plant-type monster. Its attack is very low, but its defense is very good. Even attacks from monsters 10 levels higher than it can hardly leave traces on ironwood's trunk. The ordinary 10-year-old ironwood is only the most common black iron-level monster with an upper limit of level 10, but it is said that there are gold-level tree kings and platinum-level tree kings that have grown for thousands of years. Of course, an ordinary middle school cannot use such high-end ironwood. The arena is basically made of the most common black iron-grade ironwood, and bronze-grade ironwood is used in key parts to further strengthen it. It looks a bit old and seems to have been rarely used. After all, this is just an ordinary high school, not a specialized Beastmaster University. Lin He had already walked up from the other end of the ring, and Shuafeng Lang followed with his head held high, looking as conceited as he himself. "Why don't you come up yet? Are you scared?" Lin He raised his finger at Su Zhe and asked provocatively. Su Zhe walked up with a smile on his face. Because the void spirit turtle had been restraining its aura, and it was a monster of rare blood, no one except Su Yao had noticed its extraordinary features. Many people who were watching the excitement were originally curious about who would fight Lin He, but what they saw was Su Zhe, the so-called genius who had never been able to become a beast master. Tisk, is he crazy? I remember that he dared to fight Lin He without even being a beast master. Since it's a duel, you should have become a beast master, right? Yes, look at the turtle on his shoulder, it should be his beast. A little tortoise the size of a palm. What can he do? Make soup? Ha ha. From opponents to the audience, no one seems to think highly of Su Zhe. Lin He in the ring also enjoyed the feeling of being watched and praised. "Come on, I'll let you attack first," Lin He said seemingly generously, but Su Zhe just curled his fingers at him with the same gesture. "Oomph, since you are looking for death, I will help you." Shuafeng Wolf, Storm Curling Blade. Along with a wolf howl, the wind blade wrapped around Shuafeng Wolf's side shot out. Far from the wind blade used to attack Su Zhe before, hundreds of wind blades combined into a small tornado and blew towards Su Zhe. The wind blade used by Shuafeng Wolf before was the lowest black iron level skill, but the current storm blade is the upper limit silver level skill it can master. If you beg for mercy now and give me the tempering rosary directly, I can still spare you. But Su Zhe didn't make any statement, neither dodge nor resist, until he was completely overwhelmed by the storm blade. This made Lin He nervous. No matter what, he had no intention of killing Su Zhe. "Asshole, are you looking for death?" He was about to dispel the storm blade and let Wang Zi rescue people, when he saw a faint blue light shining brightly in the center of the storm. I said, "Your beast control is only so powerful. Are you polishing my shield?" The storm dissipated, and Su Zhe walked out intact. Around his body is a light blue shield with mysterious lines. If you look closely, you will find that the shield looks a bit like a turtle shell. The Void Spirit Shield, the innate skill of the Void Spirit Turtle, is passed down in the bloodline, and will continue to evolve into stronger abilities as its strength increases. Only monsters with high-quality bloodlines of gold level and above can inherit innate skills. Other monsters, in addition to their innate low-level abilities, can only learn skills through skill books. The Storm Curling Blade hit the Void Spirit Shield without causing any damage at all, because regardless of bloodline, level, or skill level, the Void Spirit Turtle completely crushed the Shuofeng Wolf. But Lin, he didn't seem to understand the current situation clearly. Is that tortoise of yours really a monster that specializes in defense? Do you want to rely on this turtle shell to make a draw with me in a time-consuming manner? He didn't seem to think that a monster with such a strong defense would also have strong attack power. But he will soon realize that he was wrong. Time-consuming? Do you think too highly of yourself? Void Turtle, shoot the water gun. The sharp water spurted out from the mouth of the Void Spirit Turtle, which was different from the gentle spitting on Su Yao's face just now. The water flow was like an ever-extending spear, directly sending Shuofeng Wolf flying away and hitting Lin he heavily behind. One person and one wolf flew out together, being washed away continuously until the water gun lost its power and did not stop. At this time, Lin had been knocked off the ring, lying on the ground, panting and choking on water from his mouth and nose, looking miserable. His beast, Shuofeng Wolf, was in even worse condition. He had passed out because he was directly hit by the water gun. Okay, you lose. Hand over the tempering rosary. Suze came to Lin, he who was lying on the ground, and said. He had already controlled the Void Spirit Turtle to stop. Otherwise, the laser water gun could have directly attacked Lin, and shot his fragile body through. After all, he did not have a body as strong as a monster. The Void Turtle is a level 10 golden monster, so you didn't lose unfairly to me. If Su Yao suddenly contracted a gold-level beast and took away his title as the #1 genius in Beishan City, he could comfort himself that she was the woman he liked. But now, Suze has surpassed him with his beast control, which Lin he cannot accept. He completely failed to consider that Suze's own beast master level had already reached level 10, so that he could control the virtual spirit turtle with ease. This talent has already left Lin he far behind, who was only an 8th level beastmaster until now. But Suze was not a saint. It was impossible for him to not get angry even after being called trash for so many times. Suze raised Lin he's right hand, broke 3 fingers amidst his screams, and then took out the tempered rosary beads tightly held in his hand. Want to cheat? If you want to gamble, you have to admit defeat. It's not good to be a cheat. Then he picked up the tempered rosary and left the ring. You're awesome, you kid. You contracted a golden-blooded beast without a word. It's really irritating to compare people to each other. As soon as Suze got off the ring, Wangzi immediately came forward and hooked his neck and said. There was no jealousy in his tone, just full of envy and excitement that Suze had finally become a success. Su Yao stepped forward like him, but she looked much more steady and just said congratulations softly. Be gentle, fat man. If you hang me up with your weight, my neck will be broken. Suze kept patting Wang Zi's arm and said, feeling that all his weight was almost on his body. In addition to the two of them, many people whom Suze was not familiar with also gathered around. He is worthy of being a genius when he was testing his mental talent. I already knew that he must not be simple. He would have become a blockbuster even if he didn't make a name for himself. Yes, I have been optimistic about him from the beginning. Brother Suze, do you have a girlfriend? My sister's job is very good. It took a lot of effort for a few people to break out from the crowd. If they were a step too late, their moral integrity might be compromised. Correspondingly, Lin he was already choking on water and fainting from severe pain for a long time before a kind person picked him up and sent him to the infirmary. They are not passionate about you. They are passionate about your beast control. Wang Zi said clearly. I heard from my dad that before my family got rich, they wanted to borrow 100 yuan for a meal, but found that they didn't have any acquaintances. Later, when we got rich, all kinds of distant relatives sprung up overnight like mushrooms after a spring rain. Don't worry, I can tell who is sincere to me. That's good. My dad's driver is here to pick me up. Let's go first. See you in the beast-controlling college entrance examination, good brother. Goodbye in the college entrance examination. After the two said goodbye solemnly, Wang Zi leaned into his ear and whispered, Don't blame me for not letting the driver take you home today. Isn't this an opportunity for you to be alone with the beauty of Su University? You have to seize the opportunity. Then he got into his extended car and drove away. Want to go home together? After Wang Zi left, Suze turned around and said to Su Yao behind him. The two of them were silent along the way, and Suze racked his brains and didn't know how to speak. Well, The rumors circulating in the school were not wrong. Suze and Su Yao were indeed childhood sweethearts, and their relationship was so good that their parents arranged for them to get married. But when the two were 12 years old, everything changed. In this world, Suze's parents and Su Yao's parents are both researchers at Qinglong Beast Control University, one of the 5 major beast control universities in Daxia. An accident occurred during a secret research. Suze's parents disappeared on the spot. Only Su Yao's father, Su Yiming, survived. As for the cause of the accident, no one revealed anything to the family of the victim, and this was why he must be admitted to the Beast Control University. Only by being admitted to Qinglong Beast Control University and being close to, or even directly participating in this research, can he know what his parents were researching back then and why they disappeared. This accident also made Suze, who was young at the time, think that Su Yiming had killed his parents. From then on, the relationship between him and Su Yao plummeted to a freezing point. But as a time traveler, Suze didn't think Su Yiming was too suspicious from his own point of view. Because this failed experiment did not bring him any benefits, and Su Yiming's beloved wife also suffered misfortune in that accident and remains unmarried. So Suze, who traveled back in time, planned to build a good relationship with Su Yao again. After all, in the original world, the relationship between the two was very unusual, the kind that could really kiss. After so many years, I have figured it out. I shouldn't have doubted Uncle Su without any evidence. Please help me apologize to him. Ever since the accident, whether out of guilt or some other reason, Su Yiming has been avoiding Suze. This was one of the reasons that made him doubt Su Yiming. Is this why Uncle Su has been avoiding me? That's right. He said that when he sees you, he will feel sorry for you for hiding something. In this case, then I will enter the Qinglong Beast Control University myself and improve my value step by step to get closer to the truth back then. Suze said with a fist. Suze, who inherited all the emotions and memories of the original owner, naturally inherited this mission. Su Yao also echoed, I believe Brother Suze will be fine. Then she seemed to remember something and asked, By the way, Brother Suze, are you free this Sunday? Su Yao, go, definitely go, this Sunday, right? No problem. Today is already Friday, and Sunday is just the day after tomorrow. As they talked, the two walked to an old unit building together. After Su Yao reached the 3rd floor, she walked to the door of room 302 and waved to Suze. Then I'll go home first and see you the day after tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow. Suze followed his memory and walked up 1 level. He came to the door of 402, took out the key and pushed the door open. This building is an apartment building prepared by Qinglong Beast Control University for professors and researchers. As compensation for the accident, young Suze not only received a large amount of compensation, but also the permanent right to live in this unit. Over the years, little of the compensation has been spent. Fortunately, he still has this unit that keeps him from becoming homeless. Suze turned on the room lights and illuminated the dim room. In addition to a medium-sized living room, kitchen, and bathroom, the house of about 60 to 70 square meters only has 2 bedrooms, but it is enough for Suze, who lives alone. Because there are not too many furniture and clutter, the room looks very neat. The living room only has an old TV set and a sofa that is only large enough for 1 person to lie on it. Suze threw his backpack aside casually, sat on the shabby sofa and frowned. In the original world, parents were just mediocre researchers in ordinary universities. In this world, they had a high status, but they did not end well. Where have all the parents in this world gone? 2 days later, early on Sunday morning, Suze held a huge hard-boiled egg in both hands and ate it with relish. In the past 2 days, he used the God-level gas-upon system twice more, but unfortunately luck was not always on his side. Both times, he only drew the lowest-level bronze-level beast control egg. With his current mental power, he can only have 1 taming beast at most. Only when his mental power is greatly improved after breaking through the 10th level can he contract a 2nd taming beast. This is because Suze's talent is very strong. If it were anyone else, they would have to break through level 20 before they could get the 2nd beast controlling spot. Therefore, Suze had no way to hatch the contract from the extra low-level beast eggs obtained from the system. He can choose to sell it and earn a lot of wealth, or let the system recycle it to increase the probability of the next shipment, or he can cook it and eat it like now. But when it comes to selling, it would be difficult for him to explain how he obtained so many beast-controlling eggs. If someone is interested in them, he might be locked up like a chicken and lay eggs every day. As for system recycling, there is a dedicated progress bar. Recycling the silver-level beast taming egg can increase the progress bar by 1%, while the bronze level 1 can only increase it by 1,000th, which can only be accumulated slowly. But after the progress is full, the next Gashapon will definitely produce a platinum-level beast or above, which is extremely precious. Therefore, Suze chose to recycle all the silver-grade beast-taming eggs and keep the bronze-grade beast-taming eggs for consumption. The Beastmaster can improve his spiritual power level by eating monster eggs, and the Beastmaster can also improve his own strength level by eating the Beastmaster. As expected of monster eggs, even if they are simply boiled, they taste much better than ordinary eggs. After a boiled monster egg was completely consumed, Suze felt that his level 10 breakthrough barrier had become slightly looser. After he returned home 2 days ago, he had immediately used the tempering rosary he won from the gambling battle. But even so, he was still just one step away from breaking through to level 10. The accumulation over the years has made the barriers he can break through become extremely thick. Even the tempering beads cannot be refined, and they can only be shaken little by eating monster eggs. It's almost time. It's time to meet Su Yao. When he came downstairs, Su Yao had just gone out. She took off her school uniform today and wore cool casual clothes and light plain clothes, which made her already delicate face even more impeccable. This puzzled Suze very much. The Beastmasters Association uses test crystals to test the levels of Beastmasters and Beastmasters. It doesn't matter how beautiful you dress up. When he asked this question, Su Yao rolled his eyes at him as expected. The Beastmaster Association is an organization in Dachau that specializes in managing Beastmasters and is of equal importance to the Beastmaster University, which trains Beastmasters. But unlike there are only 5 Beastmaster universities in the country, the Beastmaster Association has branches in every big city. Beishan City, where Suze is located, has 2 key facilities, the Beastmasters Association and the Beastmasters University. The Beishan City Beastmasters Association is located in the bustling area of the city center. It is the tallest and most glorious building, so it is very conspicuous. In front of the association's building is a statue of a man sitting on the back of a dragon. The statue is very lifelike and looks like it will move at any time. The mane on the back of the head and the man's hair are all separated, looking lively and majestic. Dragon Tamer, Xiao Sheng, the strongest beast tamer in Beishan City, the pride of Qinglong Beast Tamer University. The level is as high as level 100, and there are no more than 5 level 100 Beastmasters in the country. His beast control, Biyun Jiaolong, is the best among the diamond-level beasts because of its dragon bloodline. Diamond-level monsters are already the monsters with the highest bloodline found in this world, and their upper limit is level 100. It is precisely because of the restriction on the upper limit of monsters that the highest level of a Beastmaster is level 100. Suze remembered that in his God-level Gashapon system, some special eggs were even rarer than diamond-level ones. Perhaps that is a monster with diamond-level bloodline, a real divine beast. Suze couldn't help but look forward to the potential of the system. Why are you dazed? Come to the association for a test. If it's late, they will get off work. Su Yao urged from the side. Suze then left from under the statue. Although this statue is majestic, the people living in this city have long been accustomed to its existence and do not think there is anything extraordinary about it. The Beastmaster Association is a place dedicated to serving Beastmasters, specializing in the sale, capture, skill learning, and upgrading of Beastmasters, etc., including the Beastmaster test we are going to conduct today. Su Yao continued. Those who pass the test will receive a badge issued by the association. Only in this way can they be regarded as nationally recognized Beastmasters and can receive corresponding level of benefits every month. The two of them walk to an operating table together. On the stage is a crystal the size of a human head and a cockpit that looks like an open eggshell. During the test, the level of mental power can be tested by pressing your hand on the crystal, while the beast control test is done in the cockpit. The final beast mastering level is the lower of the two. For example, A level 10 monster with level 8 spiritual power is still a level 8 beastmaster. Vice versa. But in actual combat, the former must be stronger than the latter. In addition, because there is a risk of losing control when the monster level is 5 or more levels higher than the mental level, you will also receive a warning from the Beastmaster Association. In serious cases, the association will forcibly terminate the contract between the two to avoid tragedy. The Beastmaster test is a completely free public service. In addition, as the Beastmaster College entrance examination is approaching, many people want to take a gamble at the end, so there are many people queuing in front of the test table. Suze lined up behind Su Yao, and after waiting for a long time, it was Su Yao's turn to step onto the testing platform. After a moment, the mechanical electronic sound sounded. Psychic power level 10, gold level 10 beast controlling green swallowtail butterfly. The association suddenly became lively. Gold level beastmaster? The future is bright. That's right, the first taming beast was gold level, and it is not impossible to contract a diamond taming beast in the future. It is said that Master Xiao Sheng was like this back then. Oh my god! Under the eager gazes of everyone, Su Yao slowly turned around and walked off the ring. Her beauty also caused a lot of heated discussion. It's your turn, Su Yao whispered beside Su Zhe after stepping off the stage. Su Zhe, who stepped onto the ring, had not yet started the test when he suddenly heard noise coming closer and closer from outside the association. An anxious voice shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way. There are secret guards from Fuso." Another person said in poor Daxia dialect, "Since you are going to die, then I will bury a few Daxia geniuses with you." Shaonizi, I just saw that you seem to have contracted a golden beast. Jia. You are not bad looking, but it is a pity that you are about to die. When the Fuso secret guard was chased into the association, he happened to see Su Yao walking down the testing platform, and everyone was amazed. His identity has been exposed. Even if the strength of the great Xia spirit guard chasing behind him can't do anything to him, he will still die when the strong men of great Xia take action. So when he was being chased, he deliberately ran into the Beastmasters Association. He wanted to kill a Daxia genius and be buried with him, and even risk his life to weaken Daxia's future strength. Everyone only felt a gust of wind blowing past them, and without even reacting, the man came to Su Yao. Jia Dai. His body was covered with a set of silver-white armor, and the gauntlet on his right hand extended forward to stab Su Yao's throat with a dagger. But with a muffled sound of bang, Suze stood in front of Su Yao, and a light blue light shield blocked the stabbing attack. It is the innate skill of the Void Turtle, the Void Shield. Even though due to the huge difference in levels, more than half of the thick light shield was penetrated, but it still blocked the blow firmly. Because of Suze's obstruction, the Daxia spirit guard behind him finally chased after him. The attack failed, so the Fuso secret guard could only give up and retreat to the side. Tisk, is it actually an innate skill? Another guy contracted with a golden beast. The great Xia spirit guard was already standing in front of everyone. He looked to be in his 20s, wearing light armor and holding a bright silver gun in his hand. He was focusing on the opponent in front of him. The weapon in his hand is the transformation of his monster, a beast control technique called beast control weapon transformation. The beast can be turned into a special wuqiqi, depending on the characteristics of the beast. For example, if the Suzy beast controlling void spirit turtle is transformed into a weapon, it will 100% become a shield. The silver armor of the Fuso secret guard also uses a similar beast controlling technique, called beast control armoring. Unlike different beast-controlling weapons that turn into different weapons, the beast-controlling armor transforms into a unified one-piece wearable armor. The difference between the two is that after being transformed into beast control armor, the beast control master's abilities can be improved in all aspects, such as attack power, defense power, and speed. The beast control weaponization is a unilateral improvement of a certain ability, and the improvement is much greater than that of armoring. 4 high-level beast masters who have a large number of beast masters, using different beast masters to assemble a complete set of beast masters and weapons is the correct way. Because the Fuso secret guard was stronger than the great Xia spirit guard, in order to be able to compete with the opponent, he chose to transform into a beast-controlling weapon with special attack power. While he was wary of the enemy in front of him, he said, "You can't run away anymore. And you actually want to sneak in while the high-level Beast Control Masters are clearing the Beast Control College entrance examination room. When they come back, it will be your death." Everyone could feel that several powerful auras were coming quickly from a distance. But the Fuso secret guard was determined to die and said without fear, "So what? I will kill you now and bury these two genius brats with you." He rushed forward, relying on the beast-controlling armor to resist the bright silver spear of the spirit guards. He kept attacking, and also pulled Su Zhe and Su Yao into his attack range. And every time he attacks, the spirit guards must dodge, otherwise they will be killed. Su Zhe tried to pull Su Yao away several times, but was forced back again by the offensive of Fusang's secret guards. Even the ethereal shield was broken, and he suffered serious internal injuries. "We have to help him, otherwise we will die here before those senior beast masters come back." Su Yao's clothes were also scratched in many places. She leaned against Su Zhe and frowned. "How can I help? There is at least a dozen levels difference between us." Su Zhe quickly leaned over and said a few words in Su Yao's ear. At this time, feeling the aura of a strong man getting closer and closer, the Fuso secret guard had completely exploded in strength. "You guys just die together." The spirit guard also looked solemn. He no longer retreated, but faced the attack with his body. The bright silver gun in his hand stabbed at the opponent without moving. The great Xia spirit guards should be the first to die. Kill. When the two attacks were about to collide, Su Yao's green swallowtail waved its wings at the side, and the breeze mixed with paralyzing scale powder blew directly at the Fuso secret guard and penetrated through his mouth, nose, and wounds. Even though he was only paralyzed for a moment, Su Zhe still found the holes in his body that were pierced by the spear. Although the wounds were not deep, they were all red. The void turtle, shoot the water gun. A high-pressure water stream was immediately shot out, and the Fuso secret guards were facing the threat of a fatal blow from the spirit guards. "It's just a stream of water. It can at most wash away the blood on my body. What threat can it pose to me wearing the beast-controlling armor?" So I ignored it. Finally, the two attacks met. Due to the paralysis at that moment, the spirit guards flew out seriously injured but did not injure any vital parts. The Fuso secret guard was only crippled by one arm, and he still maintained his fighting power and walked towards Su Zhe and the other two. He did not forget to mock. "The poisonous powder you poured just now did have some effect, but your water flow is just for fun? It's okay for water fights, but it has no power at all for killing people." Facing the approaching Fuso secret guards, Su Zhe looked very relaxed and said, "Simply firing a water gun is not powerful enough, but did you know? Strong water pressure can be used to launch some things." The Fuso secret guard suddenly stopped and lowered his head with a ferocious expression. On his chest, there was the most dangerous injury left in the previous fight with the spirit guards, the bullet hole in his chest. Although it pierced the beast-controlling armor, it only penetrated half an inch of flesh and was not fatal. But now, a sharp dagger is stuck on it, with more than half of the blade deeply embedded in it. Just now, that lasing water gun that you ignored just now contained this dagger. Although the water flow is weak and difficult to hurt, the blade driven by the water flow is different. Even if it can't penetrate the armor, it can still penetrate the flesh easily. Su Zhe laughed directly when he heard this. "You are still talking harshly at this time. If you could really kill me, would you still stand there motionless like this?" The tail of the blue swallowtail butterfly contains extremely poisonous powder. It is a powder that can poison even gold-level monsters. It is unique to the green swallowtail butterfly's innate skill, and my dagger is covered with this poison. Just now, he used a dagger to severely scratch the tail of the blue swallowtail butterfly. Then he shot it out with water, hitting the wound on the opponent's heart. The Fuso secret guard has actually been poisoned for a long time, and now he is nothing more than a corpse that can still speak a few words. Sure enough, after saying a few words, he fell down with unwilling eyes and stopped breathing. "Are you worthy of bullying me, Daxia? Did you really win?" Su Yao said in disbelief. After all, there was a huge level gap between them and the Fuso Dark Guard. Although she also knew that this was related to the fact that the Fuso secret guards had been seriously injured during the fight with the spirit guards. If it is in perfect condition, no matter how many methods they use, it will be impossible to break through the defense and let the poison take effect. His whole body was covered in blood, and he was even coughing up blood while talking, which showed that the injury was very serious. The original bright silver gun in his hand also turned into a long snake with green eyes and silver scales. Most of its scales fell off, and it looked very weak while swallowing the letter. No way. If Brother Wang Chung hadn't blocked us, we would have died in the hands of this Fusong man. Suze immediately went over to help him. Su Yao also echoed, "Yes, we should be the ones thanking Brother Wang Chung for his life-saving grace." But Wang Chung immediately said solemnly, "The Great Xia Spirit Guards should be the first to die." When we joined the Great Xia Spirit Guards, this sentence was already our iron motto. As the Great Xia Spiritual Guard, we always have to stand in front of ordinary people, so there is no need to thank me for such a thing. He coughed up 2 more mouthfuls of blood and then continued, "You killed the Fuso secret guards who sneaked into our country. This is a great achievement. When the leaders come back, I will come and ask for credit for you." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 gray-haired old men suddenly appeared in the hall of the Beast Masters Association. Standing in the sky, a powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire place. One of the old men shouted, "Which blind guy dares to cause trouble in my association? You are tired of living, aren't you?" He is the president of the Beishan City Beast Masters Association and is known as Yu Shenghua, the white-haired angry lion. Although he is old, his temper is not small, far better than that of an ordinary young man. Next to him was Guo Linshan, captain of the 3rd Detachment of the Eastern Legion of the Daxia Spiritual Guard. The 3 most powerful figures in Beishan City have all arrived except for the principal of Qinglong Beast Control University. Since they were the strongest, they naturally came back the fastest. The principal, because he had to be responsible for the venue for the Beast Control College entrance examination, did not choose to come back together. Guo Linshan, who came back, happened to see Wang Chung, who was seriously injured, so he asked, "I remember you are a member of the 7th team. Tell me what happened here." Wang Chung hurriedly told everything about what happened here. "What? There are 2 gold-level young people here who leapfrog and kill the Fuso secret guards who are far more powerful than them." The 2 of them looked at Su Zhe and Su Yao in surprise and said, they were shocked by the talents of Su Zhe and Su Yao, and even more surprised that the 2 new Beast Masters were able to kill the Fuso secret guard. In other words, excitement is more appropriate to describe their current mood. Yu Xinghua asked, "Looking at your age, you are now testing the beast controlling level. Do you want to take part in this year's Beast Controlling College entrance examination?" Suze looked up at the 2 people standing in the air and said, "We are all graduates of Beishan City No. 1 Middle School this year. We have met Captain Guo and President Yu. Flying is an ability that can only be mastered after reaching level 50 or above. Of course, some beast-controlling armors transformed from flying beast controllers will come with their own wings, which give the Beast Master the right to enter the sky in advance." At this time, the 2 also realized that it was not easy to talk to the people below while flying in the air, so they fell to the ground. Yu Xinghua looked at Su Zhe very happily and said, "Young man, you don't have to be so outspoken. Just call me Lao Yu and call him Lao Guo." Then he looked more and more satisfied and said, "Not bad. Really good." Yu Xinghua personally presided over Su Zhe's unfinished test, and then took 2 badges off the test bench for the 2 of them to wear. After he finished all this, Guo Linshan also stepped forward and said, "Okay, Lao Yu has finished his work here, and it's my turn. You bravely used your wisdom to kill Fuso's secret guards. This not only saved your own lives, but also saved our soldiers and other citizens of the Great Xia Spirit Guard Army. So, in the name of the captain of the 3rd branch of the Eastern Legion of the Great Xia Spiritual Guard, I award you with a commendation." He then took out 2 egg-sized tempered rosary beads and handed them to their hands. Both the size and quality are better than what Su Zhe won from Lin He. This is a high-quality tempered rosary specially designed for the military. It is rarely seen by the outside world, and is a type that cannot be purchased even if you want to. Su Zhe and Su Yao looked at each other and excitedly bent down to thank each other. "Thank you, Captain Guo." They originally planned to save their own lives, but they didn't expect to receive such a big award. Guo Linshan smiled and shook his head. "No need to thank me. You deserve this. I look forward to the day when you join the Great Xia Spirit Guard Army." Students who graduate from the Beast Control University will be incorporated into the national establishment. Among them, the Great Xia Spirit Guard is a major cannibal enterprise, with a considerable number of graduates joining every year. Even some people with outstanding talents are already working part-time in the Spiritual Guard Army while still in school. Of course, the Spiritual Guards don't accept everyone. Strength is only one aspect. What they value more is character, the courage to be the first to die. After that, Guolinshan and Yu Xinghua will also be busy dealing with the damage caused to the city by the Fuso secret guards. Su Zhe and Su Yao also left the Beast Masters Association after obtaining the badges and tempering beads. Yu Xinghua was busy cleaning up the association hall that was damaged by the fight, while Guolinshan walked out of the association. Wang Cheng followed Guolinshan and said, "Report to the captain. There are so many Fusong secret guards in the city this time. The Ling guards who stayed in the city can only arrest them separately." It was during the arrest process that I tracked down the Beast Masters Association. Guolinshan stopped and frowned. "Those guys from Fuso come to cause trouble every year during my Daxia Beast Control College entrance examination, but it seems that this year's scale will be extra large." But he also felt a little strange. There is still about a week before the Beast Control College entrance examination. How come these Fuso secret guards were exposed so early? Guolinshan shook his head. "You have just graduated and joined the Spirit Guard Army not long ago. You have rarely dealt with the Fuso secret guards. It is normal to think so. These guys may not be very good at other things, but their sneaking skills are the best in the world. If they really want to hide, I'm afraid they won't be discovered that easily." Then he looked into the distance and warned. This time, the environment for the Beast Control College entrance examination selected by the senior management is quite severe, and with so many outstanding students appearing, nothing can happen. Let me know, on the day of the Beast Controlling College entrance examination, we will concentrate all our efforts to protect the examination room. I will go to allow you to borrow some people. He also has many masters, plus the principal and teachers of Qinglong Beast Controlling University. There must be no mistakes. "Yes, sir." Wang Chengzheng saluted, and then quickly stepped back to deliver the message. But after concentrating so much power, Guolinshan still felt that he had overlooked something, and felt a little uneasy. After Su Zhe and Su Yao left the Beast Masters Association, they returned home. They have to spend time refining this unexpected tempering rosary to further improve their strength before the Beast Control College entrance examination. Both of them had already refined a tempering rosary before, so refining the second one seemed to be a breeze. It's just that the tempered rosary bead obtained from Guolinshan is of higher quality and larger, and the refining time will be longer. It only took Su Zhe one night to refine the first tempered rosary bead, but it took him a whole day and night to refine the second tempered rosary bead. It was only when the sun rose 3 poles the next day that Su Zhe had completely refined the tempering rosary. But the good news is that with the help of high-quality tempering beads, Su Zhe finally successfully broke through to level 10. And at the moment of breakthrough, the mental power he had accumulated over many years of practice surged forward, pushing his level up several steps. Although he could not break through before this, the spiritual power he cultivated still existed and remained in his body. These mental powers are accumulated before breaking through the barrier, making the originally simple breakthrough very difficult. Therefore, Su Zhe needed to use the power of the tempering rosary beads and the monster eggs he had eaten in the past 2 days to forcefully break through the barrier in one fell swoop. And after breaking through the barrier, these excess powers will not disappear. Several forces intertwine together, causing Su Zhe's momentum to continue to rise. Level 11, Level 12, Level 15, Level 16. Su Zhe leveled up 6 levels in a row and didn't stop until level 16. This was still under the condition that Su Zhe deliberately controlled the breakthrough. He originally wanted to stop at level 15 and then transfer the excess power to the Void Spirit Turtle to prevent the level gap between them from being too large. But in the end, the strength of the two was unified at level 16, which shows how powerful the mental power he accumulated plus the power of the tempering rosary was. Phew, I have raised too many levels at once. I need to adapt well before I can fully exert my power. After Su Zhe's breakthrough, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath. The huge increase in mental power in an instant made him feel a little dizzy. Compared with Suze, the Void Spirit Turtle, which has also been upgraded by 6 levels, is just a little bigger, and the color of its back shell is a little darker, and it doesn't look uncomfortable. After all, for monsters, level improvement is just normal growth. It's just that in the natural environment, the growth of monsters is very slow. After contracting to become a beast master, the monster can go through the weak childhood and growth stages more quickly by complementing the beast master. Suze stood up slowly. He had almost adapted to it now. At least he no longer felt so dizzy and uncomfortable. This breakthrough not only allowed me to upgrade to 6 levels in a row, but my extra mental energy now is enough to support the consumption of another beast-controlling contract. I can contract a second beast-controlling contract. Suze, who has a god-level Gasapon system, has no shortage of beasts to control. He can hatch a new monster anytime he wants. It's just that he, who started out as a gold-level beast master, no longer looks down on low-level bronze and silver-level monsters. There are still 10 days left before the college entrance examination for the beast controller. I can still use the god-level Gasapon system to draw Gasapon 10 times. I hope I can draw another gold-level beast controller before the college entrance examination. Suze chose to save the number of draws today. He wanted to get 10 Gasapon opportunities and have 10 consecutive draws. Because according to his experience in playing card drawing games in his previous life, 10 consecutive drawings will generally have a greater probability of being shipped. The only problem is that he cannot draw monster eggs to increase the progress bar during these 10 days. Anyway, he couldn't fill up the progress bar in 10 days, so he didn't suffer a loss. In the next few days, Suze basically stayed at home to adapt to his sudden increase in strength. During this period, Su Yao came only once. After spending 2 days and 2 nights refining the tempering rosary, this girl's mental power was successfully upgraded 3 levels in a row, reaching the 13th level. She also gave part of her power to Green Swallow Butterfly, raising it to level 12. This is already a very good result. Continuous breakthroughs are exclusive to geniuses. So Su Yao immediately found Suze and wanted to have a discussion with him and get familiar with his own power. As soon as Suze opened the door, he saw the green swallowtail butterfly sitting on Su Yao's shoulder, flapping its wings in a show of power. It wants to teach this human who dares to compete with it for favor in front of its master a lesson. Then, the void spirit turtle lay on top of Suze's head and slightly showed its breath, and the green phoenix butterfly disappeared. With the same bloodline, a difference of 4 levels is already a world of difference. Seeing this, Su Yao couldn't help but remind her, "Brother Suze, if the level of the Beast Master is too much higher than the level of the Beast Master, it will be very dangerous. You must be careful." She also thought that Suze mainly gave the power of the tempering rosary beads to the void spirit turtle, which was why it improved so many levels. Suze smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I am at the same level as the void spirit turtle now, so we are not considered dangerous." This means that Suze is now an out-and-out level 16 Beast Master. You must know that 3 or 4 days ago, he was not even a Beast Master. This kind of improvement speed is unique. This couldn't help but give Su Yao a sense of urgency, as if she would be left far behind if she wasn't careful. So after that day, Su Yao didn't come to Suze again, and seemed to have been meditating and practicing in her room with peace of mind. 10 days later, Suze, who finally saved up 10 draws in a row, entered the system space early in the morning. In the system space, the Gasapon machine that had been silent for 10 days was running again. Suze looked expectantly at the huge number of beast eggs rolling inside. Just like before, after an unknown number of turns, a bronze egg rolled out first, followed closely by a silver egg. But Suze was indifferent. He was looking forward to the appearance of that golden light. Just wait until the 8th egg, which is all bronze and silver level. Suze had gradually become disappointed. At this moment, as the 9th egg rolled down, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared. Suze suddenly became energetic. "It's shipped. The 9th one will be shipped this time. I'm pretty lucky." Sure enough, a golden egg rolled down. Suze was already ready to exit the system and no longer look at the last egg. A bright and dazzling light bloomed from the exit of the Gasapon machine, and a gorgeous and dazzling beast egg slowly rolled down from there and hit the golden egg in front of it. Suze was stunned. The originally satisfying golden egg no longer tasted good. Because that egg is a diamond egg, it represents a diamond-level monster that can break through to the full level 100. Diamond-level monsters are the strongest bloodline level currently known and can reach the upper limit of level 100. Suze hurriedly and excitedly took the diamond egg out of the system. After the bright luster of the diamond disappeared, Suze safely held a monster egg the size of a human head wrapped with 3 fiery red lines in his arms. The hatching conditions for diamond-grade eggs should be more stringent, right? Suze anxiously checked the hatching conditions of the diamond-level beast egg in his hand. Diamond egg hatching conditions absorb a lot of heat for hatching in a high-temperature environment. The more heat absorbed, the stronger the hatched beast will be. High temperature? Suze frowned. He didn't know what kind of conditions could be called high temperature by the system. In short, putting eggs in water would most likely not work. Forget it. Let's take a look at the hatching conditions of the golden egg first. If it's still the same as before, go ahead and ask Su Yao for help. Suze put the diamond egg into the system space and took out the golden egg. Monster eggs obtained from the system can be stored in the system space before they are hatched. After they hatch into beasts, they can only be stored in the beast space. What is regrettable is that golden eggs of the same level have different hatching conditions. Golden egg hatching conditions absorb precious metal gold to hatch. The more gold absorbed, the stronger the hatched beast will be. These 2 golden eggs, one is greedy for money and the other is lustful. Suze complained helplessly. To him, the hatching conditions for this golden egg were even more difficult than the hatching of diamond eggs to some extent. If it doesn't work, just take out a few monster eggs and sell them. A silver-level monster egg can be sold for millions of xia coins at least. It should be enough to buy gold. But Suze still had concerns. After all, his current strength could not be said to be very strong, but rather weak. For such a precious thing as monster eggs, it would be okay if you only take out 1 or 2 to sell them. As time goes by, someone will definitely be watching him. At that time, the result will be that someone will take him home and lay eggs every day. Just when Suze was struggling, there was a sudden knock on his door. After opening the door, he found Su Yao standing outside the door wearing a formal suit. What's the matter? What's the matter? Did you forget about the Beast Control College entrance examination today? We agreed to go together. Suze then thought about it with his eyes widened. He was so overwhelmed by the joy of drawing a diamond-level beast taming egg that he almost forgot the most important thing today. He said hurriedly, "Wait for me. I'll go change clothes." Su Yao nodded and said, "Well, move quickly. Fortunately, we don't have to rush. Have you seen the test center in the east? It was only released 2 days ago, and it is in the Tianyun volcano area, a scenic spot not far from our Beishan city." Suze really ignored this matter in the past 2 days, and just learned about the test points from Su Yao. Today, Beastmaster universities are holding exams at the same time. Only the White Tiger Beastmaster University in the West was postponed for a few days due to an accident when cleaning the examination room. It is different from my previous life when I chose a school based on my scores after the college entrance examination. There are only 5 beast control universities in Dacia. Generally speaking, candidates take the exam at the corresponding university nearby. Anyway, there are not many people who are qualified to become beast control masters, so the number of people taking the Beast Control College entrance examination is far less than the ordinary college entrance examination before time travel. All candidates in the corresponding area can be gathered in one examination center for a unified selection. The test site chosen by Qinglong Beast Control University is Tianyun Volcano, and all candidates are pulled under the volcano to take the test. If you pass, you will get in, but if you pass, you will be eliminated. Tianyun Volcano? Suze's eyes lit up as he recited the name. Tianyun Volcano is a level 7 supervolcano. The volcanic explosive index can be used to classify the eruption level of a volcano. Just like the magnitude of an earthquake, the higher the volcanic index value, the greater the energy released by the volcano. When the volcanic eruption index increases by 1 unit, the energy released increases by nearly 1 order of magnitude, and the power of the eruption is 10 times that of the previous level. And the highest level is only level 8. Levels 5 to 6 are strong volcanoes, and levels 7 to 8 are supervolcanoes. The power of a magnitude 7 volcanic eruption alone is equivalent to a magnitude 9.8 earthquake, which can cause a year without a summer. Tianyun volcano once had an eruption of magnitude 7 and is now in a dormant period. It may have accumulated the energy equivalent to a strong volcano of about level 5, and there will still be a long time before the next eruption. Therefore, it is absolutely safe to take the exam in the Tianyun volcano area, as long as you don't climb into the crater to die. But there are always people who want to take risks. Although Suze didn't know what kind of heat would be enough to hatch this diamond egg, the volcano was definitely the biggest heat source he could find now. He immediately changed his clothes in a hurry and went out with Su Yao towards Tianyun volcano. Although Tianyun volcano is not far from Beishan City, it would probably take a day to get there just by walking. Therefore, special flying beasts have been prepared in the city center. They are large monsters that are not very fast, but are huge and can carry many people. They are all around level 20 or 30, and it is free and open to beast masters who take the exam. Suze and Su Yao happened to catch up with a griffin that was about to take off. The griffin was just a bronze-level monster with no other characteristics except that it was large enough to fly. There were more than 20 people sitting on its back, but it still looked relaxed. Everyone sit tight. We're about to take off. The beast master at the head of the griffin said loudly. Not everyone joins the Spirit Guard Army after graduating from the Beast Control University. There are also many like him who were not chosen by the army due to limited talents. So join other industries and use the power of beast control to make life easier. The technology in this world is not that developed, but relying on the power of monsters, people have an unparalleled quality of life. The griffin flapped its wings, and everyone instantly jumped into the air, and then flew towards the Tianyun volcano area. A thin circle of air enveloped them, preventing the airflow from blowing them down. The cost was that the griffin's speed would be affected to a certain extent. As we get closer to the volcanic area, the temperature in the air slowly increases. By the time the griffin started to land, Suze was already feeling a little sweaty. At this time, many people have arrived here. Looking from the top down, it is a dark sea of people. Occasionally there are a few that are not dark and still reflect light in the sun. As soon as he landed, he saw Wang Zi's obviously huge body. Wang Zi also saw him and came over to greet him. When he noticed Su Yao next to Suze, he winked at him and bumped him with his shoulder. You boy, I didn't see it before. You are quite capable. Now you are in pairs. Have you already won? Before Suze could answer, he heard a cold snort with gritted teeth. When he looked up, he saw that the opposite side of the road was Lin He. The finger that was broken off by Suze was still covered in plaster. But he just snorted coldly and then walked away very wisely, without coming to cause trouble. Otherwise, Suze, who was already at level 16, would probably have his jaw dropped and put on a plaster cast. This kid is wise. I have refined the tempering rosary in the past few days, and I have been practicing hard. I have been promoted to 2 levels in a short period of time. Now I am a 9th level beast master. If this kid causes trouble again, leave it to me, Wang Zi said confidently. He relied on the power of tempering rosary beads to advance to 2 levels in a row. The strength of the 9th level Beast Master was already very good according to the results of the Beast Master College entrance examination in previous years. Generally speaking, you can try to win the first prize after breaking through level 10. There are very few beast control masters like Su Yao who have broken through to level 12 by relying on 2 tempering beads. If Suze hadn't had such an accident this year, she would have been the top pick in the eastern region. After Lin He's tempering rosary was won by Suze, in the past 10 days or so, he could only become a 9th level beast master if he practiced alone. This was Wang Zi's courage to challenge him in a duel. After seeing Lin He retreat, he half-heartedly asked Suze what it was like to ride a griffin. It's no different from flying. At most, the view is wider. Wang Zi suddenly felt uninterested. Is it so ordinary? I was still thinking about asking my father to get me a flying monster when I break through level 20 and can contract a second beast. Suze asked curiously, Didn't you come here on a griffin? He remembered that when he came, he couldn't see a road when he looked down from the air. He couldn't have walked over, right? No, my father insisted on sending me to take the exam. He was also sick of the griffin. In the end, the driver drove us here. Wang Zi pointed to a stretched luxury car covered in mud not far away and said, "The mud on the car is still a trivial matter, but the chassis of this kind of car is definitely not designed to go over mountain roads, and it is probably scrapped now." There was also a middle-aged man with a big belly beside the car. Wang Zi's father, Wang Gui, could tell from his body shape that Wang Zi was definitely his biological son. He was chatting with a person wearing a military uniform with a shy smile, but that person looked impatient. It was Guo Linshan, the captain of the Great Xia Spirit Guard detachment. Because of the threat from the Fuso secret guards, he led almost all the Daxia spirit guards in Beishan City to be responsible for the security of the beast-controlling college entrance examination venue. Of course, it was impossible for Su Zhe to know about these arrangements. He just saw an acquaintance and wanted to go over and say hello. After all, if it weren't for the tempering beads rewarded by Guo Linshan, he still doesn't know when he would be able to break through the 10th level barrier. At this time, Guo Linshan also saw him and changed his impatient expression on his face to greet him. This made Wang Gui behind him look stunned. He had been trying to flatter him for a long time, hoping to find a good future for his son after graduation. But Captain Guo never gave him a good look from the beginning to the end, so why is he suddenly smiling now? He followed Guo Linshan's line of sight and saw Su Zhe's figure at a glance. "Hey, isn't that a good friend of my little fat guy? What is his relationship with Captain Guo?" Wang Gui also once doubted whether Su Zhe, a poor boy who had a close relationship with his son, came here for money. But after getting along with each other several times, he gradually changed. It's just that at that time, Su Zhe had no power, no money, and he was still struggling to become a beast master. This made Wang Gui still hope that his son would have a good relationship with those who had power or money in the family. But now he didn't expect that the person he didn't like would be greeted with a smile by someone he couldn't even try to please. "Hello, Captain Guo." "Hello, Uncle Wang." Su Zhe greeted the two of them with a smile. Guo Linshan stepped forward and looked at him. His eyes lit up. With his strength, he could see through Su Zhe at a glance, who was not good at hiding. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Well, not bad, really good. It seems that this year's Eastern Conference #1 pick has been selected." Wang Gui on the side understood what he said. He didn't expect that Guo Linshan would speak so highly of Su Zhe. Although he had heard from his son not long ago that Su Zhe had contracted a gold-level beast master, which immediately made him famous. But he is not the only one who has contracted with gold-level beast masters. There is Su Yao in Beishan City alone, and there are at least hundreds of large and small cities in the entire eastern region. There are probably no less than 10 geniuses who have contracted gold-level beast masters. Are they already sure that Su Zhe is the #1 scholar? Just as Wang Gui was thinking about it, Guo Linshan, who had never given him a good look, smiled and said, "Uncle Wang? Su Zhe, do you know him?" "Yes, Uncle Wang is the father of my good friend and has always taken good care of me." Wang Gui immediately pointed his stick at Wang Zi behind Su Zhe and said, "Yes, that's my son. They have a very good relationship. I wish I could wear the same pants." "I see." Guo Linshan looked Wang Zi up and down, thinking to himself that your son's size is too big for him to wear a pair of pants, and he wants to squeeze into a pair of pants with someone else? But he still said, "It's not bad. If you work hard, you can join our Great Xia Spirit Guard in the future." Wang Gui immediately beamed with joy and kept praising Wang Zi in his heart that he was worthy of being his son and that he had good vision. No one could say a few words. The Beast Control College entrance examination was about to begin. Guo Linshan left first to arrange work. Su Zhe and the other three also started queuing up, and after verifying their qualifications, they waited at the entrance of the examination room. The examination room was completely covered by a closed formation. At the entrance of the formation, a teacher from Qinglong Beast Control University said loudly, "The content of this exam is very simple, that is, monster hunting. We live in this world coexisting with monsters and beasts. The innate conditions of the beasts are better than ours. They have stronger strength, faster speed, and stronger defense. A long time ago, when the monsters first came, humans were just their food, and it was under this situation that we beast masters came into being. But to this day, humans are still facing the threat of monsters. So the most important thing for a beast master is the ability to hunt monsters. We have placed 10,000 monster beasts with fragments of the admission order in their bodies in advance in the areas circled by the formation. Only 10 fragments can make up one admission order. The more admission order fragments you get, the higher your score will be, and there will be additional rewards. Everyone immediately looked at each other, and Suze was also constantly amazed. Although the number of people taking the Beast Control College entrance examination is much smaller than that of the ordinary college entrance examination in previous lives. But 1/5 of the country's candidates are gathered here, and there are nearly 100,000 people. According to the rules, the number of places is only 1,000 at most. What's more, some people will accumulate as many fragments as possible for extra rewards. The number of people who can actually get a quota is probably only about 500 or 600, so the competition is fierce. The formation is activated. The Beast Control College entrance examination begins now. So at the teacher's order, the candidates filed in immediately. Also going in with the candidates will be Da Xiaoling Wei. They will ensure the safety of the candidates in the venue and prevent them from cheating. But you must not take action at will. You can only take action to save people at the moment when your life is at stake. Outside the venue, there is a formation maintained by the principal, teachers, and students of Qinglong Beast Control University. After all the candidates have entered, the formation will seal the examination room to prevent outsiders from entering while the Beast Control College entrance examination is in progress. And in the darkness, there are strong men from the Beast Masters Association led by Yu Xinghua. This time, they not only want to ensure the safety of the candidates, but also set up traps to eliminate the Fuso secret guards that have infiltrated. But this time, Fuso's preparations obviously exceeded everyone's expectations. As soon as Suze entered the formation, he felt waves of heat hitting his face. He looked back and saw that as the last person entered, the formation had been closed, and he could only see a blurry curtain of light. The heat of the volcano is therefore trapped in this formation and cannot escape. It's so hot here. Wang Zi, who was most afraid of heat due to his size, wiped the sweat from his forehead as soon as he entered the formation. Of course it's hot. Look what's in front of you. Following the direction of Suze's finger, everyone saw a high mountain without a peak. Due to the climate, although there are many trees here, they are all coniferous forests with sparse branches and leaves, so they do not block their sight. You can clearly see thick black smoke rising from the top of the mountain. The heat wave makes the air around the top of the mountain look like water waves from a distance. Seeing this, Su Yao comforted. Don't worry, volcanoes have eruption cycles. During the dormant period, they accumulate energy to prepare for the next eruption. Tianyun volcano is in the dormant period now. It is far from an eruption cycle from the last eruption. It is not that easy to erupt. Wang Zi patted his breasts, which were the envy of all girls, and said, "If the beauty of Su University says this, I feel relieved." Then he looked at the people around him who had already taken action and said hurriedly, "They have already started to take action. Let's go hunt monsters quickly, otherwise we won't be able to get the admission order by then." Suze smiled calmly at this time and said, "What's the rush? It takes 10 fragments to piece together an admission order. That means the three of us have to find at least 30 monsters to put it together even if the fragments don't overlap. Considering that if we repeat it, we will probably kill hundreds of monsters. This is too troublesome." Wang Zi was puzzled. "Then what do you want to do?" Suze waved his finger. "Of course I will wait until others have gathered together and then go to them to borrow it. No, believe me, there are many people who think this way. After all, people like to be lazy. It is precisely because everyone has their own agenda. So after entering the formation, everyone immediately dispersed to avoid being targeted by others. At most, they would act with a few acquaintances. Within a moment, only Suze and the other three were left around. Su Yao looked at Suze and said, "Then where should we go next?" Suze pointed at the volcano and said, "Let's go over there and have a look." Since the proposition team specifically chose the Tianyun volcano area as the test site, there must be a reason for it. Let's go to the volcano and have a look. Su Yao also nodded in agreement. Otherwise, she would not be able to figure out why she would choose here. Wang Zi hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and followed. Shortly after everyone left to look for the monster, a hole suddenly appeared like molten glass far away from the entrance of the formation. A group of mysterious men in black hoods entered the formation surrounded by shadows. The last person to enter was holding a strange bronze mirror in his hand. A dazzling light shone on the mirror, and it was under the illumination of this light that the formation was opened silently, so that the principal and teachers who maintained the operation of the formation were not aware of it. After he came in, he immediately put away the bronze mirror. Without the obstruction of the bronze mirror's light, the formation started to operate again to fill the gap. Then they talked in Fusang dialect. The Xia people's formation is nothing more than this. Okay, don't be too careless. We can only break through the formation with the power of the 8-foot mirror. Next, we have to rely on ourselves to bypass the great Xia spirit guard in the formation. Don't worry, Captain, our Fuso secret guards may not be as good as Daxia spirit guards in other aspects, but they are definitely no match for us when it comes to concealment. Then the group of people hid in the shadows, approaching Tianyun volcano like ghosts. Outside the formation, Su Yiming, who was a teacher at Qinglong Beast Control University and had to maintain the formation, let out a light sigh. What's wrong, Teacher Su? Su Yiming replied. At that moment, I seemed to feel that the part of the formation I was responsible for was not operating smoothly, but it is fine now. Maybe it was an illusion. After hearing this, the teacher also shook his head and planned to give up, but at the center of the formation, a middle-aged man who was not angry and proud opened his eyes and said, "The Beast Control College entrance examination is a national event. How can it be so casual? Teacher Su, have you made many mistakes because of your casualness? Contact the people from the Beastmaster Association immediately and ask them to go outside the formation to see if there is anything suspicious." Su Yiming immediately lowered his head and admitted his mistake. Okay, Principal. The middle-aged man is Xiao Su, the president of Qinglong Beastmaster University, who has not shown up before. He is also the youngest among the 3 powerful men in Beishan City and the most talented one. After the accident, he took the initiative to replace the former principal who was dismissed, which was actually a bit humiliating. After arranging the manpower to explore the outside of the formation, he closed his eyes again and concentrated on maintaining the formation. You guys wait for me. I really can't stay in this wretched place. I'm so hot that I sweat every time I move. And soon, several people knew the purpose of choosing the volcano as the test site for the Beast Control College entrance examination. Wang Zi's flaming ocelot split a red scorpion into 2 with a fire knife, and then took out a broken token from its body. This is already the 5th monster. How come we only found 1 fragment? Wang Zi said, shaking off the mucus stained on the token on his hand. Suze thought for a while and said, the teacher made it very clear when we came in. They released 10,000 monster beasts with tokens, but that doesn't mean there are only 10,000 monster beasts in this area. Tianyun volcano occupies a vast area, and the fire attribute energy escaping around the volcano made it a gathering place for fire-type monsters, numbering more than 10,000. These monsters will follow their own nature and approach the volcano to absorb the fire attribute energy. The stronger the monsters, the closer they will be to the volcano. If my guess is correct, it is impossible to put together a set of admission orders outside the volcano. The key components must be hidden in a powerful monster, and it will live in an area close to the volcano. Let's go to the foot of the mountain and wait. Of course, this was just a reason Suze found. What he wanted more in mind was to try to see if he could go to the crater and drop the diamond eggs to hatch them. However, his inference was not wrong. The closer to the volcano, the greater the chance that monsters would carry fragments of the admission order. In a short time, Wang Zi had already obtained 5 or 6 fragments, but 2 of them were duplicates. The fragments are glowing again, right in front. The admission order fragments have the effect of attracting each other and reminding each other. It is unclear whether it is to facilitate the candidates to collect the fragments, or to make those who hide the fragments have nowhere to hide and can only fight with each other. Although Suze did not intend to take the initiative to hunt down the monsters and collect the fragments, since the other party was right in front of him, he did not mind collecting them as well. But after several people walked around a tree that blocked their view, what they saw was a disemboweled pig monster and Lin He, who was waiting for them with blood on his hands. There was another person standing next to him, wearing a relatively simple set of Daxia Lingwei standard light armor. You guys really made it easy for me to wait. Lin He wiped the blood on his hands and said with a cruel smile, Lin He, you still dare to make trouble? The lesson I gave you last time was not enough, right? This time I will beat you. Wang Zi immediately stood in front and said eagerly. Last time he and the blazing leopard cat were beaten by each other, but they were always unhappy. Now that their strength has increased, they naturally want to teach Lin He a lesson. Damn fat man, who do you think you are? Are you worthy of fighting me? Lin He suddenly pulled open his coat and saw a Beastmaster badge pinned to his chest. There are 2 circles of stars on the badge. The first circle is full of 10 stars, and the second circle has only 1. Level 11. Wang Zi kept smacking his tongue when he saw this, then quietly stepped back and hid behind Su Zhe and Su Yao. The idea is too tough. I can't do anything about it. I leave it to you. He is only a 9th level Beastmaster, and both Su Zhe and Su Yao were 10th level badges. Moreover, when encountering monsters that cannot be easily dealt with along the way, Wang Zi has also seen Su Zhe and Su Yao take action, and they are definitely stronger than level 10. But Su Zhe didn't pay attention to the crazy and provocative Lin He at this time, but looked at the young man beside him. He looked to be in his mid-20s. His appearance was at least 70% similar to Lin He's, and he was wearing the standard light armor only equipped by the Great Xia Spirit Guard. He tentatively said, Lin He, do you want to fight me in front of the Great Xia Lingwei? When Lin He saw this, he pointed at the young man very arrogantly and said with a smile, So what? This is my brother, Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang next to him glared at him when he heard this, then looked at the badge of the 10th level Beastmaster on Su Zhe's chest and said, Is this the kid who broke your finger? Although his level is 1 level lower than his younger brother Lin He, it is said that he has contracted a gold level monster, and the difference in blood level can completely smooth out or even surpass this weak level difference. Moreover, the first beast controlling contracted with a gold level genius, so logically speaking, they should not turn against each other. But the other party broke his brother's finger, which was intolerable. So Lin Jiang took a step forward and said, Stop talking nonsense. In order to avenge you, I specifically asked to be responsible for the defense of their direction. But the defense will change in 10 minutes. I will help you teach him a lesson and then take you to find the monster. The exam is important. Lin He gritted his teeth reluctantly and finally said, Brother, be more ruthless. It's best to break one of his legs, one of his hands or something. Lin Jiang hesitated again and finally nodded. A sturdy bull with thunder and lightning wrapped around its body slowly walked out of his beast control space, and then turned into a silver short stick in his hand, the tip of which was still releasing thunder and lightning. Su Zhe looked solemnly at the weapon transformed from the beast in the opponent's hand. Being a level 20 Beastmaster was one of the recruitment requirements for Daxia Spirit Guard, which meant that Lin Jiang was at least a level 20 Beastmaster. Moreover, both beast-controlling weaponization and armoring were courses in the beast-controlling university. Su Zhe had no way to learn them, and the strength gap between the two was further widened. Lightning Strike. A bright bolt of lightning shot out from the short stick in his hand and flew straight towards Su Zhe. The lightning was so fast that Su Zhe had no time to avoid it. Fortunately, the ethereal turtle on his shoulder actively activated the ethereal shield to block him. Su Zhe tried his best to maintain the ethereal shield to resist the thunder and lightning attack, but his expression changed slightly after a moment. Lin He on the side looked excitedly at Su Zhe, who was attacked, looking forward to seeing him covered in black smoke and being knocked down by lightning. When the time comes, he will go up to make up for it and avenge his broken finger. But until the thunder and lightning disappeared, Lin He was about to run over excitedly, but found that the light shield in front of Su Zhe was still strong. Brother, what's going on? Did you hold back? Lin Jiang shook his head solemnly. His badge level is inaccurate. It's not level 10 at all. He is a level 16 Beastmaster. Level 16? Lin He was stunned for a moment. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He just became a Beastmaster more than 10 days ago. How could he improve so quickly? Lin He said in an unacceptable tone. I know. He must have used the tempering rosary beads to upgrade his beast control first. This is a crooked way, and he will be backlashed sooner or later. Haha. It won't be long before you are eaten by your out-of-control beast as food. But Lin Jiang frowned. looking at Suze controlling the beast with ease, and he didn't agree with Lin He's point of view. However, now he is also riding a tiger and is unable to get off. Suze dispersed the void spirit shield, looked at Lin Jiang, and said, "You are not at level 20, otherwise I would not have been able to receive the attack just now so easily. Are you just preparing for the Great Xia Spirit Guard?" Lin Jiang did not deny it and replied, "Yes, I am only a 19th level Beastmaster, and I am only one step away from becoming an official Great Xia Spirit Guard, but it is enough to deal with you." This time, in order to deal with the Fuso secret guards, all the Beishan City Spirit Guards were dispatched, including their reserve teams. Otherwise, the Tianyun volcano area is too large, and there is no way to fully deploy it. At this moment, Suze finally understood why Lin He's tempering rosary was obviously won by him, but he could successfully break through to the 11th level in a short period of time. As a member of the reserve spiritual guard, Lin Jiang must have been issued a tempering rosary to help him break through smoothly, and he chose to give this tempered rosary to Lin He. Suze and Su Yao also experienced the military tempering beads, which were far superior to the ordinary tempering beads issued by the school, so he was able to jump from the 8th level to the 3rd level in a row. This is good news for Suze and the others. Every time a Beast Master reaches level 10, there is a qualitative change. Since Lin Jiang has not yet reached level 20, the level gap between them can be made up by blood. Lin Jiang's beast control is also silver level, so he has no chance of winning. But Suze's thoughts seemed to be seen through by Lin Jiang and said, "Do you think you can rest assured that I haven't broken through to level 20? You are so naive." He was holding a short stick, with lightning flashing under his feet. He arrived in front of Suze with a quick step and swung the stick to hit the ethereal shield that Suze had launched in time. The light curtain suddenly fluctuated violently and was almost smashed open. Suze in the rear was also attacked by some of the leaked lightning attacks, and his expression was extremely distorted. "Boy, you know this time, right? There is not only a level gap between us, but also a skill gap. Lin Jiang's beast control weapon is originally an attack specialized type. In terms of pure attack, he definitely has strength beyond level 20. Beautiful. Brother, smash his turtle shell, and let me see how wonderful his expression is." Lin He cheered. Su Yao saw this and planned to step forward to help, but the Shuafeng wolf controlled by Lin He ducked and blocked him. Behind Shuafeng Lang, Lin He said with an uncontrollable smile on his face, "Su Yao, where do you want to go?" Su Yao gave him a disgusted look. "Get out of my way. I won't let you. What can you do to me? Get out." Before Lin He finished speaking, Shuafeng wolf was randomly flapped away by the green swallowtail butterfly behind Su Yao, hit him heavily, and then flew out together. This scene is very similar to Suze being beaten away before. He originally thought that relying on the high-quality tempered rosary beads given by his brother would be enough to equal the level gap between him and Su Yao, which was only due to the bloodline of the Beastmaster. But at that moment he knew that he was wrong. The level difference between him and Su Yao not only did not narrow, but actually grew larger. The incident here also made Lin Jiang give up attacking Suze. He came to Lin He and helped him up. Su Yao also took the opportunity to get close to Suze. "What are you doing here? This time is different from before. If we join forces, we won't be his opponent." Regardless of the dissuasion, Su Yao helped Suze, who was electrocuted, close to his ear and said, "Have you forgotten? My dad is a teacher at the Beast Control University. He taught me the skills of beast control. So you know how to control beasts?" Suze looked at Su Yao and said expectantly. Then she immediately added, "But after I refine 2 tempering rosary beads and break through to the 13th level, my mental power should be enough." Su Yao herself didn't have much confidence, but Suze gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. Sharpen your gun before the battle, no matter how unhappy you are. Tell me the method. You have to give it a try whether you live or die." Su Yao quickly told Suze how to transform the beast into a weapon. The method is not complicated and can even be explained in a few sentences. To put it simply, you need to use your mental power to communicate with your own beast through the beast contract, and then control it to transform and reunite into armor or weapons after establishing a connection. But the difficulty lies in the process of transformation and reunion. A slight mistake will be an extremely painful process for the beast control, and fierce resistance will lead to failure. My dad said that even in the Beast Control University, students have to go through long-term proficiency and many attempts before they can master the skills of controlling beasts and armor. In this situation, time is still too limited. Let's run while he takes care of Lin He. Before Su Yao finished speaking, she saw golden light flashing on the virtual turtle in Su Zhe's hand, and after a moment it turned into a golden shield. She has been training her mental power since she was a child, but after becoming a beast master, she has never succeeded in transforming her into a beast master. Su Yao was shocked when she heard this. If you want to successfully use the beast control weapon, the two most important points are strong mental power and intimacy with the monster. Su Zhe himself has spiritual talents that are different from ordinary people. After time traveling, the souls of the two lives merged into one, and his talents were even better than before. And I don't know if it's because the contract between him and the Void Spirit Turtle was concluded through the system, and the intimacy is also very high. It was precisely because these two requirements were met at the same time that Su Zhe successfully used the beast-controlling weapon in just one attempt. On the other side, Lin Zhang breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that his brother Lin He was not in danger. As soon as I turned around, I happened to see the scene of Su Zhe completing the transformation into a beast-controlling weapon. He is a candidate who has not passed the Beast Control College entrance examination, so why? If he was targeting Su Zhe before, it was just because he injured his brother and broke his finger. So now his heart is full of surprise, envy, jealousy, fear, and so on. Fortunately, his beast control weaponization is a defensive specialization, not an attack specialization. Moreover, he has just learned the weaponization. It will take some time to master it proficiently. I will take the opportunity to deal with him. Facing a genius of Su Zhe's level, making friends with him immediately is the most correct choice. But it was obviously too late now, and Lin He's feelings for Su Zhe were undying. So in order to prevent future retaliation, the best option is to kill him here. Lin Jiang clenched the short stick in his hand, and the shadow of Thunder Nyo appeared behind him again. Crazy Thunder Running Bull, a silver-level monster, is currently stuck at level 19, just like him. The appearance of the phantom meant that the power of the thunder stick that he transformed into a beast in his hand had reached its limit, and he wanted to kill Su Zhe with one blow. Crazy Thunder Flash. The short stick in Lin Zhang's hand, which was only half a meter long, suddenly extended for more than 10 meters. He was still standing on the same spot, but the thunder stick in his hand was already above Su Zhe's head. It was a long stick made entirely of thunder, and it was swung down with the movement of Lin Zhang's arms. Su Zhe hurriedly raised the turtle shell-like shield in his hand to his head. The shield formed by the ethereal turtle weapon was the real ethereal shield, which was much stronger than using skills. The long stick hit hard, and Su Zhe barely caught it, kneeling on the ground. The violent thunder made his hair stand on end. But in just a moment, he stood up with strength. Lin Zhang's full blow was finally blocked by the Void Spirit Shield. The shadow of the stick formed by the thunder quickly disappeared after being blocked. Lin Zhang stared blankly at the half-meter-long short stick left in his hand. He couldn't believe that Su Zhe still received the blow with all his strength without any harm. At this time, Su Zhe twisted his shoulders, recovered his body that was numb from the electric shock, and said, "Your attack is over. Is it my turn now?" Lin Zhang raised his head and looked at Su Zhe, gritted his teeth, and said, "Even if my attack can't do anything to you, your beast control weapon is also defensive, and the attack will not hurt me." Su Zhe smiled and said, "That's true, so I'm going to use your own power to attack you." Before Lin Zhang understood what Su Zhe's words meant, he saw the shield in Su Zhe's hand begin to flash with thunder. "Give it all back." This is a brand new ability of the weaponized virtual spirit shield. Attacks resisted by it will be absorbed and preserved. The Beast Master chooses the appropriate time to release it and return it in full, but only one attack can be stored at the same time. It also takes a period of cooling after release before it can continue to absorb attacks. Su Zhe had just absorbed Lin Zhang's attacks and returned them all when he was weak now. The thunder shot out from the shield, like a thunder snake hitting Lin Zhang. At the critical moment, he hurriedly deactivated the beast-controlling weapon of Quanglei Benyu and let it stand in front of him. As soon as Crazy Thunder Benyu recovered his body, he yelled "Moo!" to show his intimacy to his master when he was hit by the thunderbolt. Fortunately, as a monster with thunder attributes, it has extremely high resistance to thunder. Although it was painful, it was not fatal, and the same was true for Lin Jiang, who was hiding behind it. After electrocuting me for so long, it's time to electrocute me back, Suze said excitedly upon seeing this. From the moment he faced Lin Jiang, he had been passively beaten and electrocuted, but now he had finally regained a victory. After the shield released all the power it had just stored, the body of Kwang Lei Run Nyo fell directly, and the air was filled with the aroma of grilled steak. Lin Jiang decisively took Crazy Thunderbolt back to the beast control space, then came to Lin He's side, picked him up, and said, "Let's go." The two of them fled quickly and disappeared after a few vertical jumps in the jungle. Why did you let them run away? Didn't you chase them? Especially that Lin Jiang, as a great Xia spirit guard, he dared to practice favoritism, even for the reserve team. Wang Zi said angrily, but he saw Suze sitting down on the ground very tiredly. The virtual spirit turtle in his hand had been released from the beast-controlling state, but all its limbs had retracted into the shell, turning into a turtle with a shrunken head. I want to chase you. His beast control still retains its combat effectiveness, but my virtual turtle has just been overloaded to absorb attacks and now needs a period of sleep recovery. I will catch up with you and fight him. Wang Zi immediately shrank his neck. Then I'll let them go. Suze also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lin Jiang was afraid in the end and chose to escape. Otherwise, the outcome would be hard to say. Seeing that no one was catching up behind him, Lin Jiang finally let go of Lin He and took a deep breath. Brother, why are we running away? Lin He said unwillingly. Lin Jiang said angrily, why don't you run away? Stay there and fight them hard. Brother, aren't you scared? He certainly won't be able to use that ability a second time in a short time. It's still too late for us to go back now. Before Lin He finished speaking, Lin Jiang grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. Do you dare to guarantee that that boy has no other means? Huh. If you dare, I will go back with you. Don't forget that the most important thing for us today is the exam, not revenge for you. Your grades are related to the future of both of us and cannot be gambled. Not long ago, when Lin Jiang learned that Lin He lost the tempering rosary issued by the school in a gambling match, he decisively gave the tempering rosary he used for promotion to his younger brother. But Lin Jiang doesn't care about himself at all. Military-grade tempering beads can allow Lin He to break through to a higher level, allowing him to obtain better results in the Beast Control College entrance examination. And as long as you enter the top 10, the worst reward is a high-quality tempered rosary, which is only higher than military grade. So he actually made an exchange with Lin He, using his tempering beads to help him increase his level and get rewards. And then he took the rewards and successfully broke through level 20 to join the Daxia Spirit Guard. But if he continues to waste time with Suze, all his efforts may be in vain. Seeing Lin He's silence, Lin Jiang comforted him. Brother, you have to know that the Beast Control College entrance examination is the most important thing now. That boy can wait until you become a powerful Beast Control Master before you go to trouble him. But he kept murmuring in his heart. Since Suze can be promoted to level 16 Beastmaster in a short period of time, he might be able to surpass him soon. They missed this opportunity today. Will they really have a chance to get revenge in the future? I'm afraid that by then, it will be Suze who will take revenge on them, right? Just when Lin Jiang was thinking a lot, soft footsteps came from behind him. Who is it? 33 Novels Network. He thought it was Suze chasing after him and turned around quickly. But what appeared in front of them was a group of mysterious people wearing black hooded trench coats. Lin Jiang was stunned for a moment, then realized their identities and hurriedly took out a signal flare from his arms and prepared to launch it. However, he was quickly subdued by a man in black and snatched the flare from his hand. This is also due to the fact that he was injured when Suze surrendered him in full. Otherwise, he would have been able to release the flare before he was subdued. Lin He was also easily subdued. When he heard the name of Fuso Secret Guard, he was so scared that his legs became weak. Hey, bluffing Daxia people, your life is in our hands now. How can you still threaten us? The Fuso Secret Guard who caught Lin Jiang said mockingly in Daxia dialect with a strong accent. The captain of this group of Fuso Secret Guards squatted down in front of Lin Jiang and confirmed one thing. You just said that all the Daxia spirit guards in Beishan City are here. Is it true or false? Of course it's true. Are you scared? Lin Jiang thought he saw hope of survival and said inwardly. But the captain laughed very happily. Okay. It seems that the inducement we gave in advance worked. They have indeed concentrated all their defense forces here for this exam. The mission is now half successful. The next step is to keep them. Lin Jiang's expression suddenly changed, and he realized that he had just said the wrong thing. Little bastard of Daxia, let me ask you, what is your defense like? How can I bypass you and go to the volcano? But this time Lin Jiang learned his lesson and shut his mouth without saying a word. Captain, since this kid doesn't want to say anything, then kill him. Even if we forcefully break in, we will definitely be able to send you to the crater with our lives. The Fuso secret guard, who was called the captain, sighed. That's all we have to do. I've long heard that the great Xia spirit guard has strict discipline and is regarded as the deceased in front of the people. It's a well-deserved reputation. As he spoke, he gestured to his men, asking them to kill Lin Jiang and Lin He. At this time, Lin He's cry came out. Please let me go. I can help you persuade him. Then he turned to Lin Jiang and said, Brother, tell me, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. The captain of the Fuso secret guard saw that things seemed to be turning around and immediately asked his men to temporarily stop their actions. Lin Jiang was originally very hesitant in the face of death, and his stance was erratic. Purely clenched his teeth with a breath of air, and it was over. Now as Lin he cried, the fear of death gradually took over. Every once in a while, we will receive news and gather at the assembly point. If there are fewer people, the exam will be terminated immediately and a security search will be started. If the number of people is equal, then we will receive our own new defense area, and we can choose it ourselves. After Lin Jiang discovered the direction in which Su Zhe and the others were heading, he chose the defensive area in front of the three of them during the next gathering and happened to squat down. That is to say, if I don't let you go, you will immediately start searching when you find one missing during the gathering. Yes, if you want to get close to the volcano without causing alarm, you must not kill me. The captain of the secret guard immediately signaled his men to let go. In this case, Lin Jiang really couldn't die. But then he added, since your defense is completely irregular, and you don't know where to bypass others to get to the volcano, then what's the point of me keeping you? Lin Jiang immediately said, but I know when the meeting will take place and the location of the meeting point. As soon as I receive the message that everyone else has to rush to the meeting point, all you have to do is bypass the meeting point and run all the way to the volcano. The captain of the secret guard happily patted Lin Jiang on the shoulder. Okay, very good. Then after you receive the news, tell us where the meeting point is, and we will let you go immediately. Before Lin Jiang could be happy, he heard him continue. But in order to prevent you from cheating, I have to keep him. Then the captain pulled Lin He to his side. Lin Jiang stretched out his hand, but finally gave up. A Fuso secret guard was about to reprimand, but was persuaded back by a gesture from the captain. He asked with great interest, Tell me, what conditions do you want? The captain immediately clapped his hands and laughed. Interesting, really interesting. No problem, I promise you, I will kill a candidate. What he didn't say was that as long as the plan went smoothly, all the candidates here would die. After repelling Lin Jiang, Su Zhe and the others took a short rest before setting off again. The Void Spirit Turtle is still in a dormant state and has not woken up. Although it is said that a powerful beast master can change the color of the world and collapse mountains by relying on his own mental power without relying on the power of beast masters. But for a low-level beast master like Su Zhe, without the beast master, he is no better than an ordinary person. It is very dangerous in this place full of monsters. Don't worry, Ozawa. Before your little bastard wakes up from his sleep, I will be responsible for your safety. Wang Zi assured, patting his chest. He and Su Yao worked in tandem, protecting Su Zhe in the middle. Although Wang Zi is a bit unreliable, Su Yao's strength is still reliable. As long as they no longer encounter Daxia spirit guards like Lin Jiang who are not aware enough to take action against them, there will be no problem. They walked forward for a long time, and Tianyun volcano seemed to be in front of them, and the heat waves became stronger and stronger. But as the saying goes, the horse is running fast when looking up the mountain. It looks close, but there is still a long way to go. At this time, Wang Zi was already sweating profusely from the heat, and his whole body seemed to be dehydrated and lost weight. Suze even suspected that if he got any closer to the volcano, the fat on Wang Zi's body might be squeezed out. Not only him, Su Yao and Suze also felt uncomfortable. Wang Zi gasped and said, "Speaking of Ozawa, as we walked along, we did find that the monsters got stronger as we went in, and each one contained fragments. But now that we have almost collected the fragments, there is no need to keep going in, right? As you said, wouldn't it be better to find someone to borrow the rest?" Suze said, "I won't hide it from you at this point. I'm going to the volcano not only to collect fragments, but also because I have something important to do, so I have to keep going inside. This matter has nothing to do with you. I can just walk the rest of the way alone." Wang Zi asked, "How far will it go?" "Until you see the crater." "I'll go. You kid isn't going to learn to swim naked in the crater, is it?" Su Yao also wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Your beast is sleeping now. I can't leave you alone. It's just a volcano crater, and I just want to see it." Wang Zi, on the other hand, said with a sad face, "You two are married to each other, but you pity me, a single person? Forget it. Just in case someone says I'm not honest in the future, I'll join in. I can't do it anymore. I can really fry the young master." Gulu. At this moment, the void spirit turtle on Suze's shoulders suddenly made a sound, and then slowly stretched its limbs and head out of the turtle shell, stretching its body. Water prison technique. This was originally a skill used to trap people, but now Suze used it on the three of him. 3 water balloons appeared out of thin air and trapped them inside. The cool water instantly enveloped their whole bodies, not only insulating them from the temperature, but also replenishing them with moisture. Then, before suffocating, Suze canceled the water prison. Feel comfortable." Wang Zi took a deep breath. Su Yao's face looked much better, but then she found that all her clothes were wet and a little naked. Fortunately, the ambient temperature was still very high, and the moisture on the clothes evaporated in a short time. The 3 of them took a short rest and prepared to set off again. Suddenly, I heard the sounds of fierce fighting and curses in other languages not far away. The 3 people's eyes suddenly widened. There is a situation ahead. Is it the Fuso secret guards who have infiltrated? Not long ago, Lin Jiang, who was captured by Fusong's secret guards, was anxiously waiting for when he would receive news of the gathering. Several impatient Fuso secret guards couldn't wait and threatened him many times. Finally, Lin Jiang suddenly stood up from the ground, with an excited smile on his face, and the bracelet on his right hand was flashing with light. "There's news. It's the news from detachment leader Guo Linshan announcing the gathering." "Then why don't you look at it?" Lin Jiang was excited and hurriedly read the news. Then he raised his head and said, "The meeting point this time is in the East 30 area. If you want to go to the volcano, you have to go north. There will be no problem." A secret guard twisted Lin Jiang's wrist and looked at it personally, and he grimaced in pain. Then he turned to the captain and said, "The information is correct. He didn't lie." The secret guard captain said, "Very good. Then we will abide by the agreement and let you go first, but your brother will stay to prevent you from playing tricks." "No problem. After I leave, you have to wait a while before setting off again, after everyone has almost arrived at the meeting point. You little brat from Daxia, you don't need to tell me this." Then they loosened the restraints on Lin Jiang, and he looked back at his younger brother who was under control, and then quickly rushed towards the meeting point. But at this time, Lin he did not feel the danger at all, and still repeatedly emphasized, "My brother has already gone to cooperate with you, and you must do what you promised me." "Hey, don't worry." Tianyun Volcano, East 30 area. In order to facilitate defense, Daxia Lingwei divided 100 areas in each of the 4 directions of Tianyun Volcano. The volcano in the middle also has 50 areas, with a total of 550 people. It may not seem like much, but Daxia Lingwei is originally the elite of the elite, and the entire Eastern 3rd Detachment plus the reserve team can barely gather so many people. In previous years, the Beast Control College entrance examination certainly did not require so many people to defend, but this year was an exception under the naked threat of Fuso secret guards. As soon as Lin Jiang arrived at the East 30 area, he was stopped by someone and asked, "Lin Jiang, I just heard a pretty fierce fight coming from the area you are responsible for." What's going on? With such a condescending tone, someone might have thought that he was already an official spiritual guard. But in fact, he is a reserve team member like Lin Jiang. But he has been promoted to level 20 because of taking the tempering beads, and he is only one step away from becoming an official spiritual guard. It's none of your business. Lin Jiang replied in a bad tone, and then walked into the team. Humph, a guy who hasn't made a breakthrough yet dares to be so crazy. I'm waiting to see you kicked out of the reserve team. After no one came, Guo Linshan, the captain of the third team, started counting points. 548, 549. One person is missing. Guo Linshan's expression changed. This was an emergency situation that required the examination to be interrupted. But at this time, someone shouted loudly, "Report to the captain." Sun Hao, who is in charge of the North 57 area, suddenly suffered from diarrhea just before receiving the news. Please let me report first and give you a message. He will be here soon. Guo Linshan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but he also snorted. Unorganized and undisciplined. I will teach this guy a lesson later. But what he didn't see was that cold sweat began to break out on Lin Jiang's forehead when he heard this in the assembled team. But what people fear most often happens. Just when he was extremely uneasy, a signal bomb exploded in the northern sky, and it was extremely gorgeous. It's a flare. There's an emergency. The Daxia spirit guards, whom Guo Linshan called undisciplined, became unified in their movements at this moment, and the expressions on their faces were extremely resolute, waiting for Guo Linshan's orders, even those in the reserve team. But if you look carefully, you will find that there is one person who is always half a beat slower, with sweat on his face. The reserve team will inform all students that the exam is over and gather at the entrance of the formation. Everyone else will go to the North 57 area with me. Guo Linshan ordered loudly. Yes. Everyone moved in unison, and the reserve team quickly separated from the team and then spread out to look for students all over the examination room. Fortunately, they have a special way to locate students, and that is the Beastmaster badge. This is one of the reasons why candidates are required to wear badges. The rest of the people followed Guo Linshan and rushed towards the North 57 area. They were all beast control masters above level 20. Although they could not fly yet, they had mastered the skills of beast control armor. With the help of the beast control armor, they increased their speed and quickly arrived at the North 57 area. The first one to arrive was naturally the most powerful flying Guo Linshan, and he immediately saw Sun Hao lying on the ground and two familiar figures beside him. The two of them were Su Yao and Wang Zi, and all three of them were a little embarrassed. Sun Hao's arms were empty. Wang Zi had a fired flare in his hand, but Su Zhe was not here. Why are you? What happened here? Where are Su Zhe and the others? After Guo Linshan landed, he checked Sun Hao, who fell on the ground, and asked with a frown. Logically speaking, the three of them should not act separately. Fortunately, although Sun Hao was very miserable now that he had lost both arms, his life was still saved. Su Yao looked a little frightened and said, Su Zhe, and we heard the sound of a fierce fight not far away. When we rushed over, we happened to see a group of guys in black clothes besieging the spiritual guard brother. At this time, other great Xia spirit guards also arrived one after another. Listening to their stories and looking at the tragic situation of their companions, their expressions were filled with sadness but also a hint of determination. It must be those stupid Fuso secret guards. They found some way to sneak in. Su Yao continued, those people are very strong. Brother Lingwei was completely suppressed and beaten. We also hid aside and did not dare to say anything. And it was as if those people knew the location of Brother Lingwei's hidden flare in advance, and they shot the flare away from his arms first. But fortunately, they seemed to be in a hurry. They stood in the distance and delivered a fatal blow before turning around and leaving. Su Zhe took advantage of this moment to stand in front of Brother Lingwei and use his natural beast control skills to block the aftermath of the attack. Brother Lingwei was seriously injured at this time, but he still insisted on guiding us to launch the signal bomb, and then Su Zhe followed him alone. In fact, the scene at that time was far more tragic than what Su Yao described. The men in black not only accurately knocked down the flares hidden in their arms, but also decisively chose to cut off Sun Hao's hands as a precaution after failing to kill him immediately during the fight. Then he left behind a continuous damage skill similar to a tornado blade, trying to kill Sun Hao slowly and fly away, as if he was in a hurry. And Suze only appeared when they left to block the remaining power of the skill. As for the complete skill, he couldn't receive it. Then he asked Su Yao and the two to stay and wait for the Daxia spirit guards to come, while he continued to rush towards the volcano alone, but it looked like he was chasing the group of Fuso secret guards. Hearing this, Guolinshan frowned and said, "Nonsense. What's the use of catching up with his strength?" He thought Suze wanted to go alone to stop the Fusong secret guards. While he was touched by his spirit, he couldn't help but worry about Suze's safety. Don't be afraid of sacrifice, and be the first to die. This boy is simply a born great Xia spirit guard. Little did they know that Suze just found a suitable reason to go to the volcano to hatch the eggs quickly to avoid any trouble. Even he himself didn't know that the destination coincided with the Fuso secret guard. Su Yao continued to add, "By the way, if I read correctly, one of the candidates for this exam named Lin, he was caught by the group of men in black and acted together." Lin He. Guolinshan felt that the name seemed familiar. Someone nearby reminded, "Captain of the detachment, there is a man named Lin Jiang in the reserve team. He is Lin He's brother." Obviously, he had guessed that something was wrong with Lin Jiang. If he admired Suze just now, he now despised the Lin brothers. But the top priority now is to stop the Fusong secret guards conspiracy. As for Lin Jiang, we will deal with it later through military law. The gap between people is sometimes bigger than that between people and dogs. Guolinshan snorted coldly. Although we are at a disadvantage now, it is a big mistake for them to take away the candidates and act together. Sure enough, they immediately detected that Lin He's badge was moving quickly and was constantly approaching the volcano. Guolinshan also noticed at this time that the location of Suze's badge was also on the way to the volcano from here. Nothing will happen to this kid. Guolinshan admired Suze more and more now and didn't want anything to happen to him. "Everyone else, come with me." Everyone quickly chased towards the volcano, while the few people who stayed behind were responsible for sending Suze and the others back to the entrance of the formation. On the way, the two of them kept looking back with worried faces, worried about Suze's safety, but they also knew that going back with their own strength would only cause trouble. "Don't worry, Captain Guo brought so many people there. There are only a few Fuso people. There won't be any problem. I hope." "Captain, there was a brat who just helped the Great Xia Spirit Guard block the final attack and let him survive. Why don't you let me kill them all?" Not far from Tianyin Volcano, a Fuso secret guard couldn't help but ask. Although they left in a hurry, they were of a much higher level than Suze, so they knew exactly what happened at the moment they left. "It was an accident that we met the Great Xia Ling Wei, and we were delayed. If everything hadn't gone smoothly afterwards, I would have suspected that that boy was plotting against us regardless of his brother's safety. So there is no need to continue to waste time for an insignificant little cub." "Yes, Captain." The captain did not answer immediately, but raised his eyebrows and said, "Can you understand our language?" Lin He replied, "I have been interested in Fusong culture since I was a child, so I studied some on my own." The captain seemed very happy when he heard this. "Very good. By the way, what you just said is right. That person is indeed who you described." Lin He immediately said with a distorted expression, "That's him, Suze." "Captain, you promised me to help me kill him. Why did you let him go just now?" As if he had forgotten that his life was still in the opponent's hands. Before he could finish his words, the captain reached out and stopped him. "Hey, I can't say that. Although there was a little hiccup, if it weren't for their brothers, we wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly." Then he put Lin He down and said, "I will do what I promised you, but don't you think it would be more interesting if you kill him yourself? Of course, come on, look here." He took out the 8-foot mirror from his arms that had broken the formation and sent them in, and asked Lin He to look at it. I saw dazzling rays of light heading towards his eyes, making his eyes gradually lose focus. The group of Fusong secret guards seemed to have just walked in the direction of Tianyin Mountain. What did these guys want to do? Suze became more and more uneasy as he thought about it. I'm afraid he can feel at ease only if he hatches the diamond-level monster in his hand as soon as possible. After all, a monster of this level can reach level 30 or 40 even in its infancy. With the suppression of bloodline level, It can even defeat a level 50 golden monster. Then he quickly quickened his pace and ran towards the volcano. Just when he finally arrived at the foot of Tianyun volcano and prepared to climb, the sound of fierce fighting suddenly came from halfway up the mountain ahead. What happened again? Suze muttered. He stood at the foot of the mountain and looked around, and saw that the Fuso secret guards halfway up the mountain were stopped again, but this time they were not able to get through so easily, because in front of them were more than a dozen elite warriors from the Beastmaster Association, led by Yu Xinghua. Finally, I've blocked you. The little devils from Fuso, Yu Xinghua said from the front of the intercepting team. The reason why they moved faster than the Great Xia Spirit Guard is because they were on the outside of the formation. After Su Yiming noticed that there was something wrong with the formation, Xiao Su, the president of the Beast Controlling University, ordered someone to notify the people from the Beast Controllers Association to conduct a careful search around the formation. Sure enough, they found traces that someone had hidden there, so they immediately called everyone together. Just at this time, a message requesting support came from within the formation, so they opened a gap in the formation according to the message and rushed to Tianyun volcano from close range. I didn't expect that in order to deal with us people, not only Guo Linshan but also Yu Xinghua were dispatched. Together with Xiao Su, who maintained the formation, the three masters of Beishan City gathered here today. The secret guard captain said with a smile. He didn't seem to be frightened or uneasy by the strength of his enemy, but rather a little excited. Yu Xinghua was exhausted after coming all the way and gasped. Captain Takashi Yano of the 5th Squadron of Fuso Secret Guards is personally dispatched. We must pay attention to it. But what about the deputy captain who is always around you? He is not waiting at home to take your place. Yano Takashi, who is in charge of the 5th Squadron, has been responsible for interfering with the normal holding of the Daxia Beast Control College entrance examination in recent years. He can be said to be an old rival. Both sides have their own victories and defeats, and indeed many talented candidates have been harmed by them. But in the past, it was just a small fight, and this was the first time that an entire detachment of elites had been brought over like this. Fuso secret guards are good at concealment, tracking, and assassination, and are not good at frontal breakout battles. But after all, the Beast Controllers Association is not a military organization like the Great Xia Lingwei, and the number of people is much smaller, so it is not that they have no chance of breaking out and rushing up the mountain. As for Yu Xinghua and the others, they just wanted to stop the Fusang secret guards and wait for the Daxia spirit guards behind them to catch up. This is a race against time. As Yano Takashi and Yu Xinghua flew into the sky in tacit agreement, those who stayed on the ground also summoned their own beasts to fight. Beast masters above level 60 will not only gain the ability to fly, but will also experience radical changes in combat effectiveness. Therefore, generally speaking, people of this level will rise into the air during battles to avoid accidentally injuring their own people in the aftermath of the battle. In this level of battle, Lin He looked like a rootless duckweed. He shouted loudly, "Don't hit me, don't hit me. I am a candidate kidnapped by these Fuso people. Please save me." People from the Beastmaster Association did learn that a candidate had been kidnapped from correspondence with Daxia Lingwei. So he deliberately avoided Lin He with his attack, and even made him run towards the top of the mountain behind him. Lin He carefully walked through the center of the battle and came to the rear of the Beast Controllers Association. But as if he still didn't feel safe enough, he continued running towards the top of the mountain. Everyone just thought he was scared and didn't think it was that strange. But what Suze could see clearly at the foot of the mountain was that Lin He had left the battlefield far behind, but was still running towards the top of the mountain without any signs of slowing down. Although he didn't know what Lin He was going to do, Tianyun Volcano was related to Suze's egg hatching business, and he didn't want any accidents to happen. It's just that the battlefield in front of him has sealed the road up the mountain. If he wants to go up the mountain, he has to pass through the battlefield on Fuso's side first, even if he's not looking for death. Just when he was at his wit's end, there was the sound of flying through the air behind him. He looked up and saw Guo Linshan, who was rushing over in a hurry, standing in the air and saying seriously, "You are indeed here, kid. The battlefield here is no longer something you can set foot on, so go back quickly." Since Guo Linshan, the leader of the detachment, appears, it means that the other Great Xia spirit guards are not far away from here. Sure enough, Suze heard the dense and thick footsteps within a moment. Then a group of people ran past him uniformly, rushed out of the foot of the mountain, and charged toward the battlefield halfway up the mountain with full murderous intent. Fuso's devils, if you dare to hurt my brother, please give me your life. Go back, we are here. Guolinshan gave one final warning, and then flew towards the battlefield above. Okay. Suze nodded heavily and agreed. Yu Xinghua in the air finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Although his level is comparable to that of Yano Takashi, he is already old after all and will become a little incapable of fighting for a long time. As soon as Guolinshan joined in, the situation was reversed in a 2-on-1 attack. On the ground, the powerful members of the Beast Controllers Association, who were almost unable to hold on anymore, also completely suppressed the Fuso secret guards after the Daxia spirit guards joined. Haha, little devil, it seems your plan is going to fail. Yu Xinghua looked down at the battle situation on the ground and laughed loudly. Yano Takashi, who was struggling to hold on under the siege of the two men, secretly glanced in the direction of the top of the mountain and said, "Who knows?" This glance was not noticed by the two of them. At the foot of the mountain, Suze naturally didn't really leave. He took advantage of the opportunity when the Fuso secret guards were completely suppressed and began to run towards the top of the mountain quickly. In order to make himself faster, he also asked the Void Spirit Turtle to lie behind him and use the laser water gun, relying on the reaction force to rush forward. Da Xiaolingwei, who took the initiative on the battlefield, knew that this was a candidate that their captain was very concerned about, so they did not stop him and even took the initiative to help him get out of the way. This allowed Su Zhe to reach the top of the mountain very smoothly. The intense high temperature forced him to ask the Void Spirit Turtle to turn its gun head from time to time and spray some water on him. Even if you are wet, the water will evaporate due to the high temperature in a moment. And when they arrived here, Su Zhe also saw Lin He's figure. He stood next to the crater and accepted the high temperature, but unlike himself who could continuously cool down, the clothes on his body had been burned and only pieces of clothing remained. The whole body was covered in large areas of burns, covered in blisters, and had the color of cooked meat. But he seemed to feel no pain. He was holding a strange bronze mirror in his hand. The bronze mirror spit something like a red crystal toward the crater. He also felt Suze chasing after him and turned his head. There was almost no intact part of the face facing the magma. The flesh was so rotten and detached that even the bones were exposed, and the exploded eyeballs must have lost their vision. It was a miracle that he was still alive in this state, but he still knew that the person behind him was Suze. At this time, the bronze mirror in his hand also completely spit out the thing. It was a red crystal core the size of a human head, which fell straight into the blood-red lava below. After the red crystal core was swallowed by the lava, the volcano fell silent in an instant. But the next moment, the ground shook violently. The lava began to roar violently, and the violent sound lingered in everyone's ears. Not only at the foot of the mountain, but also Su Yao and Wang Zi, who had rushed to the entrance of the formation and were about to go out, also felt the strong shock. Is the volcano really going to erupt? Wang Zi asked Su Yao with wide eyes. Before Su Yao finished speaking, he saw some lava suddenly spewing out of the volcano crater in the distance, and the earthquake on the earth became more intense. Micro's mouth really exploded, and those students who were still confused and didn't know why the exam was terminated suddenly became confused. Volcano, it's a volcano. The volcano is about to erupt. Everyone run. People rushed towards the narrow exit of the formation, pushing each other to escape. But there were too many candidates and the exit was too narrow, making it impossible to escape in a short time. Everyone complained. Why is it that at this time, the exams have been cancelled? This formation breaking method is still not lifted? Isn't it to prevent us from cheating? Wang Zi and Su Yao, who were at the end of the team, looked behind them from time to time, but never saw the figure coming back. At this time, Su Zhe, who was next to the crater, narrowly avoided several bursts of magma spewing out of the crater. What on earth did you do? Su Zhe, wrapped in a water ball, rushed to the crater and asked, looking at the crystal core swallowed by the lava. Su Zhe didn't intend to ask anything from his zombie-like appearance. But since he just caused the volcano to erupt in advance, maybe he has a way to stop it. He took out the diamond-level monster egg from the system space. The 3 fiery red lines on the egg became more vivid after feeling the high temperature around the volcano, like 3 flame ribbons wrapped around the egg. Then Suze lifted the monster egg above the crater and threw it down. But just like throwing a pebble into the sea, you can only watch it being swallowed by the lava without causing any waves. The earth is still trembling, and the magma is still surging. Suze didn't pay attention to him. He believed that even now it seemed to have no effect. But as the diamond-level monster egg hatches, it will require more and more heat, which will definitely cool the volcano. The 3 people fighting in the sky immediately changed their expressions after feeling the changes in the volcano below. But the difference is that Yano Takashi looked proud after the success of his plan, while Guolinshan and Yu Xinghua looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. It's Lin He. Before you came, we rescued Lin He, who was kidnapped by the secret guards. He seemed to have gone up the mountain after that. Guolinshan glared at Yano Takashi, who had been suppressed by the 2 of them, and said, "What on earth did you do?" Yano Takashi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Ho ho, your country's defenses are so strict. Naturally, you can only approach the volcano with the help of your own people." Yano Takashi knew very well that Daxiao would definitely guard against letting them get close to the volcano. Perhaps only the people of Daxiao had this possibility. So the moment he used the power of the 8-foot mirror to control Lin He had already thought about using everyone to cover the controlled Lin He to complete the task. To this end, he even placed the 8-foot mirror on him. They couldn't help but look at the volcano behind them, and Yano Takashi seized this opportunity and waved from afar. I saw the 8-foot mirror suspended in the air next to the crater that had completed its mission, suddenly turned into a stream of light, and quickly fell into Yano Takashi's hands. The moment the bronze mirror left, Lin He immediately seemed to have lost the power to support him in this half-dead state. He let out a shrill scream, and then fell headlong into the lava in front of him. Apart from the fleeting aroma of burnt meat, not even a handful of ashes was left behind. No, Guolinshan and Yu Xinghua both turned around and grabbed the bronze mirror that flew back, but they were a step too late after all. The 8-foot mirror fell into the hands of Yano Takashi, and then it bloomed with bright light and forced the 2 people back. That's the 8-foot mirror. You actually brought the artifact that suppressed the national destiny this time. Guolinshan was very puzzled. Even if they succeeded in completely destroying the Beast Control College entrance examination of Qinglong Beast Control University this time. However, there are 4 other Beast Masters in Daxia. It is impossible for the younger generation of Beast Masters in Daxia to stop working. There is even a risk of losing the artifact in Daxia. Is this really worth it for Fuso? Or do they actually have other purposes? Guolinshan didn't have time to think carefully before he was forced to retreat by the divine light emitted from the 8-foot mirror in Yano Takashi's hand. He crossed his arms in front of his chest to resist the erosion of the divine light, and soon the beast control armor on his arms was completely dissolved. Yu Xinghua, who has lived longer and has seen more, immediately said, "This is definitely not a real 8-foot mirror. If it were a real 8-foot mirror, we would have been dead long ago, and there would be no way to stop it." Yano Takashi said unabashedly, "Yes, I can't use the real artifact, the 8-foot mirror. This is just an imitation, but it's enough to deal with you." Although it was just an imitation, it was imbued with so much power that the original 8-foot mirror even lost its divine light. Therefore, at most it can exert about 50% to 60% of its power. Otherwise, it would not be able to suppress the power of the 80-level monster crystal core. It's just that it can only use power but cannot replenish it. After breaking the formation and the consumption of suppressing the crystal core, it can now only exert about 30 to 40% of its power. The reason why it was so troublesome was to prevent the 8-foot mirror from falling into Daxiao's hands. Yano Takashi turned the mirror to the ground again, helping his men get rid of the joint suppression of Daxiao's Spirit Guard and the Beastmaster Association. Our mission has been completed. Everyone has begun to retreat, as many as possible. After hearing the order, the Fuso secret guards immediately took advantage of this opportunity to quickly leave the battlefield and quickly ran towards the foot of the mountain. After giving the order, Yano Takaya held up the imitation 8-foot mirror while watching out for Guolinshan, and the 2 began to retreat slowly. After all, it was a consumable, so he didn't think about using the power of the 8-foot mirror to kill the 2 people in front of him. Guolinshan did not choose to catch up, but said, "Mr. Yu, I have to trouble your Beast Masters Association to stop these people. Due to the reinforcement of the formation, they can only leave through the exit, but the candidates have not yet completely evacuated, and their safety must be ensured." He was naturally referring to Guolinshan and the Daxia spirit guards on the ground below him, who raised their heads solemnly and waited for his orders. Guolinshan said solemnly, "We have to find a way to prevent the eruption of the volcano. Once the Tianyun volcano erupts under the catalysis of the 80-level monster crystal core, several nearby cities, including Beishan City, will not be spared. As the Great Xia Spirit Guard, we will never allow this to happen." Yu Xinghua looked up at the formation that was held down like a giant bowl and was gradually strengthening, and said, "Then you may have underestimated how cruel this kid is. I don't think this formation is just prepared to prevent candidates from cheating." Guolinshan also looked up at the formation at this time and said, "If the formation arranged by Xiao Su really has the power to prevent the eruption of Tianyun volcano, I won't have any complaints even if I am trapped and die here. But even the Fuso secret guards can infiltrate without being discovered. I don't trust this formation, so stopping the volcano from erupting is what we must do. Without further ado, let's go our separate ways." He turned to the Daxia spirit guards below, raised his arms and shouted, "Daxia spirit guards, be the first to die. Everyone, follow me to stop the eruption of Tianyun volcano. Even if we fail, the lava will flow through our bodies first." Everyone also echoed loudly. The great Xiao Lingwei should be the first to die. No one caught up with Guolinshan without any hesitation. Then he shouted loudly, "But our Beastmaster Association cannot just be compared to others. Let's protect the hope of the younger generation together." When Guolinshan reached the top of the mountain, he saw Su Zhe, who was completely wrapped in a water ball. From time to time, he would put his head out of the water ball to breathe, and then dive back in before the water was completely evaporated. But even so, Su Zhe did not choose to go down the mountain, which moved Guolinshan. "My child, human power cannot shake the power of God. Not to mention you are too weak to stop the eruption of the volcano. Leave this place to me. You can go down the mountain first." Su Zhe was confused and didn't know what he meant. Guolinshan used his own strength to open a barrier to isolate the heat, and Su Zhe was finally able to escape from the water polo. He said, "Captain Guo, I can't fly. If the volcano erupts, I won't be able to escape with my speed. If you can stop it from erupting, I won't have to escape, so I don't think it is necessary to go down the mountain." Although the system said that once the monster egg hatched, it would automatically sign a contract with Su Zhe, but he was still afraid of any accidents. After all, this is a diamond-level monster. If someone picks it up, he will cry to death, so there is no way he can go down the mountain. This actually made Guolinshan appreciate him even more. Over the years, Guolinshan has participated in dozens of Beast Control College entrance examinations and met countless candidates. But Su Zhe's talent is also one of the best. What is even more rare is his patriotism and love for the people. While they were talking, the rest of the Daxia spirit guards also climbed to the top of the mountain and spread around the crater. Guolinshan arranged, "Okay, now it's up to us to see if we can calm down this irritable guy. Those who have contracted water and ice attribute beasts will be the first to go out." Suddenly 100 or 200 people walked out of the team. Under the command of Guolinshan, they manipulated the power of the beasts in an attempt to fight against natural disasters with manpower. But the lava in the crater seems to be alive, as if it is very dissatisfied with being cooled by water and cold air. The gushing magma directly pushed back the cold air and water flow of the beast, and then fell back into the crater. If he looked around him at this moment, he would see that Su Zhe looked guilty, because he had just seen clearly that there was actually a fiery red egg in the lava, which controlled the lava to counterattack and then fell back. Does it have the ability to control lava before it is fully hatched? The reason why it resists is because it feels the temperature of the magma drops, and its hatching is affected, right? Su Zhe guessed in his mind. At this time, seeing that water and ice failed to work, Guolinshan asked the Earth attribute beast masters to come out, trying to seal the crater with earth. But it still had little effect, and the volcano could even erupt with greater power after being sealed for a while. Guolinshan couldn't help but cursed. Damn it. Even if I use my body to fill it up today, I will still fill up this volcano like you. And while the Daxia spirit guards here were thinking about how to stop the volcanic eruption, Yano Takashi led the Fuso secret guards who escaped to find an edge of the formation at random. Compared with when he came in, he had lost more than half of his men. At this time, he wanted to rely on the 8-foot mirror in his hand to break the formation as before. But perhaps because the power of the imitation 8-foot mirror had declined, the formation was still operating normally, and he was not able to succeed. Yano Takashi raised his head bitterly, and then cursed at someone unknown. Then he led his men towards the exit of the formation with a gloomy face. The 8-foot mirror can no longer open the formation. We can only go out through the exit. He also knew that because of the delay, Daxia had definitely arranged manpower at the exit to prevent them from escaping. But when he arrived at the exit, he couldn't hide his excitement. Old man you, why are you and these little kids the only ones here? Where are Guolinshan and his Daxia Lingard? Yu Xinghua snorted coldly. We are enough to deal with you rogue soldiers. Yano Takashi seemed to have guessed something. He turned back and looked in the direction of the volcano and mocked. Isn't he trying to lead people to prevent the volcano from erupting? Haha, that's so stupid. Is this the Great Xia Spirit Guard, which is known as the most powerful military force in the world? I don't think it's more than that. It's actually led by such a stupid person. Hearing this, Yu Xinghua snorted coldly and flew towards Yano Takashi. You devils with no faith and no bottom line naturally cannot understand this kind of spirit, but this is why our Spirit Guard army in Daxia can become the #1 military force in the world. He was wearing golden beast-controlling armor, and the heart-protecting armor on his chest looked like a roaring lion. A head full of white hair flying like flames and a lion's mane. As soon as the two of them fought, Yano Takashi felt something was wrong. Yu Xinghua's moves became more powerful and powerful than before, as if he had returned to his best form when he was young. Old man you, are you burning your own life force? Aren't you afraid that you will die if you hit him? Yano Takashi exclaimed when he saw this. Yu Xinghua smiled nonchalantly and said, My biggest regret when I was young was not being able to join the Great Xia Spiritual Guard. Today I just want to experience the feeling of being a deceased person. Yano Takashi cursed angrily while resisting Yu Xinghua's offensive. Madman, you Daxia people are all madmen. Faced with Yu Xinghua unleashing his full power, Yano Takashi could only rely on the remaining strength of the replica Yada no Kagami in his hand to contend with him. On the ground, the Fusang guards, having the advantage in numbers, pressed towards the exit of the formation. Fortunately, most of the test takers have already left. Of the original 100,000 test takers, only about 5,000 remain. Su Yao and Wang Zi were also among them, at the very end of the line, preparing to leave last. While most people were desperately trying to escape under the threat of the Fusang guards, they still occasionally turned back to watch the battlefield slowly advancing towards them. Even the Beast Tamer Association and the people from Fusang have started to withdraw. Why hasn't Brother Su Zhe returned yet? Su Yao said anxiously. Wang Zi comforted him. It's all right, the Great Xia Spirit Guards haven't returned yet either. Maybe Su Zhe is with the Spirit Guards right now. Their Captain Gui seems to think highly of Su Zhe, so you don't need to worry. I hope so. Like them, Lin Jiang, a member of the Lingwei Reserve team, was also looking back absent-mindedly as he organized the candidates' evacuation. He didn't see Lin He among the Japanese guards, and muttered, Xiao He isn't with them. Was he released? Or, Lin Jiang also knew that the second scenario was more likely, since no one would carry a burden that was unrelated to them when they were fleeing for their life. Just then, accompanied by another violent shaking of the ground, a commotion suddenly came from the exit of the formation. Wait a minute, we haven't gone out yet. The news that the formation was about to close also caused the powerful members of the Beast Tamer Association to waver for a moment. After all, they were not the Great Xia Spirit Guards. The Japanese guards seized this opportunity, and driven by their will to survive, they unleashed astonishing power, breaking through the defenses in one fell swoop. He then engaged in combat with the examinees who had not yet evacuated from the entrance of the formation, as well as the prepared spirit guards. Su Yao and Wang Zi were no exception. In fact, Because they were at the back of the group, they were the first to face the enemy. In just one exchange, Su Yao and Wang Zi each flew away carrying their heavily injured beasts. Fortunately, due to the numerous battles they had fought, the group of Japanese guards were now covered in wounds and exhausted. Although the candidates were far inferior in ability, their sheer number made up for it, and they were actually able to stop them. The members of the Beastmaster Association seized the opportunity to return and defend in time, and by this time, they had also made up their minds. He shouted, "The rest of you candidates, get out of here quickly. Leave as many as you can. We'll take care of this place." However, accompanied by a series of violent shaking, the formation closed at an accelerated rate. Just when the entrance had shrunk to only allow one person to pass through, there were still nearly 1,000 examinees inside the formation. The candidates crowded at the exit were all desperately trying to grab the last spot. It's unclear who managed to squeeze through by sheer luck. With the formation completely sealed, the scene fell into a deathly silence, and even the two sides engaged in battle temporarily stopped. After using the Yada mirror imitation to block Yu Sheng's attack once again, Yano Takashi said from the air, "Looks like you've been abandoned. Then come and die with me, huh?" As he laughed, the ground trembled more violently, and a loud bang came from the crater. People desperately leaned on each other. Completion. Outside the formation, Su Yiming rushed to Xiao Su, who was preparing to seal it, and questioned him in a panic. "Principal, there are still many examinees who haven't come out yet, including Captain Gua's spirit guards and Elder Yu's beast tamers. Isn't it inappropriate to seal the formation like this?" Xiao Su glanced at him and said, "This formation should have been sealed long ago. I've given Guo Linshan and the others plenty of time, but we still couldn't stop the eruption of Tianyun volcano. This formation is the last line of defense, used to protect all the nearby cities. What's the use of letting them all leave the formation if we don't seal it off? Unless they are level 50 or above beast tamers who can fly, they will all die in the face of an erupting volcano." Su Yiming knew that what he said made sense, and that he was just a person with little influence and could not change the overall situation. He could only silently pray that his daughter Su Yao and his old friend's orphan son Su Zhe had successfully escaped. After all, there were nearly 100,000 examinees this time, and he was also here to maintain the formation, so he didn't know whether Su Zhe and Su Yao had withdrawn or not. That kid Su Zhe has always been shrewd and cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so suspicious and wary of me since we were little, Su Yiming said with a wry smile. He must have sensed the danger early on and escaped with Yao Yao, right? At that moment, Suzy, who was near the crater, sneezed. He muttered to himself, "Strange, how could I catch a cold in such a hot place?" Ahead of Su Zhe, Guo Linshan tried various methods and finally led all the great Xia spirit guards to seal the volcano with pure spiritual power. This time, the volcano seems to have finally given in and gradually stabilized. Just as Guo Linshan breathed a sigh of relief, a powerful force suddenly shattered the barrier formed by their mental energy. Everyone coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Guo Linshan looked up at the shimmering array barrier above and said, "It's up to you now. You must hold on." The volcano trembled violently, causing the surrounding ground to shake continuously. Everyone, whether inside or outside the formation, felt the ground shaking beneath their feet. People couldn't help but look towards the volcano, witnessing the immense power of nature that was about to claim their lives. Xiao Su also stood ready with a serious expression, prepared to face the impact of the volcanic eruption on the formation. Yano Takashi looked with great anticipation at the hell on earth that he was about to create. People could see with their naked eyes that the volcano had reached its limit and was about to erupt with a trembling roar, and everyone's heart was in their throat. Finally, a blazing aura erupted first, accompanied by a loud bang. Logically, lava should have followed closely behind with a powerful eruption. But after people waited anxiously for a long time, the volcano gradually subsided. People looked completely bewildered. Guo Linshan didn't understand what he had been fighting so hard for, and Yano Takashi's cruel smile froze on his face. It feels like taking a laxative, holding it in for ages without finding a toilet, and just when you're about to give up and poop in your pants, you realize it was just a fart, a false alarm. Yano Takashi was the one who gave the laxatives, and he would definitely think that he bought fake medicine. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a fiery red streak of light suddenly shot out. Like a shooting star flying backwards, it shot straight into the sky and struck the light screen of the formation. The formation held out for only a moment before being completely shattered by the stream of light. A phoenix, its body entirely golden red, wreathed in flames, and with long tail feathers, stretched out its form in the air and let out a loud cry. You provided the Global Beast Taming Guide from the Master Trilobite Clover. I give one beast taming egg every day. Everyone looked at the phoenix bird flying into the sky with astonishment on their faces. In addition to the formation, Xiao Su originally felt very bad because the formation was broken, but then he was deeply attracted by Feng Yao's figure. But Su Yiming pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with trembling hands, almost poking his own eyes, and said excitedly, "No, this is not a phoenix. I remember seeing this kind of monster in a book in the school library, the golden-feathered phoenix. A diamond-level monster with the bloodline of the mythical beast phoenix. It is a powerful monster at the same level as the dragon master Shaosheng's natal beast, the Biyun dragon." But then he said a little strangely, "But judging from the size, this should still be a juvenile phoenix bird, and it should not have the strength to break through the formations arranged by all our teachers." At this time, Xiao Su sat up and said with fiery eyes, "This is not surprising. Monsters like them with the blood of divine beasts are easily coveted by other beings when they are very weak, when they have just broken out of their shells. So they will absorb and accumulate powerful power before they break out of their shells, so that they can have a short period of powerful power to deal with powerful enemies as soon as they are born. This is also the reason why the more powerful monsters take longer to hatch, and just in time. In order to induce a volcanic explosion, the Fuso secret guards invested in 80-level monster crystal core. Xiao Su knew very well that neither the 80-level monster crystal core nor the power of the volcano could break through the formation he had personally set up. But the golden feather phoenix bird was able to absorb and unify the two powers, breaking through his formation in one fell swoop. But what others noticed was the hidden message in Xiao Su's words. The diamond-level monster in front of me, the golden feather phoenix, is a new monster that has just broken out of its shell. The reason why there are so few beast masters who can contract with diamond-level monsters is because they are so powerful in combat that they are difficult to capture. On the other hand, because of the noble blood, it is difficult for humans to sign contracts. Currently, there are only two ways to sign a contract with a diamond-level monster. One is to advance through bloodline. It is said that Dragon Controller Shaosheng's Biyun Dragon was not originally a diamond-level monster, but a gold-level python with green scales and golden patterns. In a fierce battle, the seriously injured green-scaled golden-patterned python awakened the blood of the ancient dragon in his body, and then shed his skin 9 times and became the green cloud dragon. However, this kind of opportunity can only come by chance, and the only known case is Shaosheng. The rest of the people used another method, relying on the monster's shell-breaking complex. The so-called shell-breaking complex means that a highly spiritual monster will recognize the first creature it sees after breaking out of its shell as its own parents, thus greatly increasing the possibility of the beast master signing a contract. Of course, this approach is not guaranteed to be successful. After all, monsters are not like humans. Many monsters do not have the concept of family affection. Some monsters even have the instinct to kill as soon as they open their eyes. Among them, the shell-breaking complex of birds and monsters is the most obvious and has the highest success rate. And now, the golden-feathered phoenix in front of them was a diamond-level monster that had just broken out of its shell, and their eyes were as fiery as Xiao Su's. But they also knew that with the presence of strong men like Xiao Su, Guo Linshan, Yu Xinghua, and even Fuso's Yano Takashi, their turn would not be at all possible. In the formation that was gradually disintegrating after being broken, Yano Takashi was originally upset because of the failure of the mission, but now he looked at the sky and became excited. Yu Xinghua also finished burning his own life at this time. He looked much older than before and said with a heavy breath, "Ho ho, fart your mother. This is a monster that appeared in our territory of Daxia, and it is related to your Fusong chicken feathers." Humph. The two people flew up and chased the phoenix bird in the sky. In the distance, there was a stream of light heading towards the phoenix bird. Although the distance was farther, the speed was also faster. At this time, Guolinshan, who was closest to the golden phoenix in the crater and had the best chance, did not make any move. Because he didn't realize what happened at all, he only knew that it was best that the volcano did not erupt. At this time, he also guessed that it was the firebird that was fighting with him in the lava just now. Now I am lying on the ground looking at it, feeling very angry, until Yu Xinghua passed by him and shouted, "Captain Gua, why are you still standing there? This is a newly born diamond-level monster. You must not let this guy from Fuso get away with the contract." Guolinshan suddenly became excited and stood up from the ground like a carp. Damn it, a diamond-level monster. How could there be a monster of this level in Tianyun Volcano? Although Guolinshan was puzzled, he still flew after him. For strong men in the air turned into streams of light and fought together. Yu Xinghua knew that given his age, even if he really contracted a diamond-level monster, it would be a waste. So he had no intention of fighting for it at all, but tried his best to hinder Yano Takashi. Guolinshan is the closest, but his beast is of the earth attribute, the bulkiest and not good at flying. So at this time, the closest person was actually Xiao Su, who came from the farthest distance. He had already reached Fengniao and felt the scorching temperature and the fierce heartbeat of his own. Once the contract is successful, he will have the opportunity to become the third-level 100 powerhouse in Daxia. At this time, the golden-feathered phoenix stretched its body in the air and sang loudly to celebrate its birth into this world. Then she looked suspiciously at the strange human being who looked excited but tried his best to look kind and smiling. The golden-feathered phoenix bird suddenly widened its eyes, and its whole body was filled with anger. It said in a very clear and sweet girl's voice, "Bah, you want to take advantage of the bird? I am still your mother. Go to hell." She pecked at Xiao Su suddenly, but Xiao Su was stunned and was pecked in vain. He wasn't surprised that a diamond-level monster could talk, but would a monster that had just emerged from its shell curse people? What he didn't know was that the monsters that had just broken out of their shells were indeed incapable of cursing. Their spirits were as blank as a newborn baby. But due to system reasons, the Golden Feather Phoenix signed a contract with Su Zhe as soon as it was born. Then part of Su Zhe's memory and mental power dyed the white paper black like ink. The Golden Feathered Phoenix spit out another line of hot fire from its mouth, causing Xiao Su to fly back and interrupt his thinking. She was still in the protective state of her newborn. The level 80 monster crystal core and the power of the volcano made Xiao Su not dare to resist. Then the golden feathered phoenix spit out flames and forced back Yano Takashi, who was holding an 8-foot mirror and wanted to put her into the mirror, and Guolinshan, who flew up slowly and didn't understand the situation. Then it swooped down. "No, the golden feathered phoenix wants to run away." Xiao Su shouted and chased after him. Although his attempt to use the shell-breaking complex to make a direct contract failed just now, as long as he catches the golden-feathered phoenix bird, he still has a chance to continue trying. However, the golden-feathered phoenix that landed on the top of the volcano did not run away. Instead, it circled around a tall and thin figure on the top of the mountain. That person was Su Zhe. He stretched out his right hand forward and straightened his palm. The golden-feathered phoenix bird twisted its head and then lowered its head slightly and gently pressed it against the palm of his hand. A diamond-colored luster formation emerged, which was the contract formation. Several people in the air looked at Su Zhe in disbelief. Raging flames emerged from the contract formation and surrounded Su Zhe and the golden feather phoenix. But the flame did not make Su Zhe feel any burning pain, only a warm feeling. Along with the flames, huge power surged towards Su Zhe's body through the beast control contract, helping him to quickly increase his mental power. Yano Takashi jumped out first and said, "This is impossible. Even the newly hatched diamond-level monster is over level 50. How can he successfully sign a contract with his mental power? Daxia's little brat, tell me, what tricks did you use?" Yano Takashi pressed forward step by step, but at this time Yu Xinghua and Guolinshan were also blocking Su Zhe's way. What do you want to do? Don't forget whose territory this is," Guolinshan said with a cold snort. Not to be outdone, Yu Xinghua said, "Little devil, I advise you not to think too much. The fight between us is not over yet." Only then did Yano Takashi wake up and realize his situation. Now there were 3 strong men of the same level surrounding him. Especially Xiao Su behind him made him feel unfathomable, sending chills down his spine. After calming down, Yano Takashi retreated quietly, then flew up to escape. Little devil, don't even think about running away. Yu Xinghua was still chasing after him. But only Yu Xinghua was chasing Yano Takashi. After all, although he was not interested in the golden feathered phoenix, others were. Xiao Su was still looking at Jinyu Fengyao and Suze blankly. His expression was very struggling and twisted. The principal of the Beast Control University seems to be a very high position, but in fact it is just a pension position. Xiao Su is stronger than Guolinshan and Yu Xinghua. He is still younger and obviously has a greater future, but he took the initiative to become the principal of Qinglong Beast Control University 6 years ago. It was because of a legend that caught wind and shadow, a legend about the advancement of ordinary beasts into diamond-level beasts. But now 6 years later, he has not found anything. But now, there is a ready-made diamond-level monster in front of him. How could he not be tempted? Seeing that the situation was a bit delicate, Guolinshan took 2 decisive steps forward to stand between Su Zhe and Xiao Su. He said, "Principal Xiao, your school has admitted a good youngster this year, and now he has contracted a young diamond-level monster. Does it require you to personally train him?" Guolinshan could see that Xiao Su couldn't let go of this diamond-level monster, but his words were obviously on Su Zhe's side. At this time, Xiao Su also calmed down and shifted his gaze from Su Zhe to Guolinshan. He said, "What Captain Gua said is wrong. This candidate is indeed excellent, but the exam has not ended yet. It does not mean that he is a student of my Qinglong Beast Control University, and diamond-level monsters are not a good thing for him. As we all know, the minimum level of a diamond-level monster is above level 50, and he seems to be less than level 20. If the level gap is too large, there is a risk of being backlashed by the monster's mental power." Xiao Su's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked very dangerous and said, "According to the constraints of the Beast Master Management Manual, the Beast Master Association has the right to forcibly terminate the contract in this case, and the Daxia Spirit Guard will also assist in the arrest if there is any obstruction. As the principal of the Beast Control University, I also have the obligation to assist. Captain Gua will not forget it, right?" Guolinshan's face looked a little ugly, but he still said, "Of course I will not forget this, but there are clear requirements for this in the manual. Only when it is confirmed that the other party is unable to control the monster beast and is at risk of losing control and causing a monster disaster, the Beast Controllers Association can intervene and forcibly terminate the other party's beast control contract. Otherwise, you just need to focus on observation. Principal Xiao has not forgotten this. This is natural." Then he waited quietly. In his opinion, Su Zhe's mental power was only a dozen levels. Generally speaking, monsters with levels higher than level 5 would run the risk of losing control. Diamond-level monsters were dozens of levels higher than Su Zhe. Even if he were lucky enough to sign, it would be impossible to control it. Once there were signs of losing control, he would take action to force the candidate in front of him to terminate the beast control contract. Xiao Su looked at the flames that were gradually dying down in front of him. The figures of a man and a bird had begun to emerge from the flames, and he said, "Captain Gua seems to think that I am targeting this candidate, just for this diamond-level monster? I admit that it is indeed selfish, but Captain Gua should not be unclear about it. Although there is a great risk in forcibly canceling the contract under external interference, in the worst case, you may become an idiot. But if he loses control and causes a demonic disaster, not only will his life be saved, but he will also bring danger to other people in Beishan City. I am also helping him and taking responsibility for all the citizens of Beishan City." Xiao Su said loudly. The so-called demon disasters are the 2 major disasters of beast masters alongside the beast tide. As the name suggests, a monster tide is a wave formed by the gathering of monsters. When there are too many monsters in a monster colony, in order to compete for living space, the monsters will launch a monster tide to attack human cities. This kind of small-scale beast tide occurs every once in a while, and the degree of danger is not high. It has even become a key assessment for students of the Beast Control University. But occasionally a large-scale beast tide breaks out, and thousands of monster beasts come in like a flood. That is a terrifying force that is enough to destroy a country. Compared with the beast tide, the demon disaster is not so terrifying. It refers to the demon beast contracted by the beast master who breaks away from the shackles of the contract for some reason. Judging from the scale of the demonic disaster seems to be much smaller than that of the beast tide, and it does not seem to be anything to worry about. But generally speaking, most of the beast tides are low-level monsters, and the destructive power of the monsters depends on the level of the beast master. In the history of Dacia, there was once a level 90 beast master who forcibly raised his beast master to level 100. In the end, he lost control and ate his own beast master on the spot, and then wreaked havoc. An out-of-control level 100 monster caused huge casualties to Dacia. In the end, it was the only level 100 war god at that time who came forward to solve this monster disaster. At this time, Suze finally received the power transmitted from the golden feather phoenix bird and pushed his level to level 23. The level of the other beast-controlling virtual turtle has also been kept in sync. But even so, there is still a huge level difference between Suze and golden feather phoenix. He checked the dashboard of Jinyu Fengniao and found that she was level 58. Race: golden feather phoenix. Bloodline of mythical beast phoenix. Bloodline: diamond level, can be upgraded. Level 58. Skills: death fire, sun flame, bathing in fire. Talent skills: phoenix fire, nirvana, 3 times. The golden feathered phoenix bird sensed Suze's gaze and immediately glanced at him warily. Then, it avoided Suze's gaze with its tail, as if to guard against a pervert. Suze also immediately realized that although the golden feather phoenix bird had signed a contract with him due to system reasons, but perhaps because of the large level difference, she is not as close to him as the void spirit turtle. The displeased look in Jin Yufengniu's eyes just now was immediately caught by Xiao Su. As expected, he thought so, and immediately gathered strength in his hands. Guo Linshan on the side also sighed when he saw this. Young boy Suze, after all, you are not lucky enough to endure a diamond-level monster. Just when Xiao Su was about to take action, Guo Linshan stopped him and said, "Wait a minute. What's wrong, Captain Guo? You, the captain of the great Xia Lingwei detachment who is not even afraid of death. Are you going to violate the rules for a young boy?" Xiao Su asked sharply. But Guo Linshan shook his head. "That's not what I meant. Principal Xiao might as well wait a little longer. I think Suze hasn't lost control of the beast yet." Xiao Su chuckled. "Hey, what nonsense is Captain Guo talking about? There is such a big difference in levels between them. How could it be possible?" But Xiao Su stopped talking before he finished speaking, and the expression on his face froze instantly. Because in front of his eyes, the figure of the golden feathered phoenix bird had disappeared, and instead, a pair of red wings with gold edges appeared behind Suze, which was full of light and sparkle. Being able to control the beasts into weapons and armors shows that they have a very high degree of control over the beasts. At least without external force, there will be no loss of control in a short period of time. Suze now unfolded the wings behind his back, and golden red flames continued to billow under the wings. This pair of gilded wings is a flying weapon formed after the golden feather phoenix was weaponized. It allows Suze to have the ability to fly while using the golden feather phoenix's skills. Even if Suze becomes a level 60 beastmaster in the future and can fly independently, the gilded wings can also greatly increase the flying speed. Suze couldn't wait to try the feeling of flying, so he immediately activated the wings behind him. The gilded wings were constantly fluttering with bright golden flames. This flame could not only accelerate flight, but also be used to attack. Then, with the golden flames setting off, he was sent into the air with an excited cheer. Suze was very unnatural at first, flying in a very awkward manner in the sky. From time to time, he would suddenly fall and scare himself so much that he screamed. But it didn't take long for Suze to become familiar with flying. After all, his flying ability was not a biological instinct, but a skill attached to the gilt wings behind him. He only needed to activate the skill to fly. Yo-ho! Suze was soaring happily in the sky. This feeling of flying freely was unmatched by flying in an airplane or riding a griffin. This was the feeling of truly conquering the sky, and Suze couldn't help but shout loudly. And when he lowered his head in joy, He happened to find Guolinshan and another middle-aged man standing on the top of the mountain looking at him. Suze didn't know the other person, but since he could stand with Guolinshan, his status would not be lower than his. Just when he wanted to land and say hello, he found that the gilded wings became unruly and had already reached the two of them. He accelerated again, and then took him flying to a higher place amidst bursts of exclamations. And a reply came from his spiritual world. "Why should I listen to you, a weak human being?" The voice was clear and sweet, and very proud. This is because the level gap between him and the Golden Feather Phoenix is too big, and the Golden Feather Phoenix has the innate arrogance brought by the blood of divine beasts, which makes her unwilling to obey a weak human being. Fortunately, Xiao Su below did not notice Su Zhe's state at this moment. He only thought that this was a show-off after he had just mastered the flying ability. Otherwise, he would definitely judge that he was at risk of losing control. But in fact, because the system contract is far more binding than a normal contract, the Golden Feather Phoenix can only make trouble and disobey orders, and is still far from losing control. Looking at Su Zhe, who was flying higher and higher, Guolinshan was also smiling. It looked like he was the one who contracted the diamond-level monster. Principal Xiao, since Su Zhe has transformed the Golden Feather Phoenix into a beast control weapon, I don't think there is any need to forcefully terminate the contract. Xiao Su also raised his head. Although his face was ugly, he finally took a deep breath and said, "That's natural, but you still need to pay more attention. After all, once the Golden Feathered Phoenix gets out of control, no one else except the three of us can do anything about it. Fortunately, he is a student at the Beast Control University, so I can keep an eye on his every move in school." Hearing this, Guolinshan's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Xiao Su and said, "Didn't Principal Xiao just say that Su Zhe was not a student of Beast Control University? Why did he change his mind now?" Xiao Su replied, "This candidate named Su Zhe, I have just witnessed his talent with my own eyes. There will definitely be no problem in entering the Beast Control University. As the principal, I can still make the decision. Is Principal Xiao really just interested in Su Zhe's talent?" Guolinshan said meaningfully. Xiao Su did not hide it. Of course it's not just that. The level difference between him and his own beast is always a hidden danger. Once the Golden Feathered Phoenix gets out of control, no one else in Beishan City can suppress it except you, me, and Yu Xinghua. Captain Gua and President Yu both hold important positions, so they certainly can't keep an eye on them every day. So this task can only be left to me, a casual worker, right? Guolinshan also knew that everything he said was true and reasonable, but he just couldn't let go. So he said, "Principal Xiao will definitely have no problem recruiting students on behalf of Qinglong Beast Control University. It's just that I just saw that Su Zhe's aura seemed to have exceeded level 20. I think there should be no problem in recruiting him into the Great Xia Spirit Guard, right?" Of course there is no problem. It's just that students in the past would go to Lingwei for internships when they are close to graduation. The freshman and sophomore courses are very tight. I'm afraid Su Zhe won't have that much time to follow Captain Gua to perform tasks. It doesn't matter. Su Zhe only needs to come to report once a week. President Yu and I will also come to the school to meet him from time to time. The two people on the top of the mountain were tit for tat. Guolinshan even brought out Yu Xinghua, who also admired Su Zhe very much. Only the two people representing the two forces made Xiao Su relent. At this time, Su Zhe finally regained control of his gilded wings high in the air. But now he no longer wants to fly back to say hello. After all, he just soared in front of others, and it would be very embarrassing to go back and say hello now. I don't know what happened to Su Yao and the others. They must have escaped. Then Su Zhe, who felt a little uneasy, also accelerated towards that direction. His judgment was correct. The bottom was indeed the original exit of the formation. With the formation broken, there are no formation barriers hindering the footsteps of these Fuso secret guards, and they can leave from any position. And as long as they are allowed to escape into the jungle, there is a high probability that they can escape with the superb concealment skills of the secret guards. But before the Fuso secret guard was happy about this sudden change, he felt a hot breath coming from above his head. It was Su Zhe who was carrying gilded wings. However, Su Zhe did not pay attention to them at this time, but looked at a familiar figure stained red with blood behind the crowd. His body was so obvious that he could see it clearly while still in the air, but now Suze was in no mood to tease him, because his best and only friend was beaten seriously while he was away. Just when the formation was about to close, the Fuso secret guards, driven by the will to survive, burst out with amazing power and broke through the defense line in one fell swoop. Then he got into a fight with the candidates and reserve spiritual guards who had not yet evacuated in front of the formation entrance. Su Yao and Wang Zi were the first to face the enemy because they were at the end of the team. They were both injured in just one encounter. Su Yao's originally fair skin turned pale due to excessive blood loss, which was heartbreaking. But Wang Zi's injuries were more serious. His body was covered with bright red blood, his eyes were closed tightly, and he lost consciousness. The most serious thing was the flaming ocelot lying lifeless in his arms. It blocked Wang Zi's fatal injury at the critical moment. However, Wang Zi's spirit was still greatly shocked by the death of the beast, and he fainted directly. The souls of the beast and the master are connected through a contract, so the death of the beast will affect the soul of the master, and when the injury is serious, it may even turn the person into an idiot. However, Wang Zi was just unconscious and had not reached that point yet, because when he was about to face death, the blazing leopard cat took the initiative to terminate the contract, minimizing the harm to Wang Zi. You are finally back. Wang Zi and I have been waiting for you. Su Yao looked at Su Ziqiang in front of her and said with a smile. But Su Zhe was already flying in the air, suppressing the anger in his heart, and said, "Give me a little more time. I will be back soon." Then he turned and looked at the Fuso secret guard behind him. They had a premonition that something bad was going to happen and were desperately trying to escape. But flying is faster than running. Suze dived and quickly caught up with a Fuso spirit guard. The hot death line of fire swung out from between his wings and instantly burned him to ashes amid the screams. 1, 2, 3. These Fuso secret guards who were just rejoicing that the formation was destroyed were now reduced to charcoal while wailing. There is no mercy for them. After all, if it hadn't been for the monster eggs dropped by Suze just now, the erupting Tianyun volcano would have completely covered up several nearby cities. By then, millions of Bactria's people will be reduced to coke like they are now. But considering the overall situation, Suze still left a few alive, only burning their legs to prevent them from escaping. Soon Suze caught up with the last person. He was the strongest and the first person to start running away after realizing something was wrong. But in the end, Suze pulled him out from the hidden shade of a tree, just like an eagle soaring in the sky using its sharp claws to catch a mouse hiding in a dark and damp hole. Suze also recognized at this time that the secret guard in front of him was the one who injured Sun Hao, the great Xia spirit guard. He noticed the 3 Suze people hiding at the time, but Yano Takashi felt that the 3 candidates did not pose a threat at all and would instead be a waste of time, so he let them go. Unexpectedly, they would all die at Suze's hands in the end. When Suze heard what he said, he realized that he had been exposed at that time. He broke into a cold sweat and said, "That's such a pity that I survived. It's too late to kill me now." Then a line of death fire flew out, completely covering him and turning him into ashes. Suze still had fresh memories of his performance when he tortured the great Xia spirit guard, so there was no need to keep him alive. But it's not over yet. The real culprit is now fighting with Yu Xinghua on top of Suze's head. Suze waved his wings and was about to fly to high places. Just when he was about to fly, the gilded wings were once again affected by the consciousness of the golden-feathered phoenix bird and wanted to escape from his control. Because what Suze is squandering now is the power of the golden-feathered phoenix bird, she doesn't mind if it's just to deal with a few weak humans like those just now. Instead, she is happy to cooperate in burning people to ashes. But now the enemy Suze wants to deal with is a powerful person with a higher level than her. This means that she has to consume the power she accumulated during hatching, so she is not happy. Suze had no choice but to stop in the air, but he threatened coldly as if talking to himself. "You are still a child just after birth, so I don't care about what happened before. But if you cause trouble again now, I will use the contract to kill you even if I give up a diamond-level monster." The consciousness of the golden-feathered phoenix bird in the gilded wings struggled for a moment and finally chose to compromise. She was connected to Suze's soul through a contract and could sense his current feelings, so she was sure that Su Zhe could keep his word. Su Zhe, who regained control, was surrounded by golden flames and rushed straight towards Yano Takashi in front, making him feel bad. Yano Takashi had just seized the opportunity of Yu Sheng's insufficient firepower to start a counterattack. Before he could fully gain the upper hand, he felt a chilling sense of crisis coming from behind him. He could only mobilize all the remaining power of the imitation 8-foot mirror to set up defense behind him, while he continued to face Yu Shenghua's suppression. But he obviously overestimated the remaining power of the 8-foot mirror, or underestimated Su Zhe. The golden flame on his body is one of the golden-feathered phoenix's innate abilities, the Phoenix Fire. The flames from the mythical beast phoenix are just enough to burn the remaining power of the artifact in the imitation 8-foot mirror. The 8-foot mirror only held on for a moment, and then it shattered into crystal fragments all over the sky, falling downwards, and then golden flames instantly surrounded Yano Takashi. Yu Xinghua retreated to avoid the blazing heat of the flames. He could only vaguely see two figures fighting in the flames, but the high temperature of the Phoenix Fire made him dare not get close. Xiao Su and Guolinshan also flew over at this time. The former said, "No, that is Phoenix Fire, the flame from the divine beast. Even if we go in to help him, we will be burned together." Then he also said with some surprise, "The golden feather phoenix bird must have consumed the accumulated life-saving power to activate such a powerful Phoenix Fire. How can he control the beast to such an extent? How did he know that the golden-feathered phoenix bird was obedient precisely because its life was threatened?" At this time, Guolinshan also saw a figure gradually falling down in the sea of fire and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Su Zhe, save his life. I still have a lot of information that needs to be tortured." But as soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhe extinguished the Phoenix Fire and walked out with a charred corpse in his hand. Su Zhe shook his head. "It's not too late. I didn't kill him. He took the poison himself." In the sea of fire, Yano Takashi bit the poison packet hidden in his teeth after realizing that he could not escape. The poison of the unknown monster killed even a high-level beastmaster like him in an instant. Su Zhe had no time to dig it out. After finally throwing Yano Takashi's body to Yu Xinghua, Su Zhe abided by the agreement with Su Yao and wanted to go back. "Wait for me. I'll be back soon." But before he could fly very far, he suddenly lost consciousness and fell downwards. The level of Golden Feather Phoenix was much higher than that of Su Zhe, and using her power was very mentally draining. Su Zhe lost consciousness when his mental energy was exhausted. Upon seeing this, Guolinshan was about to fly to the rescue, when he saw the wings behind Su Zhe turning into a stream of light, and then turned into a phoenix bird that hunched him on his back and landed safely on the ground. But as soon as he landed, the golden-feathered phoenix shook Su Zhe off with a look of disgust. At the original exit of the formation, the Daxia spirit guards who had retreated from the volcano and the teachers who came from outside were treating the wounded. The healing medicine specially carried by Daxia Lingwei for troops was surprisingly effective. Moreover, many of the wood and water attribute monsters also have healing abilities. But there is nothing that can be done to deal with the damage suffered by Wang Zi on the spiritual level when a beast like him dies. Su Yiming also looked anxious and found his daughter Su Yao among the wounded. He was relieved to see that she was safe. Then he looked at her weak appearance after being injured and said with a distressed look on her face, "Let's go. I'll take you to the teacher in the school's healing class and let her help you heal your injuries." But Su Yao rejected him. "Dad, wait a moment. Su Zhe and I have made an appointment to wait for him when he comes back." "Su Zhe? What did he do?" Su Yiming realized that he had never seen Su Zhe. He went to hunt down the Fusang's secret guards and avenge Wang Zi. Su Yao felt her heart flutter when she recalled the heroic scene where Su Zhe activated the flames to burn the Fusang's secret guard, but she was also a little worried, fearing that the distance between herself and him was getting farther and farther. When Su Yiming heard this, he said in disbelief, "He went after the Fusang's secret guards. This is simply nonsense. They are as famous as the great Xiao Lingwei. How could Su Zhe?" Before Su Yiming finished speaking, he felt darkness in the sky. When he looked up, he saw a huge phoenix bird slowly descending with a small figure in its mouth. As soon as he landed, he tossed his head in front of Su Yao. Then she transformed into a 12, or 13-year-old Lolita wearing gorgeous gold-red clothes, with long black hair mixed with a few strands of red, her hair hanging down to her ankles and her bare feet. She looked rosy, fairer than snow, and her delicate features were like a porcelain doll. He raised his head high to expose his snow-white neck, like a proud white swan. But in fact, this is a little phoenix that is much prouder than the swan. She is the incarnation of the golden-feathered phoenix. Powerful monsters can take the form of humans, and bloodline monsters like her can do this right after they are born. The golden-feathered phoenix bird walked with slightly unfamiliar steps and unskilledly walked to Su Yao. This guy's last thought before he fell into coma was to come back to see you to complete the agreement, and I helped him complete it. Remember to tell him when he wakes up, and tell him not to threaten me again. My power is very precious. In the end, I felt a little aggrieved. Then with a grimace, he took the initiative to open Su Zhe's beast control space and got in. At the same time, he took out the void spirit turtle sleeping inside and threw it aside. As a proud Fengyao, he didn't want to live with the turtle. When the void spirit turtle was smashed to the ground, he put his head out of the turtle shell in a daze and looked around with a confused expression. First of all, it didn't mess with anyone. At this time, Su Yiming also understood why Su Zhe could hunt down the Fusang secret guards. It turns out that the person who contracted the golden feather phoenix in the end was Su Zhe. I don't know what Principal Xiao is thinking now. Su Yiming stopped talking before he finished speaking, because closely behind the golden feathered phoenix, Xiao Su and the others also flew back. Dad, what's wrong with Su Zhe? Why is he unconscious when he doesn't seem to be injured? Su Yao asked Su Yiming's sleeves with concern. Ahem, his current level of 23 is not enough to control a diamond-level golden-feathered phoenix. It is normal for him to become comatose due to excessive mental energy consumption. He just needs to rest for a while. Su Yao felt relieved. The three people who flew back immediately went about their own affairs. After all, Fuso's secret guards sabotaged the beast-controlling college entrance examination and left a mess. Guo Linshan immediately summoned all the Daxia spirit guards and began to count the number of people. This time they also suffered a lot of casualties, but they were still within an acceptable range. First, write down the list of those killed in action, and the state will provide adequate pensions to their families. Although the dead cannot be resurrected, at least the living can be taken care of. As for the injured, it depends on the situation whether they need to retire or transfer to civilian jobs. Among them, Sun Hao will definitely not be able to continue fighting on the front line. Then it's time to clean up the portal. Even the reserve team must abide by the discipline of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. But Lin Jiang, who was to be cleaned up, was not in the queue at this time. Where is Lin Jiang? He is suspected of collaborating with the enemy and leaking secrets. Anyone who knows and fails to report is considered an accomplice. Guo Linshan shouted loudly. Someone immediately took a step forward and said, "Report to the captain. The last time I saw Lin Jiang, What's wrong with him? Tell me quickly." When the formation in charge of evacuating candidates was about to close, he was the last one to escape. This is undoubtedly a shameful thing. Such a person who is greedy for life and fearful of death for leaking military information can actually enter the Daxia Spirit Guard. Even if it is only a reserve team, it is enough to say that it is a serious dereliction of duty in the review. Guo Linshan's face suddenly turned livid. Go and get him back for me immediately, and he will be dealt with according to military law. Yes. On the other side, Xiao Su was also discussing with several senior professors in the school how to go about this beast-controlling college entrance examination. Cancellation is not possible. As for the postponement, not many people were injured due to the formation. Only some of the last 5,000 people were injured, which seemed unnecessary. As long as they can recruit the injured candidates who are worthy of staying, the rest will continue to take the exam. Finally, they came to a conclusion, and Xiao Su announced, "As Beast Masters, we may face various emergencies in the future, so although this exam was suddenly sabotaged by Fuso's secret guards, it will still be held this afternoon." Everyone immediately complained. After all, many people were injured, and it was unknown whether they could pass the exam. Xiao Su then added, "And in order to reward some candidates for their heroic performance when facing the enemy, they do not need to take the next exam. We will admit them directly and use the highest teaching standards." Then he read out a list of names, including Su Zhe and Xiao Su. As for Wang Zi, he has now woken up, holding the flaming ocelot tightly in his arms and feeling very sad. Having lost his ability to control the beast, he is no longer qualified to take the exam, but Xiaosu still preserved the opportunity for him. As long as you can find a bronze level or above demon beast contract before the end of the exam in the afternoon, you can be admitted directly. When Wang Zi's father came over and heard about it, he immediately contacted the monster hunter on the phone and wanted to help his son find a suitable monster as soon as possible at all costs. It seems that the influence of the Fuso secret guard has receded, and the Beast Control College entrance examination is about to get back on track again. But on the other side, in Beishan City, a new commotion is continuing. Just when the volcano erupted for the first time and the ground shook for the first time, people in Beishan City could feel the obvious earthquake. They were still living peacefully and discussing the results of this year's Beast Control College entrance examination. They suddenly scattered and shouted in panic. Earthquake! The scene suddenly became chaotic. At the same time, some people in the shadows of the streets felt the tremors of the earth and began to take action. This is the sound of a volcanic eruption. Captain Yano Takashi has successfully retained all the Daxia spirit guards. The next step is up to us. They immediately split into two groups again, using the cover of shadows to rush towards Beishan City in two directions. Among the panicked crowd, there were also many strong people maintaining order to avoid unnecessary casualties caused by panic-induced stampedes. Vice Captain Jingzi, what should we do now? According to the original plan, Captain Yano Takashi took huge risks to complete a key step of the plan. We cannot fall short. Then she took out a long strip wrapped in cloth from behind and handed it out. Take this. The person next to him took it and said, but Vice Captain Jingzi, what if you encounter an emergency without it? The woman named Jingzi replied, don't worry, without those three old guys, no one in Beishan City can stop me. And without it, I'm afraid you won't be able to delay me for long. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. It won't be long before the volcano completely erupts and it will affect us here. We have to hurry up. Yes. The group of people divided into two teams and quickly left from the shadows. One team only had the vice captain, while the other team had dozens of people. They quickly left the shadows and escaped into another darkness before being discovered. Beishan City Beast Tamer Association. A faint formation slowly rose to stabilize the area. Because Yu Xinghua had transferred almost all the powerful people in the association, there were only a few deacons arranging the evacuation of people and the safekeeping of valuables. This vibration is not like an earthquake. I feel more like the movement of Tianyun volcano erupting. Deacon named Zhao Jin said, while directing the citizens to take shelter in the formation. Deacon Zhao, please don't scare me. Isn't Tianyun volcano still in its dormant period? Moreover, our formation can withstand vibrations, but it cannot withstand magma. I hope my feeling is wrong. Suddenly, a commotion spread among the crowd, and in a short time it turned into a panicked crowd. At the same time, the protective formation of the Beastmaster Association also fluctuated crazily, and a moment later it was completely shattered by a flash of sword light. Zhao Jin immediately asked loudly, what's going on? Who is it? Judging from what they said during the exchange, they should be from Fuso. The Beast Tamer Association stores many necessities for the Beast Tamer's training, including tempering beads, beast taming eggs, etc. Some of them belong to the association, and some are deposited by other beast masters in the association to be sold and auctioned. But these are not important. The most important thing is that they are the largest Beast Masters Association in several nearby cities. The Beishan City Beast Masters Association stores detailed information on hundreds of thousands of Beast Masters in several cities. For ordinary people, this may be of little use, but for hostile countries, it is confidential information that they must not let them have. Hurry up and contact the president and the others, as well as Captain Gua. It's best to bring back some of the great Xia spirit guards. He couldn't guarantee which side of the Beast Controllers Association or the Beast Control College entrance examination was the real purpose of the Fuso secret guards, so he could only ask for the transfer of some great Xia spirit guards back. But unfortunately, as soon as they contacted them, they learned that the Fuso secret guards had activated Tianyun volcano. Neither the great Xia spirit guards nor the teachers from the Beast Taming Masters Association, or even the Beast Taming University will be able to come back in a short time. Even if we fail to prevent the volcanic eruption, we may not be able to come back in this life. President and the others won't be able to come back for the time being. So we have to resist first. Zhao Jin did not spread the news that Tianyun volcano was about to erupt. Now that the shaking on the ground gradually subsided, people finally calmed down. He did not want to cause any more panic. Fortunately, the number of Fuso secret guards was not large, only a few dozen. There are still more than 100 people with combat power above level 20 on their side. Although they are not above level 30 and their combat power is not high, many people's beast control is still biased towards auxiliary and healing attributes. But after the news spreads, more experts will come over in the city. Even if these Fuso secret guards are elite, they are not incapable of defeating them. Everyone come with me. We just have to resist them and wait for others to come. Zhao Jin took the lead, but after all, he had been working as a civil servant for a long time. Not only did his body and bones lack exercise, but he even gained weight several times when controlling animals. Fortunately, beast control armoring is not affected by body type. For a moment, they really looked like they were tied with the Fuso secret guards. It seems that just 2 more can defeat them completely. This shocked the deacons of the Civilian Beast Masters Association who were sitting there. After all, most of them came to the association because they were not selected by the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Now if they can defeat the Fuso Secret Guard, who is as famous as the Great Xia Spirit Guard, does it mean that they are not worse than the Great Xia Spirit Guard from time to time? But what they didn't know was that these Fuso Secret Guards did not use their full strength, because their purpose was to attract as many strong men as possible. So as long as the state of, no, I'm going to die, is maintained, I believe these people will continue to shake people to help, and the people who are shaken will be happy to come over. But if he was serious about it, maybe he wouldn't come if he saw that the situation was bad. Sure enough, more and more people were fighting against them, and soon the Fuso secret guards really felt a lot of pressure. After a while, hundreds of people surrounded them, including those outside who couldn't intervene. They estimated that they had nearly 1,000 people contained. As his wrist shook, a long sword with awe-inspiring light appeared, instantly forcing everyone back. Everyone, get out of here. But it was too late after all. I saw a flash of sword light, and then a blood mark appeared on the chests of countless people, and blood sprayed out from them. Zhao Jin was also among them, but fortunately he chose the beast-controlling armor, so the injury was not serious. The Fuso secret guard was very dissatisfied and said, "TSK, not one of them died. It seems that just now I consumed a lot of Tiankanjian sword's power to break the formation. But it doesn't matter, I will kill you with the next sword." In fact, he also knew that what he had in his hand was just a fake. The sword just now and the sword that broke the formation had consumed a lot of power, and now he was just bluffing to buy more time. But when the deputy captain completes his mission to evacuate, he will definitely cut the last sword and leave a good memory for the people of Daxia. A cruel smile appeared on his face. He looked forward to cutting off many Daxia people with one sword at that time. At this time, Zhao Jin, who was originally rushing to the front, retreated decisively upon seeing this, and quickly ran towards the rear. This scene was also captured by the Fusang secret guards, who laughed and said, "Are these Daxia people?" They rush to the front when they bully the minority, but when they see the situation is not right, they choose to run away immediately. This made other people couldn't help but glare at Zhao Jin, feeling that his behavior was very shameful. Zhao Jin was relieved when he ran to the statue of Dragon Controller Xiao Sheng in one breath. "Don't get close to Lord Xiao Sheng's statue. You will tarnish him. That's right, get away from me." Facing the angry rebuke from everyone, Zhao Jin did not get angry, but took out something from his arms. "I didn't want to either, but that guy took out the artifact. The president specifically told me before he left that when encountering an enemy that cannot be dealt with, leave it to the god of war to deal with it. After all, protecting the weak is the purpose of the god of war in Great Xia." Then he clasped the object in his hand on the statue. As soon as the Fuso secret guard finished speaking, he saw the statue suddenly burst into dazzling light, and then opened his eyes. The stone statue came to life directly, becoming no different from a living person at this moment. Every strand of Xiao Sheng's hair was gently swaying in the breeze, and every scale of the Biyun dragon was shining with a dazzling luster. As the Biyun dragon swam, it shrank its body and wrapped itself around Xiao Sheng's body, resting its majestic dragon head on the other person's shoulder like a coquettish person. Is this Master Xiao Sheng's spiritual appearance? What kind of spirit is this? Master Xiao Sheng is not dead yet. This must be the incarnation he left behind. Xiao Sheng, who came back to life from the stone statue state, scanned the whole place for a week and instantly understood why he was awakened. It was a very dark day for Fuso. Xiao Sheng, who has the Biyun dragon, has not yet become the 100th level god of war, but he is already the brightest new star in Daxia, and he is also Fusang's biggest concern. So they carefully planned an assassination against Xiao Sheng. That time, Fuso's only level 100 war god wore the real artifact Tian Songyun's sword to intercept and kill Xiao Sheng, who had not yet reached level 100. He originally thought that this would be a fatal situation. However, Xiao Sheng broke through to level 100 before the battle and counterattacked the Fuso god of war, known as the reincarnation of Susanoo, in the sky above Fuso Island, causing his and his natal beast's blood to turn into a rain of blood that enveloped the entire island. He even almost broke the Tian Kanjian's sword, a Fuso artifact that had been passed down for thousands of years. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Fuso's 3 artifacts resonated and were saved, and Xiao Sheng, who was seriously injured, did not choose to take risks. Since then, Fuso's status in the world has plummeted, and it has completely become a dependent of the powerful country on the other side of the world, Milligen. And Xiao Sheng has become the deepest shadow in the hearts of all Fusang people who have been baptized by the blood rain, including the Fuso secret guard who was holding an imitation Tian Kanjian sword at this time. His hands were trembling uncontrollably, obviously facing the shadow in his heart. Xiao Sheng, one of the great Xia gods of war, was very nervous, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "Yes, the sword in my hand is indeed an imitation, but aren't you just an incarnation?" Even so, the Fuso secret guards launched the attack first and tried their best to unleash all the power of the imitation Tian Kanjian sword in their hands. Go to hell. At that moment, a bloodthirsty and cruel smile appeared on his face. There is no other reason, because this sword light did not fly towards Xiao Sheng's incarnation or even towards other beasts. Instead, he rushed straight towards the ordinary civilians who were hiding in the formations of the Beastmaster Association. Haha, let's see if you want to save these people or hunt us down. He didn't have the courage to fight at all. He just wanted to escape quickly while Xiao Sheng rescued the civilians. Then the Biyun dragon coiled on his shoulder turned into a green dragon halberd with cold light in an instant. He raised his hand and waved it casually, then struck first and shattered the sword light. The power of the green dragon halberd wrapped around the broken sword light remained undiminished, like a sharp tornado that swept in all the Fuso secret guards who were desperately escaping. In an instant, they turned into countless fragments. But Xiao Sheng did not let the dirty blood of the Fuso secret guards turn into a rain of blood like he did before. Instead, he balled it up and threw it into the non-recyclable trash can nearby like garbage. After completing all this, he also looked up in the direction of Qinglong Beast Control University and said to himself, "It seems that my help is not needed there. It just so happens that it can also help my incarnation save some power." Then he stood back up and then seemed to think about the posture he was in when he first woke up. But he never thought of it, and finally he struck a pose that he thought was cool, riding on the soaring dragon and turning into a stone statue again. Everything happened too fast, and only then did everyone present react. Then he paid homage to Xiao Sheng's stone statue, as if he were worshipping a god. At the same time, Jingzi, who was alone, also arrived at the Blue Dragon Beastmaster Academy. After checking again and again based on the map in her hand, she walked into a dilapidated courtyard. Next to the yard is a large shed. The smell inside is very unpleasant, and the smell of monster excrement fills the sky. This is where Qinglong Beastmaster University raises low-level monsters. Although the only ones who can enter here are Beastmasters, some of the school's experiments and students' actual combat require live monsters. Therefore, some low-level monsters will be raised and monsters that die in dissection experiments and battles will also be sent to the cafeteria for extra meals. She searched carefully in the yard, groping back and forth, but to no avail. But time was getting tighter. She didn't know why the volcano hadn't erupted yet, but she thought it would be soon. Just when she was a little impatient, she caught a glimpse of the food trough in the breeding shed nearby. A lot of dirt will accumulate underneath the food trough that is always in use, even if it is a food trough for feeding monsters. But when she looked at the trough, although the dirt surrounding it had solidified, there was a circle of thin cracks. It's like, this trough is often moved up and down. Jingxi's eyes lit up immediately, and she touched it. She was not afraid of getting dirty and groped carefully, and she really felt a dent in the food trough. After pressing down hard, one end of the trough gradually lifted up, revealing the passage below. Jingxi immediately couldn't help but smile, then immediately restrained herself and took the time to walk in. After walking through dozens of stairs, there was a deep corridor, and rustling sounds came from the other end of the corridor. She immediately became alert. After lurking in the dark and approaching quietly, he breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a sloppy old man with messy white hair, a bald head, and a dirty and knotted beard. He was sweeping with a broom in his hand, and the sound was made by rubbing against the ground. She didn't want to waste time by causing trouble, so she hid in the shadows and got around without alerting the other party. Jingxi continued to run forward, and soon she reached the end of the corridor. A round platform suddenly appeared in front of her eyes, but Jingxi didn't find it strange at all. An object like a golden red wine glass is placed on the round platform. If you look closely, you will find that it contains a glass of bright red liquid, like a glass of fresh blood. I succeeded. This is the secret of Xiao Sheng's jade-scaled snake transforming into a jade cloud dragon. She excitedly picked up the golden cup together with the dragon's blood, and the moment the golden cup left the round platform, like an abandoned lover, the round platform sank immediately, and the entire corridor began to shake violently and collapse. Upon seeing this, Jingxi immediately began to run away quickly. As for the old man cleaning the house, he no longer knew where he had gone. Maybe he ran away the first time, Jingxi thought. Fortunately, what she was proud of was her speed, and she ran to the ground in one breath. At this time, the passage below collapsed, causing the entire breeding greenhouse to tremble. But it no longer threatens Jingxi's life. Until now, she couldn't believe she had succeeded. Dream. Jingxi was suddenly stunned. She looked around. She hadn't heard the sound of the volcano for a long time. She made such a big noise at Qinglong Beast Control University, but no one came. Even those noisy monsters made no movement, and the unpleasant smell was no longer smelled. The world became silent, without wind or waves, as if the world was absolutely still except for her. The golden wine glass that Jingxi was holding tightly in her hand suddenly let go. The wine glass fell to the ground and then bounced up. In an instant, the bright red liquid dyed the whole world red. Have I been in a dream since then? In the still bright red world, no one answered her. At the same time, a sloppy white-haired bald old man holding a wine bottle looked at the sleeping woman on the ground with a broom in his other hand and showed a sly smile, looking very wretched. As soon as he finished speaking, his shadow suddenly took action. He got off the ground and came face to face with the woman. Then an arm turned into a sharp thorn and pierced the woman between the eyebrows. At the same time, the red world in the dream was also shattering and collapsing. Jingxi was already slumped on the ground. Her face was ashen, but she showed a hint of relief when she saw the collapsed world. Along with the violent twitching of Jingxi's hands and feet in the real world, a moment later, she lost her breath forever. The 5th Squadron of the Fuso Secret Guards was originally a squadron designed to infiltrate Daxia and carry out terrorist attacks. If there are too many people, it will be inconvenient to hide their whereabouts. So although they are a squadron, their number is small, and all of them are elites. But at this point, the 5th Squadron of Fuso Secret Guards was destroyed. Suze woke up from the bed in a daze. The first moment he opened his eyes was the familiar ceiling. Suze raised his hand to rub his somewhat swollen and painful temples, and then realized that his hand had been given an intravenous drip, and there was a bottle of glucose on the bedside that was giving him an infusion. Just when Suze was lying on the bed confused, A charming little face slowly moved in from outside his perspective and faced him face to face, relatively speechless. That face is pretty, pink and white, and the facial features are so perfect that they look like a masterpiece. I'm hungry, she said with her little face and red lips. Suze sat up suddenly with a start. How could such a little loli appear in his house? Because she stood up too quickly, the little loli had no time to dodge, and their foreheads hit each other hard. Suze also raised his hand and rubbed his head. He felt that the collision just now was particularly painful, and his forehead was red. At this time, Suze's brain also reacted, pointing at the little Lolita and saying, "It's you. That golden-feathered phoenix bird. Stop pretending. How can my head be as hard as yours?" The little loli who transformed into a golden-feathered phoenix also lowered her hand on her forehead. There were no traces of impact on her smooth and white forehead, and a trace of a bad smile appeared on her delicate little face. I didn't bump into you anyway. You bumped into me yourself. Also, don't call me by my racial name. I have a name. Chingy, Feng Chingy. High-level bloodline monsters themselves have inheritance just like human families, and they can pass on part of their memories through bloodline. So Suze is not surprised that the golden-feathered phoenix bird has its own name. All day, Suze was sent home not long after he fell into coma. As for the door, this was a unit room of the Beast Control University. It wouldn't be too much for the school to keep a key, right? Then the college entrance examination of Qinglong Beast Control University is over, isn't it? Did I miss the exam? Suze said with some annoyance. But Feng Qingyi beside this question couldn't answer this question. After all, she was just a bird, and she had been in Suze's beast control space all this time. When she felt that Suze's spirit was beginning to recover and was about to wake up, she lost control of the beast control space and was squeezed out. You did miss the exam, but you have been admitted. Su Yao's voice sounded at the door full of joy. The spare key to Suze's house was given to Su Yao by the Beast Control University. After all, she lived downstairs from Suze's house and could check on his condition from time to time. He also helped replace glucose to prevent Suze from starving to death in bed while he was in a coma. Su Yao said happily, "Brother Suze, you're awake." Su Yao immediately briefly told what happened after Suze fell into coma. "So you have also been admitted to Qinglong Beastmaster University?" Suze asked with a smile. Su Yao also happily replied, "Yes, and maybe we can continue to be classmates." Suze continued to ask, "Where's Wang Zi? Is he still doing well?" The smile on Su Yao's face suddenly froze, and then she said helplessly, "Uncle Wang has tried his best. He spent a lot of money to help Wang Zi find monsters, but he just died and the Beastmaster is already mentally weak, so it is difficult to attract monsters to contract." Suze sighed helplessly after hearing this. If he hadn't been helped by the system, he would be no different from Wang Zi now. I can't make a contract with a monster, and I can't take the college entrance examination. Wait, system. Suze suddenly had an idea. Wang Zi's mental strength was indeed damaged due to the death of the beast, so it would be difficult to contract with another monster. However, the beast control eggs produced in his system don't care about this. As long as they can be hatched, they can be contracted. And he just happens to have a gold-level beast-controlling egg in his hand right now. Suze immediately sat up from the bed and was about to go find Wang Zi, but his feet softened and he almost fell to his knees. Fortunately, Su Yao helped him in time. Feng Qingyi on the side immediately laughed mercilessly when she saw this. This made Su Yao couldn't help but frown. Although Brother Suze has contracted a particularly powerful monster, it seems to be lacking in training. Is this dangerous? The reason why Suze's legs are weak is because his mental strength is still very weak. It is difficult to recover from this kind of excessive consumption with just one day of rest. But Suze had a way. He immediately asked Su Yao to help her go to the kitchen to boil a pot of hot water, and then took out a monster egg as big as a human head from the refrigerator. But what Su Yao didn't understand was why Suze had so many monster eggs recently. She watched the previous void spirit turtle hatch from the eggs. It's just like storing ordinary eggs. You must know that monster eggs are particularly precious. Before Su Yao's inner drama was over, she watched in stunned silence as Suze threw the monster egg into the boiling water and closed the lid of the pot. Suze said indifferently, "Yes, I know. Monster eggs are very helpful in restoring mental strength, and they are especially delicious when used to scramble eggs and fried rice. It's a pity that I've been unconscious all day, and the leftovers at home are 2 days old. I can't make egg fried rice for you, so I can only make do with boiled eggs. But don't worry, monster eggs are monster eggs. Even if they are simply boiled, they will be particularly delicious. Su Yao almost collapsed. Is this what she cares about? This is a monster egg, one of the most coveted treasures among beastmasters. Is it just for you to figure out which way to make it delicious? Half an hour later, Suze skillfully fished out the eggs, peeled them, and cut them into 3 parts. After all, Feng Qingyi had already been drooling from the side. Even if he knew it was actually a bird, Suze couldn't stop the other person from looking at him eagerly with that little face. Seeing both Suze and Feng Qingyi start to eat monster eggs, Feng Qingyi was even more happy as she revealed a pair of small wings flapping behind her. Su Yao looked at the hard-boiled egg on the plate in front of her. Even if it was only 1/3 of the amount, she tried to take a bite. After Feng Qingyi had eaten and drank enough, she asked Suze to open the beast control space and fly back. She still had a lot of accumulated power in her body. After all, it was a monster crystal core of level 80. After these powers are successfully hatched and help her get through the initial period of weakness, they will slowly dissipate until they disappear completely. During this period, as much as can be refined can be left. In the beast control space, the loss of power can be minimized. Su Yao also quickly returned to her home after eating the monster eggs, because she felt a strong force rapidly increasing her mental power and needed to meditate and digest it as soon as possible. Because Suze is at a higher level and has been eating monster eggs these days, he has long been used to it. It didn't take long for him to digest the power of the monster egg, and after he stood up from the ground, he no longer felt weak. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Wang Zi's number. "Fat man, what are you doing? Don't bother me when you're solving a big issue in life." Then there was the sound of a burst of force followed by a sudden release. Wang Zi on the other side of the phone looked very decadent. He was squatting on the toilet with a plaster on one hand, holding a mobile phone in the other hand, and a half-burned cigarette in his mouth. Suze continued, "Come out for a drink tonight, brother. I have something good to tell you." Suze knew that he had misunderstood and immediately said, "No, she can't come today. She just finished eating one of my eggs, and now she is going back to digest it. There is only one person, and she is still in the same place." Suze smiled and said, "It is something that will allow you to continue to become a beast master." "Really?" Wang Zi suddenly stood up from the toilet, followed by a howling sound that startled Suze on the other end of the phone. "What's wrong with you? Are you screaming so miserably all of a sudden? Are your hemorrhoids bleeding?" Wang Zi said tremblingly, "Don't mention it. I opened my mouth in excitement just now, and the cigarette but fell out of my mouth, and it happened to burn my dick." Faced with such an embarrassing thing, even Suze fell silent. After a long time, he replied, "You are so sensible. You don't forget to give your brother a sip." At night, Suze went to a barbecue restaurant next to number 1 middle school in Beishan City as promised, and walked straight into a small cubicle, where Wang Zi was already waiting for him. His right hand is in a plaster cast, and his left hand is making a mouthful of oil. "Brother, I've been in a bad mood lately, which has affected my appetite. It was your phone call that cheered me up again, so I won't wait for you to eat first," Suze said with a wry smile. "Is it just your appetite that makes you happy? Do you trust me so much? My uncle has invited so many people for you, but there is nothing you can do." Wang Zi looked at Suze and said seriously, "We have been brothers for so many years, and we have never deceived each other, so I believe you." This made Suze feel a little guilty. After all, in a sense, the Suze who really had a close relationship with Wang Zi was no longer there. He immediately took out a basketball-sized monster egg covered with golden scales from his bag and placed it on the table. "Since you trust me, I won't hide it anymore. The key to allowing you to continue to become a beast master is this." Wang Zi was also attracted by the monster eggs at this time. He looked at Suze but didn't want to hit him, because he had already tried this method of contracting a newly hatched monster before, but it didn't work. But it was Suze's kindness after all, so he still smiled. He echoed, "Okay, then I will lend you some good advice, but this year's exams are over. I'm afraid I have to wait until next year to become your junior." Suze shook his head and said, "No need." This year, the exam at the Western White Tiger Beastmaster University was postponed for a week because a high-level monster was encountered while clearing the venue. There are still a few days left, so you can rush to take the exam there. Wang Zi was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Suze to think so carefully about helping him. But could he really become a Beastmaster? Wang Zi looked at the monster egg that Suze took out and was a little undecided. At this time, Suze seemed to remember something, took out a knife, cut Wang Zi's finger in astonishment, and dripped the blood on the monster egg. "What are you doing?" Wang Zi quickly withdrew his hand and tried to put it into his mouth to suck a few mouthfuls to stop the bleeding. But because he had just eaten abnormally spicy barbecue, he screamed again. Suze replied, "Nothing. It's just a formality to hand over this egg to you. Every monster egg produced by the system belongs to Suze. Even if it is hatched by someone else, it will automatically sign a contract with Suze. Only if he first dissolves all relationships and lets others bind them through blood can the subsequently hatched monsters sign contracts with others." Suze also sat down at this time and said while eating barbecue, "When you get home, remember to put this egg and gold together. If you don't have any at home, you can ask your uncle to buy more." Wang Zi said, "This is not a problem. My family has a vault. My dad has always believed that gold is the best store of value, so most of my family's property has been converted into gold and placed in the vault. When I return, I will also lock it in the vault." Vault. Suze looked at the monster egg placed on the table. Its hatching condition is to absorb a large amount of gold for hatching. The more, the better. Wang Zi asked Suze about the price of monster eggs. After all, such things are expensive, and Suze's family background is not very good. But Suze just said, "It's enough for you to treat me to the barbecue today." After eating the barbecue, the two left arm in arm. When Wang Zi returned home, he immediately asked his father for the key to the vault and put the golden scale egg inside. He didn't think this egg could hatch and make him contract, but it symbolized his precious friendship. After Suze and Su Yao enter the Beast Tamer University, he will probably drift away from them. After all, he no longer belongs to the same world. Wang Zi locked the door of the treasury in emotion, but did not notice that the gold closest to the golden scale egg had turned into gold water and was absorbed by it. The gold in the vault continuously melts into gold water and then flows to the golden scale egg to be absorbed by it. When there is no gold nearby that can be affected by it, the golden scale egg will actively roll on the ground and change to a new position to continue absorbing gold. A night passed like this. After countless gold was absorbed, the golden scale egg finally left a gap, and then the eggshell peeled off. The next day, Wang Zi seemed to look even more depressed, which made his father Wang Gui couldn't help but frown. "What are you doing with a sad face all day long? If you don't become a beast master, you won't survive." Wang Gui has scolded. "Since we can't get into the Beast Control University, there is no need for us to go to a rubbish university like Qingbei. Your father, let me give you some startup capital to start a business. When you work hard in the business world and become famous, you will be no worse than those beast masters." Wang Zi was noncommittal. In this world of beast masters have an advantage even in business. There are very few ordinary people like Wang Gui who can become big entrepreneurs, but Wang Zi has no confidence in his business acumen. But this is Wang Zi's trouble. Once he fails to achieve any results on the road of beast control, he will have to go back and inherit his father's property. Even if he has no business acumen, he will never stop losing money if he keeps losing money. It's so annoying. Wang Gui then took out the key to the vault and said, "But my family's working capital has been almost used up these days, so I have to go to the vault to get some gold for you as startup capital." In order to help Wang Zi become a beast master again, Wang Gui spent a lot of money in the past 2 days. It was used to hire monster hunters to capture monsters, and it was also used to hire experts to help Wang Zi treat his mental injuries. The two of them walked all the way to the vault. As soon as Wang Gui took out the key and was about to open the vault, he heard a faint rustling sound coming from inside. "Why are there sounds in the vault? Xiaozi, did you remember to close the vault when you left yesterday?" Wang Gui immediately turned around nervously and asked his son. This contains most of his family's property. If something goes wrong, although it won't go bankrupt, it will still shake the foundation. Upon seeing this, Wang Gui immediately hurriedly opened the door with the key. He was too nervous and did not insert it several times. It took a while before he opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the two people rushed in furiously, and then their expressions suddenly fell. I saw that the shelves originally used to display the gold were in a lot of places, and the most important thing was that all the gold bars on it were missing. Even with just a cursory glance, Wang Gui could tell that at least half of his gold was missing. Just as Wang Zi was about to search in the vault, he saw a golden, round figure struggling to squeeze out from under a fallen iron shelf. What? The father and son suddenly became nervous. Then he saw a round golden piglet 1/2 meter tall and 1/2 meter long running up to Wang Zi's feet and nuzzling him affectionately. The piglet had no hair on its body, but instead had fine golden scales, which was very similar to the monster egg Suze gave him. Wait a minute, little one. It's not you who caused my family's vault to become like this, right? Wang Zi picked up the little pig and said, pulling out half a gold bar from its mouth. And the moment he came into contact with the golden pig, a contract circle appeared from under his feet. Wang Gui also looked at all this with disbelief, especially the golden piglet in Wang Zi's hand. He even forgot to care about half of the gold that was missing from the vault. You just said that this monster was given to you by Suze? Wang Zi replied. Yes, when he gave it to me, it was just a monster egg, but it hatched overnight. What happened? Wang Gui still said very seriously. You also know that I am not a beast master, so I don't understand much about monsters. But there is a kind of monster that I have always cared about, and it is called the golden-scaled pig. Dad, you mean it's the golden-scaled pig? Is there anything special about it? Wang Zi curiously raised the golden pig in his hand and asked. Of course, the golden-scaled pig is very rare. According to legend, it is a monster that feeds on gold bricks and drinks gold liquid. When it reaches adulthood, it has the ability to turn stones into gold and hunt for treasures. It is a magical monster with a huge initial investment, but the rewards are also greater. Wang Zi suddenly realized. No wonder there are so many fewer gold bricks in the vault. It turns out that they were all eaten by it. But isn't it true that our family can't afford to feed it with such a big appetite? After all, half of the gold was consumed in one night. How many days would the rest be enough? Wang Gui then said. That should be just for hatching. Normal feeding does not require so much. And this is not the point. The point is that the golden scale pig is a genuine gold-level monster. Gold level. Wang Zi was stunned. He couldn't believe that Suze gave him a gold-level monster for the price of a barbecue. Wang Gui also sighed. I used to think that Suze was cared for by our family, but now it seems completely the opposite. It was us who were cared for by others. Wang Zi also remembered what Suze said yesterday, and said, Dad, I heard that the Western White Tiger Beast Controlling College examination has been postponed. There are still a few days until their Beast Control College entrance examination will be held. I want to go and take the exam. What? You don't want to wait another year. Once you get there, you'll rarely be able to come back and meet your friends. Wang Zi said firmly. I don't want to wait that long anymore. I can't be left behind by him. Wang Gui smiled happily and said, Okay, then Dad also supports you. Anyway, the startup capital I prepared for you has been eaten by your beast, so just treat it as if I have invested. Your dad and I have never lost an investment since I started business. I hope you won't let me down. Before leaving the vault, Wang Gui took out some of the gold. After all, until the golden-scaled pig grows up to the point where it can turn stone into gold and make its own food, it needs gold to feed it. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to afford it even if they were contracted. In order to prevent any accidents, Wang Zi directly booked the flight ticket for the day and set off to prepare for the exam tonight. And late at night, in a house in a hidden corner of Beishan City, two people were plotting something in a low voice under the dim light. One of them roared in a low voice. There is something wrong with the information you gave us. Why didn't you tell us that there is a master hiding in Qinglong Beast Control University? On the other side of him, under the dim light, Xiao Su's face was looming. Mr. Tanaka, I think your attitude should be more polite. We are a cooperative relationship, not a superior-subordinate relationship. Please don't talk to me in a tone of questioning your subordinates. Xiao Su said unceremoniously. The person in front of him is named Tanaka Kitsuya, a big shot among the Fuso secret guards. Even Takashi Yano is just a squadron leader, while Kitsuya Tanaka is his direct boss, the fourth captain of the Fuso Secret Guard. In terms of status and strength, he should be on a higher level than Xiao Su. But in the face of his sudden pressure, Xiao Su didn't show any panic except for his hair dancing in the wind. When Tanaka Kitsuya saw this, his anger disappeared instantly. Then, like a face-changing artist, he quickly put on a smiling face and said, "Principal Xiao has such strength but is willing to stay dormant in a small beast-controlling university. He must have lofty ambitions. It's a pity that the failure of our cooperation this time is something you don't want to see, right? So I think I am qualified to ask you for a reasonable explanation." The other party was polite, and Xiao Su's expression softened, and he replied, "I know you suspect that I set up the trap. After all, the entire 5th Squadron of the Fuso Secret Guards was wiped out by the formation in Dacia. This has not happened for a long time. The last time your country suffered such heavy casualties was during the siege of Shaosheng, so I can understand your dissatisfaction." Then he changed the topic. "But the appearance of that old guy was also unexpected. Although I have been serving as the principal for 6 years, the old guy who was the former principal has been in business for decades. In the end, I am just an outsider. Otherwise, why would I have to cooperate with you to explore the secrets of this school?" Tanaka Kitsuya stared into his eyes, as if to determine whether he was lying, and said, "You mean that master is the former president of Qinglong Beast Control University? And you don't know where he is?" Xiao Su replied, "Yes, it can only be him." The old principal disappeared without a trace after he was dismissed. Unexpectedly, he hid under my nose. That's right. After all, he was responsible for this project at the beginning, and it was precisely because of this that he was dismissed. Tanaka Kitsuya said, "Then as long as we deal with this old immortal guy, we can dig out the secret of the Blue Dragon Beast Control University?" Xiao Su glanced at him disdainfully and said, "You are an old man? It seems that the intelligence work of your Fusang secret guards is nothing more than that. Let me remind you that the old principal also had a very resounding title in your Fusang, called the Dream Demon." Tanaka Kitsuya's face suddenly changed when he heard this title. Sleep Demon? Is he the Dream Demon? The teacher of Dragon Controller, Shaosheng? Xiao Su also sneered when he saw his panic. "Yes, do you still think you can easily deal with this old guy? There are very few beast masters who can hold the title. They are usually powerful men, or they have done something sensational and are recognized by others. The title of Dream Demon comes from the latter. He was once Shaosheng's teacher and protector. After Shaosheng's jade-scaled snake advanced to become the Jade Cloud Dragon, it was attacked and killed many times by various countries, among which Fusang was the worst. All these attacks were blocked by the old principal who did not have the title of Dream Demon at that time. He also temporarily gave up his job as principal and concentrated on protecting Shaosheng. It was precisely for this reason that the Fusang secret guards did not investigate his identity and only thought he was a Taoist protector assigned to Shaosheng. The incident that earned him the title of Dream Demon was because he chose to take the initiative in order to shock Fuso, causing people in 5 cities of Fuso to fall asleep overnight and never wake up again. It can be said that before Shaosheng let the blood rain all over Fusang, the Dream Demon was their psychological shadow. Many people hold up their eyelids with bamboo sticks at night and dare not fall asleep even if they prick blood. They are afraid that they will never see the sun again after falling asleep. Soon after, his students used a rain of blood to cast a new psychological shadow on them. Xiao Su continued, "Now you know, unless you let your first captain bring at least one real artifact, don't even think about breaking into that secret place. And once you start fighting, the scene will be earth-shattering. When Shaosheng comes over, even if you win, no one will be able to leave." Xiao Su smiled and said, "Of course, I just mean that through this exploration, we realize that this road is already very difficult to pass." Tanaka Kitsuya's forehead was throbbing with veins, secretly thinking that even if Xiao Su didn't really know the existence of the Dream Demon, he should have guessed it. That's why we say this is a path exploration, a path that was explored with the lives of all the members of the 5th Squadron of Fuso Secret Guards. He suppressed the anger in his heart and asked puzzledly, "Choose another way? If there was an easier way, we would have left long ago. What does Xiao Jun mean?" Xiao Su smiled and replied, Because this is a path that has just appeared, a path discovered from a student named Su Zhe. In front of the Qinglong Beast Control University, many people gathered here carrying large and small bags of luggage. In addition to the students, there were also their parents, with irrepressible smiles on their faces. But it's different at the gate of Qingbei University. Parents don't want to show their faces at all, and they can't afford to embarrass that person. Su Zhe and Su Yao were alone. Su Zhe's parents were missing, and Su Yao's father was busy with scientific research, so they had to come together. Su Zhe was standing in the crowd at this time, looking at the messages on his phone with a smile. Su Yao on the side poked him with her elbow and said, "Why are you laughing? We will be signing up soon. I was reading the message Wangzi sent me. This guy ran away overnight to White Tiger Beast Controlling University, and he will take the Beast Control College entrance examination there in 2 days." Su Yao turned around and asked curiously after hearing this, "Has his problem been solved?" Su Zhe said noncommittally, "Maybe." Su Yao planned to ask something else, but the teacher in charge of registration had already called out her name. Su Yao. She immediately turned around, raised her hands above her head, and said, "Teacher, I'm here." The teacher looked her over with a smile and said, "Very good, Lao Su's daughter, right? I hugged you when you were a child, but I didn't expect you to be so big in a blink of an eye. You are very popular. Many teachers want to accept you as a student, but who can beat your father? Go and report to teacher Su Yiming." Su Yao immediately replied sweetly, "Okay, teacher." Yuji University is different from ordinary universities. The teaching method is more like the traditional master-apprentice system. After enrolling, everyone does not study in separate classes, but follows a tutor and becomes his student. And because tutors are not omnipotent, the school has also set up many public courses for people to choose to study on their own. The school also has credit requirements, and everyone must complete courses with prescribed credits every academic year. Your situation is more complicated. There is no tutor assigned yet, but the principal has told me to go to his office when you report. Principal? Su Zhe was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the principal wants to accept him as a student? The other students who were waiting to register also burst into an uproar the moment they heard Su Zhe's name. Is he Su Zhe? The ruthless man who killed a group of Fuso secret guards by himself. He is so handsome. I love him so much. You didn't know this. It is said that the turmoil in Tianyun volcano this time was actually due to the hatching of a diamond-level monster. And because it was just hatched, the monster recognized the first person it saw as its master, Su Zhe. Oh my god, the diamond-level monster must be so lucky. Who says it's not the case? I'm so envious. But there are also some discordant voices in it. It's just bad luck. If I were standing there at that time, I would definitely be able to make a contract. The level gap between him and the Beastmaster is so big. There should be a high risk of losing control, right? Why doesn't the association forcefully terminate his contract? Maybe he's a well-connected person. I think there's something wrong with the way Captain Guo looks at him. Logically speaking, such a genius who contracted a diamond-level monster should be kept strictly confidential to prevent assassination. There were not many people who witnessed Su Zhe's contract. Only Guo Linshan, Yu Xinghua, and Xiao Su. But because of his anger, he used the power of beast control to kill a group of Fuso secret guards in front of everyone, including Yano Takashi, the squadron leader. Afterwards, the golden-feathered phoenix bird turned into a human form. Now anyone who has studied the knowledge of beast taming high school will guess that Su Zhe has contracted a powerful diamond-level beast. Only monsters of this level can be so powerful at a young age. Even if you want to help him hide it, you can't do it. You can only send someone to protect him secretly. In the past few days, staff members have been coming to Su Zhe's house to check the water, electricity, and gas meters, but they always feel that they are not very professional. Su Zhe also knew that they were actually Daxia spiritual guards arranged by Guo Linshan to protect him. Why are you dazed? Don't you know where the principal's office is? I'll take you there. Su Yao smiled and took Su Zhe's hand and walked towards the school gate in a familiar way. There is not much difference between the Beast Control University and ordinary universities in appearance. Facilities such as libraries, activity rooms, teaching buildings, and playgrounds are all available. But in addition, there is a huge open-air arena and several small arenas. After all, unlike ordinary universities that only have cultural courses, The main thing taught at Yuzhou University is practical courses. The campus covers a large area, and both of them were running out of breath before they came to the Azure Dragon statue in the center of the campus. The statue is as tall as a dozen floors. Its scales are the size of a basketball, and its 2 dragon whiskers are as thick as an arm. There were many people groping around underneath the statue, and it seemed that they all knew more or less that the statue in front of the Beast Tamer Association contained the clone of Dragon Tamer Xiaosheng. So they also wanted to see if there was any mechanism hidden in the larger and more powerful statue in the school. There were more people under the statue in the past few days, but they have never gained much, and there are not many people left who are still interested. Behind the statue is where Su Zhe is going, the office building of Qinglong Beast Control University. There are 18 floors in total, the same height as the statue. The principal's office is on the 18th floor, the highest level, and Su Yao wants to go to the 10th floor to find her father. After Su Yao got off the elevator on the 10th floor, Su Zhe was left alone to follow the signs and find the principal's office. The door was unlocked. He knocked lightly and heard the answer from inside, then opened the door and walked in. The room is very spacious, equipped with a large mahogany desk, a coffee table, a sofa, and a bookcase. There are also banners hanging on the wall, written in wild calligraphy with famous aphorisms that Su Zhe cannot recognize. There were 2 people in the room, a middle-aged man sitting behind the desk, wearing a formal suit and dressed meticulously. The other person was a sloppy old man wearing cleaning clothes. He was holding a stainless steel flask in his hand and smelled of wine. He was leaning in front of the desk chair with his legs crossed. The middle-aged man behind the desk looked at Su Zhe and said with a smile, "Su Zhe, you're here. Please find a place to sit down first." Su Zhe replied, "Okay," and then sat down on the sofa with some restraint. He immediately recognized that this middle-aged man was the man who stood next to Guolinshan on the volcano that day. Because of Feng Qingyi's troubles, he didn't have time to say hello to each other when they first met. Su Zhe felt a little uneasy, hoping not to leave a bad first impression on the other party. At this time, Xiao Su also walked out from behind the desk with a smile on his face. "Introduce yourself. I am your principal, Xiao Su. I won't be too pretentious. The reason why I asked you to come is because I will personally introduce you to a teacher in view of your special situation." Then, under Su Zhe's surprised gaze, Xiao Su pointed at the sloppy old man beside him who was pouring the last few drops of wine from a wine bottle into his mouth. The sloppy old man picked up the jug and poured it into his mouth. Then he glanced down the mouth of the jug and made sure that there was not a drop of wine left before he put the jug into his arms with some reluctance. Then he lay down comfortably on the back of the chair, tilted his head back, and found that both Xiao Su and Su Zhe were looking at him. It seemed that only then did he belatedly realize that what Xiao Su had just said was him. He pointed to his rosy nose in surprise and said, "Be his teacher? Me, Principal Xiao, have you made something wrong? There are so many good teachers in our school who are good at teaching and educating people, breeding monsters, and even killing on horseback. I'm just a pig feeder and part-time cleaner in the school. How can I teach others? This is impossible, absolutely impossible." In fact, Su Zhe also thought so in his heart. The teachers he had just seen walking along the way, including those in charge of admissions at the door, were all wearing bright and elegant clothes. Only the old man in front of him looked dirty. He seemed to be drunk, and he looked very unreliable. Besides, I have 2 master beasts when I first entered school. One is gold level, and the other is diamond level. This kind of talent is hard to find even with a lantern. As the principal, Xiao Su didn't value himself so much and found this kind of person to be his mentor. This had to make Su Zhe wonder. Could it be that it was really because she didn't say hello to him? As for such a small belly chicken intestine? Even so, you should have discussed it with the old man in advance and asked him to change into his cleaning clothes. How does he look like a teacher now? He is treating me like a fool. Su Zhe couldn't help complaining in his heart. But Xiao Su still said with a smile on his face, "Teacher Lin, she is being humble. After all, your name is worth pondering. Together, it is the word dream. I didn't notice it before." The old drunkard touched his rosacea nonchalantly and said, "I'm just the one who sweeps the shed and feeds the livestock in the school. It's normal for the principal not to notice." Su Zhe also glanced at the bad old man named Lin Shi at this time, and felt that this name was a bit unfair when paired with his current appearance. Then Xiao Su changed the subject and said, "What you just said is correct. Our Qinglong Beast Control University does have a strong teaching staff. But you must be very aware of this child's situation. Apart from you and me, there are really few people in the school who are qualified to teach him." This sentence made Su Zhe on the side widen his eyes. What does this mean? Does the principal's words mean that the old man is at the same level as him? At this time, the drunkard old man continued. "Principal, you praise me too much. How can I compare with you? Besides, I will retire in 1 year. This university has a total of 4 years, and I can't teach this kid." Xiao Su continued to smile and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. This boy has already reached the most difficult grade requirements for graduation when he entered the school. As for the cultural courses, the Beast Master does not attach much importance to them. We will work hard to have him complete them within a year, and it will not delay your retirement. Like ordinary universities, Beast Controlling University has a 4-year system that can be extended to a maximum of 6 years. In addition to completing the basic credits, you must also meet the rigid requirement of level 20 as a Beast Controller before you can graduate. Those who do not meet the graduation requirements within 6 years can only get a certificate of graduation. Many official organizations related to Beast Masters do not recognize it, so they can only compete with ordinary people for jobs. Those who successfully graduate can join official organizations and continue their studies and upgrade their grades." The old drunkard wanted to say something more, but he heard Xiao Su add, "By the way, Mr. Lin, I remembered one more thing. I like students with extraordinary talents like Su Zhe very much, so I got to know him carefully." Lin Shi's expression finally changed. Her dizzy, drunken state disappeared for a moment, and she stared at Xiao Su with a smile on his face. In the end, he turned into an alcoholic again, collapsed on the chair, and said, "Since the principal is not afraid of misleading students, what should I be afraid of? But if I become a tutor, I will have to work 2 jobs, so a salary increase is not too much, right?" Xiao Su still had a smile on his face. "No problem. If the original salary remains unchanged, I will add the tutor's salary to you." "Okay, cool. If that's the case, then I don't have any problem. Come with me, kid, and report to the old man first." Lin Shi stood up from the chair unsteadily, waving to Su Zhe, who was frowning and thinking behind him. What the 2 people just said was not hidden from him, and Su Zhe also heard something fishy. The reason why the drunkard old man Lin Shi changed his attitude and was willing to be his mentor was because Xiao Su mentioned his parents. Su Zhe could clearly feel Lin Shi's emotional changes at that time. Could it be that? What did this seemingly incomprehensible old man know about the disappearance of his parents? When he thought of this, Su Zhe couldn't calm down in his heart. One of the important reasons why he had to be admitted to Qinglong Beast Control University was to find out the original truth and find out the reason why his parents disappeared. It would be best to find them directly. Now it seems that clues have been delivered to the door on the first day of reporting, which is a good sign. Looking at the back of the old man swaying in front of him, Su Zhe was about to ask him what he knew. "I saw the old man just walked out of the principal's office and bent down less than 2 meters away from the door, accompanied by a violent vomiting sound. The smell of low-quality alcohol suddenly filled the entire corridor. Boy, it's all thanks to you." As he said that, he was about to lean on Su Zhe. Smelling the strong smell of alcohol on his body and looking at the stains on his chest and dirty clothes, Su Zhe couldn't help but take a step back to avoid it. The old man glanced at him dissatisfied. "I will be your master from now on. Can't you even help me?" As he said that, he strode towards the elevator. I don't know if it was because he had spit out all the alcohol just now, or if he was just pretending before. There was no sway in the old man's steps now. Su Zhe hurriedly followed him, pinching his nose in the same elevator and enduring the smell of alcohol and sourness slowly descending from him. Only the sweeping lady who happened to be passing by was left looking at the puddle of filth on the ground and cursing. "Teacher, where are we going?" After leaving the administration building, an old man and a young man walked on the wide, tree-lined avenue on campus. Su Zhe couldn't help but break the silence and asked. Su Zhe wondered, "Office? Aren't teachers' offices in the administration building?" The old man exposed his missing front teeth and grinned. "That small office can't even stretch its legs. How can it compare with my territory?" Su Zhe was immediately interested when he heard this. Although this old man was wearing a dirty sanitation uniform, even the principal looked respectful to him. Considering what he just said, could it be that he was really a big boss and that he had a special office area in the school? This curiosity lasted until he led Su-Zhe to the greenhouse in a remote corner of the campus. Before he even entered the greenhouse area, the stench of animal excrement kept entering Su-Zhe's nose, making him frown. That's right. How about it? Sometimes it's much bigger than those offices in the administration building. The other party was indeed right. Not to mention the greenhouse. Even the lounge next to it was larger than the principal's office. Including the greenhouse, it was almost as large as the entire administrative building. But the problem is that in such a large space, there are few places for people to stay. Under the greenhouse, there are more than 10 areas divided like pigs, where different low-level monsters are raised. Most of them are black iron-level monsters. In fact, they are animals mixed with the blood of some monsters. They are not much better than ordinary animals. It is said that the texture and taste have been greatly improved. But Su-Zhe was not interested in eating them. He remembered what happened in the office before and asked, "Teacher Lin Shi, do you know my parents?" In order to get the answer, Su-Zhe immediately took the feed bucket in his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, leave it all to me." As he spoke, he lifted the bucket and poured it into the trough despite the smell in the greenhouse. But the demonic beast that looked like a scaly black pig only took a bite and left, wagging its tail and shaking its plump body. Lin Shi immediately shouted from the side, "Oh, what are you doing? I have already fed this scaly pig. Didn't you see that the scales on its belly were stretched open? Do you want to feed him to death?" The voice sounded urgent, but he never made any move. Instead, he dragged a recliner out and looked at Su-Zhe, his eyes seeming to be caught in some kind of memory. Su-Zhe immediately stopped moving, thought for a while, and poured the remaining half bucket of feed in front of another monster beast that looked like a goat but had 3 horns. In the end, this monster went too far. Just after smelling it, it hit the fence like crazy. Su-Zhe saw this and said, "What's wrong? You hit the wall when you saw the food. Are all these farmed monsters holding it in their mouths?" Lin Shi took out a small wine bottle from nowhere and poured wine into his mouth. He said, "This feed contains bone meal of triangle sheep. If you feed it this, it will be weird if it is not afraid of hitting the wall. You can feed it to the purple dog next to it. They like to eat bones." After thinking about it for a moment, Su-Zhe did understand the behavior of the triangle sheep. Su-Zhe scooped up the feed in the trough with a ladle on the side and put it all into the purple dog's trough. I was finally relieved to see the big dog with long purple hair eating enthusiastically. He didn't expect that just feeding him would be so troublesome. Monsters were indeed much more difficult to take care of than ordinary animals. You know, even if you put a broken stone in the mouth of a domestic fat pig, it can bite it crispy and delicious like chewing rice cakes, and it is not picky at all. Su-Zhe left the greenhouse and placed the feed bucket in front of the lounge. After wiping the sweat from his face, he realized that some feed had splashed on his face at some point, and he wiped it hurriedly. Lin Shi seemed to be in a very good mood when she saw this and said, "Haha, it looks like it. It really looks like it." Su-Zhe immediately asked alertly, "What does it look like?" Lin Shi replied, "Who else can he be like? Of course he is like your father." Su-Zhe immediately became excited. "Teacher, do you really know my father? What don't you know? I have been working here for so many years. When your father first came to work, he was assigned to raise monsters here for a while. Just like you, clumsy." This was the first time Su-Zhe heard someone talk about how his parents looked like at work, and he smiled unconsciously. He asked, "What happened next?" Then I became a full-time researcher, met your mother, got married, and had children." At this point, he sighed and said, "Oh, it's a pity that something happened during the experiment at such a young age. Do you know what the accident was? What happened?" Lin Shi shook her head. "How do I know about the researcher? I am only responsible for managing the breeding and sanitation of this area, and it is not an experiment that happened under my feet. How can I know what happened?" Lin Shi closed her eyes and rocked the rocking chair and said, "No, I'm just a bad old man. Who would tell me this? Okay, boy, today is just for registration. You can go back first. Classes will start officially tomorrow." Su-Zhe wanted to ask something else, but Lin Shi had already started to close her eyes and pretend to snore, so she had to give up. He felt that the other party must know something. After all, Xiao Su had hinted it before. Moreover, Lin Shi had always claimed that he was a bad old man that no one paid attention to. So he didn't know what happened at the beginning, but judging from Xiao Su's attitude towards him, it was obviously not the case. If he really has the status of being treated as an equal by the principal, then it is impossible for him to be unaware of what happened back then. So Suze also made up his mind to get some information from here, even if he had to help feed the pigs. On his first day at school, Suze discovered the clue. But it's not without its bad points. When he and Su Yao went home together, they were rarely disliked by each other, and they kept a long distance from him. Su Yao even suspected that he had fallen into a manure pit. Early in the morning, Suze picked out one of the several bronze-colored monster eggs in front of him and threw it into the boiling water. Perhaps it was because the previous 10 rounds had simultaneously drawn gold-level and diamond-level monster eggs, which exhausted all of Suze's recent luck. After he had just used all the gacha eggs he had accumulated in the past few days, he didn't even see any silver-level monster eggs, let alone gold-level monster eggs. He only harvested a few bronze monster eggs. Suze thought for a while and took out another monster egg and put it into the pot. If other people saw this scene, they would be so distressed that they would be unable to breathe. But it didn't matter to Suze, because monster eggs were the thing he lacked most. After all, he is like a diligent hen, laying an egg every day. After the 2 beast eggs were cooked, Suze fished them out and took them out. Because he lives in the unit of Qinglong Beast Control University, it is also very close to the school, so there is no need for him to live on campus. Su Yao also received the same treatment. Suze saw her as soon as he went out, waiting for him at the corner of the stairs. "It's so slow. I've been waiting for a long time. You need to say a bit coquettishly." Suze replied, "Have you eaten? I boiled an egg for you and wasted some time." "I have eaten it. It's just one egg. It's not a problem to eat one. It's just that I'm past the age of body growth. Is it still useful to eat eggs?" Su Yao looked at the huge beast egg that Suze took out, and her words were stuck in her throat for a moment. Although Suze had a deep impression on her last time, when she ate boiled monster eggs to heal her wounds, she never expected that this stuff could be used for breakfast. This is too luxurious. Suze didn't say anything. After handing the egg in his hand to Su Yao, he took out another one, cracked it on the handrail of the stairs, and peeled off the eggshell. He didn't forget to remind Su Yao, "What are you doing standing around? Eat quickly. This is a good thing. It can make you energetic all day long, and you can increase your mental power at the same speed as meditation practice without meditating." Looking at the 2 cooked beast eggs in their hands, Su Yao felt a little numb for some reason. Suze looked at her and said with some pride, "It's a pity that it's out of stock now. Let's try together what a gold-level monster egg tastes like another day." This should have been an unconvincing statement in other people's mouths, but Su Yao nodded inexplicably. Monster eggs the size of a human head, not to mention Su Yao who had already eaten breakfast. Even hungry Suze couldn't eat one in one meal. So Suze called Feng Qingyi out of the beast-controlling space, gave her the peeled egg in his hand, and ate the same beast-controlling egg with Su Yao. Feng Qingyi rolled her eyes at Suze and did not refuse to reach out and take the monster egg. The Beast Master's beast control space is extremely rich in spiritual energy, which is one of the reasons why monsters upgrade faster after signing a contract than wild monsters. Monsters can survive in the beast control space only by relying on spiritual energy, and Feng Qingyi doesn't look down on ordinary food. But monster eggs are different. They are also a rare food for her at diamond level. The abundant pure power contained in it is a great supplement to the new monsters. Feng Qingyi did not expect that this inexplicably cheap master could take out so many in a row. Although she was forced into a contract by the system, she was not aware of the existence of the system because she was in a weak position. She could only vaguely feel that the contract that bound her had a very strong binding force. Suze looked at Feng Qingyi with a satisfied expression, and by some strange coincidence, he reached out his hand and touched the top of her head. After all, in his impression, pets such as cats and dogs can increase their favorability by touching their heads, and birds should be no exception, right? But Suze's hand hadn't fallen yet, and it just passed by a hair with a feathery texture. Feng Qingyi's expression suddenly changed, and she escaped Suze's clutches. Then he transformed into the form of a phoenix, pecked Suze hard, picked up the beast-controlling egg with his sharp claws, and flew back to the beast-controlling space. Su Yao on the side saw this and hurriedly came over. Su Zhe's right hand was already red, and there was a small hole in it that was bleeding. As someone close to Su Zhe, she knew that there was a considerable level gap between Su Zhe and Jin Yufeng Yao. This situation is actually very dangerous. Although the golden-feathered phoenix just pecked Su Zhe's hand, there is no guarantee that it will not be a precursor to losing control. It doesn't matter, it's just a little temper. She can't change the world. Su Zhe said, while letting the void spirit turtle who was driven out of the beast control space use light treatment to heal his wounds. He knew that the golden feather phoenix bird could not lose control due to system reasons, but being so disobedient also gave him a headache. After all, if this were the case, Su Zhe wouldn't be able to safely rely on her power during battle. How should I have a good relationship with her? Su Zhe was a little troubled. At present, it seems that Feng Qingyi has only shown interest in monster eggs. Is it possible that he wants to feed all the remaining monster eggs to her? Su Zhe felt something was wrong, not just because he couldn't bear to part with it. He also felt that if Feng Qingyi formed a habit, then Su Zhe, who only lays one egg a day, might not be able to eat enough. Su Zhe walked all the way to the school gate without thinking of a good idea. Brother Su Zhe, I'm going to find my dad first. I'll see you after school. After the two separated at the school gate, they walked towards their tutor's place. In fact, with the exception of Su Zhe, the destination of all the new students was the administration building, and he was the only one heading to the breeding shed. After smelling the familiar pungent smell, it didn't take long for Su Zhe to see the old god Lin Shi, who was lying on the rocking chair and rocking. He poured wine into his mouth and said, "Boy, you are finally here. First go and feed the blue crane over there. It is screaming there so early in the morning. It makes me have a headache." Su Zhe learned a lesson this time. In order to prevent his clothes from being pickled by the smell of the breeding shed, he first went to the lounge to change into a pair of old clothes he brought with him, and then picked up the iron bucket full of grains. After weighing the weight in his hand, he said, "If you keep feeding them all, won't they stop disturbing you?" Lin Shi smiled proudly and said, "Haha, wouldn't you have nothing to do in this case? I understand now that I can get double my salary just by lying here. I should have agreed to such a comfortable thing a long time ago." Su Zhe looked back at him after hearing this, feeling a little shaken. Then he quickly turned his head and kept convincing himself in his heart. He is a hidden master. Yes, he must be. As the name suggests, the blue crane is a blue crane bird, but its size is very huge, as tall as a person. The bird's beak is also as long as an arm and looks very scary. Fortunately, this kind of monster is vegetarian and has a fairly docile personality. After Su Zhe poured the grain from the iron bucket into the trough, most of the blue cranes stopped crowing and strode over to eat like chickens and ducks in captivity. Only the largest blue crane flapped its wings, even kicked over the iron bucket with its talons, and pecked at Su Zhe with its beak. Clang! A sound like the impact of steel sounded, but it was actually the sound made by the bird's beak hitting a turtle shell-like shield. Su Zhe transformed the void spirit turtle in time to block its attack. The violent impact made Qinghe shake his head several times in a daze. Hey, this blue crane actually dares to attack the keeper. It seems that we can have extra food today. Old man, I have food to go with the wine. After Lin Shi got up from the recliner, she first washed her hands at the faucet, and then came to the irritable blue crane with her bare hands. Su Zhe watched with fear, fearing that the other party would peck his old bones to pieces. Especially when she saw Lin Shi stretching her hand towards Qinghe's head, she tightened her grip on the void spirit shield in her hand, ready to help him resist attacks at any time. After all, he still remembers that he was pecked hard by Feng Qingyi when he just wanted to touch her head. They are also birds, and Qinghe may not be much better than Feng Qingyi. But to Su Zhe's surprise, under his nervous gaze, Lin Shi's palm touched Qinghe's head smoothly. After avoiding a few slender and beautiful feathers, he gently stroked its hair. After a few moments, Qinghe began to close his eyes and rubbed Lin Shi's palm affectionately. After changing his appearance when he first attacked people, he looks very docile. Teacher Lin, how did you do that? Why did you make him so obedient after just touching it a few times? Lin Shi kept holding her hands and said with a smile, "It's very simple. These monsters are actually not much different from cats and dogs. They also like human touch very much and can be tamed after a few touches. Suze wondered, Guanyu? What is that? Lin Shi put her hands behind her back, pretending to be a teacher, and said, Since you are my student now, I will teach you this unique knowledge. Although this monster has many similar habits to ordinary animals, they are not exactly the same. They are often more arrogant. Just like this bird-like monster, in addition to some sensitive parts that no one is stupid enough to touch, there are 3 major untouchables. Which are the top 3? The crown feathers, tail feathers, and flight feathers are actually several longer and more colorful feathers on their heads, tails, and wings. Although these feathers may not be any different from other feathers in terms of function, they are regarded as treasures by bird-like monsters and cannot be touched casually, not even by the master. Suze recalled that today, when he wanted to touch Feng Qingyi's head, he felt the feather-like texture of the hair. Originally, he thought it was a dull-haired being, but now it seems that it is Feng Qingyi's crown feather. From this point of view, the long skirt and sleeves of Feng Qingyi's transformed body should be the corresponding tail feathers and flight feathers, and they cannot be touched casually. Suze nodded and kept it firmly in mind. After completing a series of tasks in the breeding shed, Suze quietly hid in a deserted place. Lin Shi, on the other hand, gained the trust of Qinghe with just a few strokes, and took it out of the shed, followed by a shrill cry of cranes. Not long after, Lin Shi wiped the blood on her hands and came out, and said, Boil water. You can't keep monsters that attack people. This is a rule. I'm not greedy. You can't blame me. Huh, where's that kid? At this time, Suze had changed his clothes and was hiding not far away. After cleaning his hands carefully, he summoned Feng Qingyi from the beast control space. She frowned as soon as she appeared. Where is this place? Why does it smell so bad? Then he noticed Suze, who looked malicious in front of him. What do you want to do? Don't think that because you are the master, I will be afraid of you. The worst is possible. Suze did not speak, but stretched out his right hand like he did in the morning, trying to tame it as Lin Shi said. Feng Qingyi looked at his right hand, as if she wanted to see if there was anything hidden, such as a blade or pills, but there was none, and there was also a faint aroma. This is a small change that Suze made after referring to Lin Shi's words. In his opinion, the golden-feathered phoenix bird with nobler blood should be more picky. Clean hands alone were not enough, so he picked some flowers and rubbed them repeatedly before rinsing them off, leaving only a light aroma that was not pungent at all. Among the bad smell of this greenhouse, this scent is particularly valuable. Sure enough, smelling the aroma that made her feel much more comfortable, Feng Qingyi did not avoid Suze's hand, but she did not relax her vigilance yet. Suze also very cleverly avoided a few strands of her hair, and gently stroked her head along the direction of the hair. Feng Qingyi was stunned. This indescribable feeling made her feel very uncomfortable, but she was not repelled by it. Even, there is some desire. After all, she has never experienced the care and touch of her parents since she broke out of her shell. Suze's hand gave her a hint of comfort when stroking the top of her head, and she unconsciously closed her eyes and lowered her head, relaxing her vigilance. Suze suddenly became curious when he looked at the smooth and white neck that was revealed after she lowered her head, like a white jade pillar. Feng Qingyi's current appearance is no different from that of ordinary girls. For human women, having a good relationship can actually tolerate having their heads touched, but touching their necks is not. But according to what Lin Shi said, for monsters, this seems to be a place that can be touched. After all, just now Lin Shi was stroking Qinghe's neck while thinking about how to drink later. But Feng Qingyi is now in human form. Will this work? Suze reached out his hand curiously. As soon as he touched him, she felt Feng Qingyi's body tremble, but she did not dodge and refuse. It feels cool when you hold it, very delicate and smooth, really like touching a piece of fine soft white jade. But not long after, this cold jade suddenly became hot. Suze lowered his head and saw that Feng Qingyi's cheeks were blushing and she was looking at him with watery eyes. She was immediately at a loss. Suze hurriedly pulled his hand back and said, Teacher, please listen to my explanation. She is actually... Before he could finish his words, Lin Shi stretched out his hand and interrupted. No need to explain. The teacher is someone who has been through this before and everyone understands. When I was young, I also walked through the woods with several female classmates. Then he touched the beard on his chin and leaned into Suzei's ear and said, "But it's rare to see something so on point. You should cherish it." When he looked up, he found that Suzei was the only one left in front of him. "Huh? Where is she?" Linshi frowned and looked around and said, "Why are you so mysterious? Is there a hole in my greenhouse? It comes and goes at the drop of a hat." Then I walked around and found no gaps. I scratched my head and walked back. But in fact, Fengqingyi opened the beast control space and got in when Suzei turned around, and then disappeared instantly. Forget it. Then I can only blame her for not having a good reputation, but you can't say that the teacher is stingy. Then he said to Suzei, "The rules of the school are that we can only keep a small part of the blue crane, and the rest have to be sent to the cafeteria. One less person can just eat more. The taste of this blue crane is very delicious. Come here and help me deal with it." With Suzei's help, the two finally left only a crane leg and the long neck that Linshi had longed for, and the rest were kept to be sent to the school cafeteria for extra meals for the students. "Good guy, this neck is almost as long as mine. Let's marinate it and use it to drink." As he spoke, he skillfully took out various ingredient packages and set up a large pot in the restroom to stew them. Judging from his actions, he must have done this kind of thing many times, and he was obviously a habitual offender. But smelling the fragrant aniseed smell that overcame the pungent smell in the greenhouse, Suzei swallowed and chose to go along with it. Generally speaking, the duck neck can be cooked in 40 minutes to an hour, but this crane neck is much longer and thicker than the duck neck, so the two of them marinated it for a full 2 hours before taking it out of the pot. After cutting it into small pieces while it was still hot, Linshi immediately picked up one section and stuffed it into her mouth. She was reluctant to spit it out even if it was so hot that she screamed. Suzei also tried a piece. Compared with the ordinary braised duck neck sold in the market, it had much more meat. The meat tasted firmer, more elastic, and was more delicious and juicy. This meal alone made Suzei feel that he was absolutely right in choosing this teacher, not to mention that he did learn a lot. He even used the knowledge he learned to draw closer to the relationship between himself and the golden-feathered phoenix, which was a big gain. And, from Linshi, an old man from Qinglong Beast Control University, Suzei can learn more and other things he wants to know. While tearing off the meat with his teeth, he asked, "Teacher, you know my parents, right? Do you know what happened to them in the beginning?" Linshi stopped reaching out to pick up the marinated neck, turned to pick up the wine on the side, poured it into his mouth for a few sips, and said, "How did I know that your parents were the most outstanding and youngest researchers in the school, and I was just a livestock farmer?" Suzei refused to give up and said, "But what you said to Principal Xiao Su that day." Before he could finish his words, Linshi interrupted, "Okay, Memoji, are you full? When you are full, it's time to go to class." "Class?" Suzei was stunned for a moment. "Aren't I attending class with you? It's a cultural class required by the school. I was supposed to choose the class with you yesterday, but I forgot about it. But don't worry, the classes I chose for you will definitely be practical, and they won't be boring." Suzei looked at him as if he didn't believe it. Then she took out a piece of paper from behind with her greasy hands and said, "This is your class schedule. Let me take a look. There are not many classes today, only 2. But the first class will be in 10 minutes, so you have to move quickly. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Suzei took the piece of paper from his hand and stood up hurriedly and said. Then he knew that his worries were right. The first course that Linshi chose for him on the curriculum was actually called Beast Breeding and Postpartum Care. But Suzei didn't have time to argue with him, because the classroom for this course was actually at the other end of the school, and it was a bit difficult to get there in 10 minutes. Looking at his back as he rushed out, Linshi showed a kind smile and whispered, "Are you so anxious? Your father also liked this class the most back then." Perhaps because of what happened before, when Suzei ran all the way until he really ran out of energy, Fengqingyi took the initiative to get out of the beast control space. "As my master, it's embarrassing for you to be so slow. Let me help you." Then Suzei felt a force emerging from his body, and his speed instantly increased several times. This was the first time that he did not forcefully extract Fengqingyi's power through a contract, but she took the initiative to pass it on. Obviously, it was the increase in intimacy that made Fengqingyi no longer resist him. With the help of the other party, Suzei finally made it to the classroom before the class started. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on the teacher by being late for the first class. As soon as one person and one bird sat down, they attracted the attention of the entire classroom. To be precise, it was Feng Qingyi who attracted the attention of the entire classroom. Although Su Zhe's appearance is already very outstanding among humans, he is still inferior to the transformed monster. If the school bell hadn't rang in time, many people might have come forward to strike up a conversation. After all, they didn't know that there was a different path between themselves and Feng Qingyi. On the podium, a young and middle-aged woman wearing black-rimmed glasses introduced, "Okay, classmates, I am your teacher for this course. My surname is Chun, you can call me Teacher Chun." In the audience, Feng Qingyi also showed great interest. "Is this a human classroom? It's interesting. We monsters all inherit knowledge through blood and actual combat. I want to see what human so-called education is like." After the introduction, Teacher Chen said, "We are going to study the breeding of beasts. The first step is to understand the gender of our beasts. Everyone summon your own beasts, and I will teach you how to distinguish the gender of various types of monsters." As the light of the contract circle continued to shine, the monsters were identified one by one. Su Zhe secretly glanced at Feng Qingyi, who was standing aside, and found that she was watching all this with a flushed face. That's right, for someone who is also a monster, the scene in front of her must be very exciting. And his gaze was also felt by Feng Qingyi, who glared at him with a red face, and then turned around and returned to the beast-controlling space. Before Su Zhe finished speaking, it was already the same as before, and he could no longer receive any news from the other side of the contract circle. It's over. The intimacy that we finally cultivated has been wasted. Soon, the teacher walked up to Su Zhe, and the eyes of the other students also turned around. "Huh? Where is the beautiful woman next to him just now? I don't know. It seems like he is no longer in the classroom. Wait, do you think he looks familiar? Isn't this the guy who claims to have contracted a diamond-level beast? It's true. Oh my god, do you think I can see what a diamond-level monster looks like soon?" Their conversation also reached Chun Xian's ears. Because she was not a combat beast master, she was not present on the day of the Beast Control College entrance examination, and she was not able to see the golden-feathered phoenix with her own eyes. He just happened to walk up to Su Zhe and asked, "Classmate, where is your beast? I'm here to help you take a look." Even as a teacher, she had never seen a diamond-level beast master. In the history of Qinglong Beast Controlling University, there was only one diamond-level beast control, which gave rise to the name of Dragon Master Xiaosheng. At that time, she was not able to come here to coach, which became a regret in Chun Xian's heart. You must know that the artificial breeding and cultivation of diamond-level monsters has always been a blank field. After all, many people have never been able to see a diamond-level monster in their entire lives. And now there is such an opportunity in front of her. Maybe she will have the opportunity to fill in this gap and leave her name in history. Thinking of this, Chun Xian couldn't help but get excited, and his heavy breathing caused his plump upper circumference to rise and fall. But unfortunately, because of the misunderstanding just now, Feng Qingyi has returned to the beast-controlling space and is autistic. So Su Zhe had no choice but to choose the next best thing, the void spirit turtle that was kicked out of the beast-controlling space and stayed in his school bag. Su Zhe happened to be very curious about the gender of the void spirit turtle. After all, turtles are not like other animals, and Su Zhe doesn't know where to start to identify the gender. "Teacher, this is my beast. Please help me find out whether it is a male or a female." Su Zhe handed the virtual turtle that had grown to the size of an A4 paper in front of Chun Xian. Look, 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 is that a diamond-level monster? Is this really a diamond-level monster? Is it bluffing?" Chun Xian's smile also froze on his face. Although the void spirit turtle is so rare that no other students can recognize it. But as a teacher, she still recognized it at a glance, so she also knew that this was actually a gold-level monster, not the diamond-level monster she expected. "Teacher Chun, is there something wrong with my beast control?" Su Zhe looked at the absent-minded Chun Xian and asked. With her eyes wide open, she came forward and asked, just shy of hitting someone with the ball in front of her chest. "Then why don't you let it out?" Su Zhe sighed and said helplessly, "Sorry, teacher, I can't call her out now." In fact, if Su Zhe forcefully summoned him, Feng Qingyi would not be able to escape and would be controlled by the contract. But he is now at a critical stage of establishing a good relationship with the other party, and there have been some minor misunderstandings just now. Suze didn't want to force her anymore, which would reduce the intimacy, and it wasn't an important thing. It just means something else in the eyes of others. Sure enough, any diamond-level beast master is just bragging. Then he just can't use the power of the beast at will. After all, there is such a big difference in levels. He might be the master who will be eaten once summoned, so he doesn't dare to summon it. Everyone suddenly understood and nodded frequently. It makes sense. I heard that he was just lucky enough to be there when the diamond-level monster broke out of its shell, so he made the contract. Thinking of this, everyone felt jealous. Chun Xin also guessed the same in her heart, so she did not force Suze to continue summoning the beast. After all, if it was summoned out of control, she wouldn't be able to defeat it. He could only pick up the void spirit turtle and look at it carefully before saying, "You are a male turtle. It seems that it has just hatched out of its shell and is not yet sexually mature. Unfortunately, we cannot conduct breeding experiments." Although it was not as attractive as breeding diamond-level monsters, it was enough to interest her. Suze continued to ask, "Teacher, how do you determine whether its gender is mature?" Chun Xin also returned to her normal state of teaching. She walked to the podium and said, "Your question is a good one. Students can easily determine the gender of monsters such as cats and dogs, but monsters such as turtles, birds, fish, and snakes cannot be detected. So in this first class, I'm going to teach you how to identify various types of monsters. Take Suze's void spirit turtle as an example. There are 4 things to pay attention to in male and female turtle monsters. Look at the tail first. The female turtle's tail is thin and short, and the cloaca is inside the edge of the carapace. The male turtle's tail is thick and long, and the cloaca is outside the edge of the carapace. Secondly, look at the carapace. The carapace of male turtles is generally longer, while the carapace of female turtles is generally rounder. This difference may be caused by the fact that female turtles consume more food, or that they can store more eggs in their bodies. Thirdly, look at the plastron. The male turtle's plastron is concave, which means that the plastron is not flat, but is concave near the tail. The plastron of female turtles is flat, and some heated turtles even have protruding ones. This structure of the turtle's plastron is to facilitate mating. The male turtle is on top, and the concave plastron just catches the female turtle's carapace. Having said this, Chun Xin also drew a simple diagram on the blackboard. That's probably what it looks like. Everyone in the audience was in an uproar. Feng Qingyi, who finally poked his head out of the beast control space, looked at what was drawn on the blackboard and immediately got back in. The last point is to look at the front claw nails, but this applies to adult tortoise monsters that are large enough. Because the nails of male turtles look longer, while the nails of female turtles are shorter. Male turtles have to defend their territory and compete for mates, so they often need to fight with other male turtles. They often need to use their front claw nails during fights, so their front claw nails will be longer than those of female turtles. Suze lowered his head and looked at the short pink nails of his void spirit turtle. No wonder he could tell at a glance that it was an immature monster that had just broken out of its shell. Chun Xin then introduced how to identify snakes, birds, and other monsters. Among birds, the ones with longer tail feathers are generally males, and the ones with shorter tail feathers are females, because males need to compete with each other to attract the attention of the opposite sex. Suze recalled Feng Qingyi's phoenix bird form and confirmed once again that she was not a crossdresser. Moreover, Chun Xion's vivid illustrations and the fact that he would make gestures on his body when he was about to get excited made Suze still not satisfied until the end of the course. He couldn't help but sigh. The cultural courses Lao Lintu chose for him were really good. After class, Suze returned to the breeding shed immediately and found Lin Shi, who was lying on a chair lazily basking in the sun. He had just followed the method taught by the other party to get closer to Feng Qingyi, so now when a problem arises, the first thing Suze thinks of is him. How to have a good relationship with birds and monsters. Lin Shi took off the folding fan covering her face to block the sun and repeated Suze's question. How did I know these things? Before Lin Shi finished speaking, Suze interrupted. As long as you tell me everything you know, I will do all the work in the future. You only need to lie down and get 2 wages every day. Hey, how can this be so embarrassing? Even so, he still sat up straight from his chair. Ahem, I'm a little thirsty. Suze quickly handed over the teapot. How can this thing quench my thirst? I want a drink. That is the best thing to quench my thirst. Suze walked into Lin Shi's room, and after rummaging through the messy room, he found his stainless steel flask. Lin Shi took a nice sip before saying, "It doesn't count if you use my wine to please me. I will definitely bring a bottle of good wine tomorrow." "Okay, it's a deal." Lin Shi then put down the wine bottle, raised his head and said, "You are asking the right person, old man. I have raised monsters for so many years, and I already know the habits of these guys very well. Just like these bird monsters, if you want to have a good relationship with them, there are many ways." Suze immediately pricked up his ears and became serious. "The first one is the stroking method I taught you before. This is actually imitating the movements of birds. Birds will groom each other politely to keep their feathers neat, clean, and supple. You can act as a companion to the bird by gently stroking and running your hands along the direction of the feathers, which will make the bird feel comfortable. Especially help them groom areas they can't reach, such as their head, neck, and cheeks." Suze nodded frequently. He remembered that when he was stroking Feng Qingyi's face, the other party acted particularly affectionately. "What else?" "Don't worry." Lin Shi took a sip of wine and continued. "The second point is feeding. In fact, raising monsters is not much different from raising pets for ordinary people. Keep them well fed, and their relationship with you will become better. It's just that this bird is a little different from other monsters. You have to hold what they like to eat in your hands and feed it into your mouth with your own hands. This will have the best effect." Suze recalled again that the several times Feng Qingyi took the initiative to come out of the beast control space were when he cooked the monster eggs and ate them. It seems that the food she likes to eat has been solved, and now the problem is to feed her with her own hands. The last thing is that birds love to be clean, so you need to take them to bathe more often, and the water must be clean. The cleaner the better. After washing, you can take a towel and wipe the bird's feathers until they are semi-dry. This is also a good way for them to get closer. Suze was stunned for a moment. If the first 2 points are reasonable, Suze is skeptical about the last point. After all, Feng Qingyi spends most of her time in human form, helping her take a bath. Suze felt a little excited after thinking about it. "Okay, I have told you everything you asked me. Now go and help me work. After feeding those guys, you still have to go to class. You have to finish the 4 years of study in 1 year. The courses are very tight." Suze smiled. This amount of courses was nothing to him. After all, the previous world was much more involution than this one. When Suze fed the bird monsters, he tried all the methods Lin Shi just mentioned and found that the effect was indeed good. And it is not effective on a single type of bird, but has the same effect on all bird-like monsters. However, there is some doubt as to whether the transformation into human form is effective. Suze summed up the experience before leaving. What he was going to do next was a practical class. The playground of Yusho University is very different from that of ordinary universities. There is no football field or basketball court here. Instead, there are various large and small arenas. What he is going to now is one of the small arenas on the edge. There are already many people gathered there, all waiting for practical lessons. "Brother Suze, you're here too." In the crowd, Su Yao, who was being annoyed by the people around her, immediately saw Suze walking towards him and immediately greeted him with relief. The teacher of the practical class, Zhang Jian, is a muscular man. What he needs in the first class is to understand everyone's practical abilities. So let students compete in pairs. Then the problem arose. No one wanted to team up with Suze. Even after the previous class ended and the news that Suze was unable to summon the diamond-level monster had spread, no one dared to step forward to verify the accuracy of the news. Only Necessity wanted to team up with Suze, but he didn't want to fight with the other party, so he refused directly. The teacher on the ring seemed to be looking at this scene with some distress. Fortunately, the number of students in this class turned out to be an odd number, and there was just one more student, Suze. In this case, Suze, please form a team with the teacher, and we will demonstrate it to the other students first. Suze did not refuse. At his current level, teaming up with others to compete feels a bit like an adult bullying a child. He also wanted to try out the level of teachers in these schools. Just after Suze got on the ring and got into position, Zhang Jian, a teacher, suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." Then he scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "Ahem, teacher knows how powerful you are, so I hope you can be merciful later." Generally speaking, when teachers and students compete, the teacher should hold back, but Suze is obviously an anomaly. Unlike Chun Xin, who is only responsible for teaching theoretical courses, he is a practical person. Therefore, he was also present at Tianyun Mountain that day and witnessed with his own eyes the scene when Suze burned the Fusong's secret guard. Now that he thinks about it, his throat is still dry, but he doesn't think he can withstand the fever any better than the Fuso secret guards. "Teacher, don't worry, it's no problem," Suze replied, patting his chest. After all, it's not a life and death battle. He won't forcefully use Feng Qingyi's power, which will also consume a lot of his own mental strength. So with a flash of golden light, the void spirit turtle appeared on the ring. Zhang Jian also breathed a sigh of relief at this time and summoned his own beast, which was a silver-level black cheetah. After being transformed into a weapon, there was a pair of black boxing gloves, and when the arms were waving, there was a burst of punching wind. "You have to be careful." As he spoke, he punched him. The weaponized void spirit shield blocked the blow with difficulty, and saw a flash of smile on the other party's face that was inconsistent with his honest appearance. Only then did Suze realize that he had been fooled, and the other party was actually serious. "Who are you?" Suze asked while struggling to block the opponent's attack with the weaponized virtual spirit shield. Zhang Jian's moves were deadly, and they were all aimed at Suze's vitals. This was obviously beyond the scope of ordinary sparring. Suze now even suspected that the reason why the number of students in this class was an odd number was because of his intention. Everything is to set yourself up against him. But Suze couldn't remember when he had offended the teachers at the Beast Control University. He didn't offend many people, and most of them were turned into coke at Tianyun Volcano. Suze asked him tentatively, "Are you also a secret guard of Fuso? I didn't expect that they all infiltrated into the school." But Zhang Jian continued to grit his teeth, wielding the sharp Gangfeng attack with the fist gloves in his hand, and did not answer. Others in the audience also noticed that something was wrong with this battle from the beginning, especially when Suze called out that the opponent was a Fuso secret guard. Su Yao flew up and rushed to the ring to help, but he was stopped by a thin protective shield outside the ring. After all, Zhang Jian is a teacher in the school, and he has the right to open the protective shields on these small arenas. This was originally used to ensure that the practical examinations on the arena would not be interfered with. It was not very strong, but it was enough to stop students like them. Then she hurried towards the administration building, and she could only find other teachers to help. After hearing her words, Zhang Jian, knowing that time was running out, once again increased the intensity of his men, but they were still unable to break Suze's defense. Why is this broken bastard so hard? He doesn't have much time, and he will definitely die when other teachers arrive. Zhang Jian does not seek to kill Suze. As long as he can severely injure him, cripple him, and make him unworthy of having a diamond-level beastmaster, this is his goal. When he heard that Suze was unable to summon a diamond-level monster, Zhang Jian was relieved and felt that it was possible to complete his mission. But the outside world only knows that Suze contracted a diamond-level monster because of his good luck. Little does he know that his own strength has reached level 23, which is an amazing achievement at this age. Even Zhang Jian, who is nearly 40 years old, is only in his early 30s, and the Black Wind Leopard is only a silver-level monster. Facing the Void Spirit Shield that specializes in defense, he really can't take it down for a while. But Suze didn't feel well now. The opponent's punch was very fierce, penetrating through the shield and affecting his body, causing a trace of blood to overflow from the corner of his mouth. Moreover, the fist wind also bypassed the ethereal shield and continued to cut his body. Suze was still hesitating whether to forcefully borrow Feng Qingyi's power. Relying on the defense of the Void Spirit Shield, he can hold on for a while. Just wait until someone comes. But the feeling of being beaten passively was really uncomfortable. At this moment, Suze felt a trace of flame appear around him and wrap around his right hand. Along with the flames, there was also a warm power injected into the body. "As my master, It is so embarrassing to be beaten to the point of vomiting blood by such a weak human being. I will temporarily lend you part of my power and teach him a lesson." A smile appeared on Suze's lips. It seemed that the good impression before had some effect. He slowly clenched his right hand, and the phoenix fire instantly rose up and enveloped his entire fist. "Now it's my attack turn." Suze withdrew the ethereal shield and gave up his defense. A smile appeared on Zhang Jian's face, thinking that Suze's defense could not withstand the attack. Just as he was about to pursue the victory, he saw a flaming fist hitting him. "Let's see whose fist is more powerful." Zhang Jian hurriedly crossed his fists to block, but was hit hard by the punch and immediately flew out. The black wind leopard, which was transformed into a fist, blocked most of the attacks and was directly beaten into its prototype. It fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether it was alive or dead. It was still burning with the inextinguishable phoenix flame, exuding bursts of meaty fragrance. Zhang Jian flew out directly and hit the light mask at the edge of the ring. The protective shield only held up for a moment, and then became fragmented, and Zhang Jian flew out directly. He happened to pass by Su Yiming, who was called by Su Yao from the side. Su Yiming looked at this unrecognizable former colleague, and then at his daughter, who had just described Su Ze's situation as extremely dangerous. That look seemed to ask, who is in danger? He stepped forward to test Zhang Jian's breathing, and was relieved to find that the other person was still alive. He cannot die yet. It is still unclear which force has infiltrated into Qinglong Beastmaster University and needs to be investigated clearly. Suze was also quickly sent to the school doctor's office. His injury was not serious. There were only some external injuries caused by the wind of the fist, and some internal injuries that were not serious. But while he was receiving treatment, he heard some bad news. Zhang Jian is dead. Suze looked at Su Yao, who told him the news, and was a little confused. The strength of his punch was actually restrained, and he did not intend to kill the opponent. He also wants to know who is targeting him so that he can respond in the future. But now Zhang Jian is still dead. Su Yao replied. Yes, his injury looked serious, but in fact it was not life-threatening. But while treating the wound, Zhang Jian suddenly woke up and picked up the scalpel beside him and committed suicide. Suicide. Suze suddenly felt a headache. Being able to commit suicide so decisively shows that he is an organized killer. Fuso Secret Guard? Or other organizations? No matter what organization it was, Suze knew that he was being targeted. At the same time, in the principal's office, Xiao Su sat on the chair behind his desk and asked the shadow beside him, "Is this your answer?" An indistinguishable male and female voice came from the shadows and said, "This crude assassination was not our fault. It seems that someone else took the initiative first. I've reminded you before, it's not just you who are eyeing that kid. There are many other people as well. You'd better move quickly. Please rest assured that Captain Tanaka has conveyed the news to the higher-ups, and he will give you a reply soon." "I hope so." As soon as Xiao Su finished speaking, he heard a whirring voice. "My student was actually assassinated in school? Principal Xiao, there is something wrong with your job." The shadow's voice was interrupted and turned into an ordinary shadow. Outside the office door, the ant in charge of cleaning glared hard at the old man who had vomited all over the floor. "Looking at the dirty footprints left on the floor I just mopped, I had to mop it again." Lin Shi sat across from the desk, blowing his beard and staring at Xiao Su. He asked loudly, "Xiao boy, please explain to me, why do some people in the school dare to openly assassinate my students? What kind of force has such long hands and reaches here?" The mahogany desk was slapped loudly. Xiao Su looked at it with some distress and said, "Mr. Lin, don't be anxious. Isn't Suze okay? Besides, I really can't do anything about this hand reaching in." "Humph. Have you found out the other party's details? Isn't he the little bastard from Fusang?" Lin Shi said with a cold snort. "It's really not them this time." Xiao Su took out a stack of files from the drawer and placed them on the table. Lin Shi reached out to take it, then started to read it, and then continued. "I retrieved all Zhang Jian's files as soon as possible after the incident. The records from his birth to his death today are very detailed. I can basically rule out the possibility that he had contact with the Fuso secret guards. In fact, he had known for a long time that this matter had nothing to do with the Fuso secret guards. The reason why he had to question the shadow just now was just to test the other party's tone. As for the person who really instigated Zhang Jian, Lin Shi slammed the information on the table. Zhang family. It turns out to be you. The Zhang family, one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital, has only had contact with them in Zhang Jian's information. As an orphan, Zhang Jian has received support from the Zhang family since he was a child. And since the Zhang family would let Zhang Jian lie, who had such a clear relationship with them, plot against Su Zhe, it also showed their unscrupulousness. As a new family, they have the capital to be arrogant, even if they rely on others. Are you sure it's them? Lin Shi asked in a rare serious tone. But this can also be explained. After all, Zhang Jian has received support from the Zhang family since he was a child. Maybe someone adopted him as a godson, and it is reasonable to give him money. Lin Shi said angrily, but it's unreasonable for him to attack Su Zhe immediately after taking the money. Zhang family, huh? It's just a family that follows the trend of others. Xiao Su spread his hands and said helplessly, I can't help it. Who made the thighs they hugged hard enough? But it is precisely because of this that they want to have real power of their own, and they attacked Su Zhe because of his diamond-level monster. His purpose from the beginning was not to kill Su Zhe. It should be to destroy him, or to make the golden-feathered phoenix lose control, so that the Zhang family would have an excuse. Humph, the Zhang family also has diamond-level monsters? As long as I'm here, they won't even think about it. Who doesn't have a backer? As the only emerging family among the 4 major families, the Zhang family does not have as deep a foundation and status as other families. But they are still able to secure their position among the 4 major families because they have a close relationship with another level 100 war god in Daxia. Because of this, even the other 3 families have to be afraid of the Zhang family. After all, that one was famously lawless and had no scruples. But others were afraid of the Zhang family, but Lin Shi was not. After all, another level 100 war god was his student. Mr. Lin, you are definitely not afraid, but Su Zhe is not necessarily afraid. Before Xiao Su could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Shi. He is also my student now. That is, that boy's junior brother. If my junior brother is in trouble, I don't believe he dares to ignore it. That's good, that's good. Xiao Su agreed. Okay, now that I know who is behind this, it's time for me to leave. When Lin Shi opened the door to the principal's office, the sweeping lady was still at the door holding a broom and looking at him. After confirming that he would not vomit again, she left with a bucket and a mop. Lin Shi looked at the aunt's leaving figure, then looked back at Xiao Su who was sitting behind the desk, then shook her head and left. On the other side, Su Zhe had just been bandaged in the infirmary when he saw an unexpected person. Captain Guo, why are you here? Su Zhe asked, looking a little surprised. He didn't expect that the news of his injury would reach the other party's ears so quickly. It was obvious that there was an internal response from the Great Xia Spirit Guard within the Beast Control University. I heard that someone was plotting against you, so I came here to have a look. Guolinshan said while looking Su Zhe up and down, making sure that he was completely beard and tail. As the captain of the Great Xia Spiritual Guard who protects the safety of the entire Beishan city, he came to visit Su Zhe when his life was not in danger. He obviously valued Su Zhe very much. Then Guolinshan angrily said, all the teachers in the school have been infiltrated by other people. How did Xiao Su become the principal? Fortunately, he promised me that you will be absolutely safe in the school. Anyway, your strength has reached the standard for joining the team. Why don't you stop learning those bullshit here and join the Great Xia Spirit Guard with me? It will definitely be safer than here. But Su Zhe shook his head and decisively rejected him. No need, Captain Guo. I still have a lot to learn. I'd better wait until graduation to join the Spirit Guard team. He has not forgotten that his original goal was to investigate the disappearance of his parents at Qinglong Beast Control University. Now that he finally met old man Lin Shi, who seemed to know the beginning and end of his life, Su Zhe was naturally unwilling to give up at this time. What's more, he did learn a lot from Lin Shi. Seeing his firm attitude, Guolinshan didn't press any further. Okay, but I must be responsible for your safety. Sun Hao, come in. Yes. As soon as Guolinshan finished speaking, he saw another one-armed man walking in from outside the door. Su Zhe remembered him as the member of the Daxia Spirit Guard who was attacked by Fusong's secret guards at Tianyun Mountain. Su Zhe also saved his life. It's just that both of his arms were severed at that time, But now his left arm is still tied with thick gauze and hung around his neck, and the exposed arm is also covered with dense scars. Brother Suze, I finally meet you. You are my savior. If it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago. Sun Hao stepped forward and said enthusiastically. Guolinshan explained from the side at this time. Both Sun Hao's arms were seriously injured. We have dealt with it as quickly as possible, but the other arm still suffered from nerve necrosis. Logically speaking, he should retire directly in this situation, but I can't force him if he doesn't want to. It just so happens that I send him to you now to protect your safety, which can be regarded as repaying the kindness. I know that the diamond-level monster you contracted is very powerful, but he has rich experience and can help you identify many hidden dangers. And his salary, accommodation, and food are still provided by Da Xiaolingwei, so you don't need to worry about it. Having already said it, how could Suze have the nerve to refuse? In this way, Guolinshan didn't stay long and hurried back to handle official duties, leaving Sun Hao to stay by Suze's side. The two looked at each other, feeling a little embarrassed for a moment, especially when Su Yao came over. Fortunately, Sun Hao gave Suze a "don't worry, I understand" look and then walked out of the room. He did not leave completely. Suze's keen perception could detect that he was still protecting him not far away. But at least the atmosphere is no longer so awkward. That was Sun Hao just now, right? Why are Da Xiaolingwei here? Su Yao looked at the door and asked strangely. Suze replied, he is now my bodyguard and will be by our side often in the future. Su Yao frowned and thought in her mind. Doesn't this mean that whatever he does with brother Suze in the future will be seen by him? But then he blushed and shook his head. What am I thinking about? It's still early. Su Yao helped Suze get off the bed in the infirmary. In fact, Suze's injury was not serious and he could walk on his own. But he would not refuse Su Yao's support. After all, it felt good to be next to a beautiful girl. Because of the incident just now, the two of them have finished their classes today. Even Suze no longer needed to take practical classes and directly obtained a perfect score. When the two returned to the downstairs of the nearby unit, Sun Hao walked out of the shadows again. Suze couldn't help but remind, Brother Sun, I'm already home. Sun Hao nodded and said, I know, from today on, you and I are neighbors. Why are you still standing there? Go upstairs. Then he took the lead and stepped onto the stairs upstairs. Suze and Su Yao looked at each other and followed suit. Soon, Suze saw the other person stopped on the same floor as him and stood in front of the door next to his house. I will live next door to you from now on. If anything happens, remember to call my name loudly. I promise that I will arrive as soon as possible. Suze nodded helplessly and saw the other party using his only injured arm to open the door with difficulty and walked in. Suze had no choice but to return to his home, thinking that there was someone next door keeping an eye on him. Even if the purpose was to protect him, Suze felt uncomfortable all over. Forget it. Let's take a shower first. Suze was first exposed to a strange smell from the teacher, and then he lost so much blood that he felt uncomfortable all over. He carefully avoided the wounds on his body and rinsed his whole body with hot water. When he closed his eyes and washed his hair, he didn't notice a bright light flashing outside the bathroom. When he walked out of the bathroom wearing only underwear and wiping the water droplets on his head, he happened to see Feng Qingyi, who was looking around, turning back to look at him. Suze was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly shook out the towel in his hand and put it on his body. He didn't want to be misunderstood by the other party again. Why did you come out of the beast controlling space? First of all, let me say that this was not intentional on my part. I had no idea you were here. But unlike what Suze expected, Feng Qingyi, who would blush when seeing animal reproduction on the blackboard in books, glanced at him disdainfully. Why are you so secretive? What's so good about a naked body? Suze was confused. He really couldn't understand the monster's brain circuit. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. What are you doing here? Feng Qingyi replied. You actually called me out in such a dirty place today. I feel like my whole body is dirty. I also need to take a shower. Take a bath. Suze suddenly thought of what Lin she had told him. For birds and monsters, helping them take a bath can also establish a good relationship. Suze suddenly became interested and said, No problem. Do you want me to help you? Feng Qingyi glanced at him warily, and Suze hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you can turn into the form of a phoenix bird, and I will help you clean your feathers. But unexpectedly, after hearing that Suze asked her to change back to her original form, Feng Qingyi became even more vigilant. Human, don't even think about it. You actually want me to change back to my beautiful self? You definitely have a plan. Suze now fully understood that even though Feng Qingyi looked like a human girl, in fact she was still a bird. Use bird thinking to look at yourself and others. Only then will you feel that your true body will be more attractive than your transformed appearance. However, after all, she has just broken out of her shell not long ago, and her awareness in this area is not yet mature enough. She can be taught slowly in the future. Finally, after Suze helped her adjust the water temperature and filled a bathtub of water, Feng Qingyi jumped in wearing the red dress. She looks like a beautiful human girl, but she is playing in the water like a bird. Suze on the side also found it very interesting. The only regret was that the red dress she was wearing was probably made of feathers, so it was very waterproof like feathers. It didn't get wet and stick to her body after getting wet, which made Suze feel a little regretful. After leaving Feng Qingyi to play in the water alone, Suze walked out and closed the bathroom door. Feng Qingyi looked back when she heard the door closing, remembering how she just saw Suze taking off his clothes. Does it seem like humans take off their feathers when taking a bath? Wouldn't that make them dirty? After thinking for a while, she snapped her fingers, and the red dress disappeared instantly, leaving only her charming body as white as milk bathing in the water. The feeling of real contact between skin and water, as if returning to the eggshell that hatched oneself, made Feng Qingyi feel extremely comfortable. He stopped splashing with water and soaked himself quietly like a real human being. When Suze heard the sudden silence in the bathroom, he looked back in surprise, but the bathroom door he had just closed had blocked his view. After thinking about it, he didn't push the door open again, but waited slowly outside. Feng Qingyi soaked in the bath for a long time, and waited until the hot water had completely cooled down before stepping out of the bathtub with some reluctance. But after losing the function of feathers, Feng Qingyi, who walked out of the bathtub, looked at the water droplets flowing down from her body and felt a little at a loss for a moment. Her first thought was to dry it with a flame, but then she remembered how Suze wiped it with a towel after taking a bath. Since she had already imitated humans and took off their feathers to take a bath, why not follow suit? So he followed suit and picked up the towel Suze had prepared long ago from the side to wipe his clean body. The feeling of the rough towel against her skin was surprising but not unpleasant. After wiping it all over in the same manner, she followed Suze's example and shook out the towel, put it on her body, and walked out. The large towel felt like a bath towel on her petite body. Fortunately, Suze couldn't see any more places. Feng Qingyi replied, "Didn't you do the same thing just now?" Feng Qingyi did as she was told, but the result was that she raised it too high. Suze could only let her go down a little further. As she said that, she threw the towel away. Suze hurriedly covered his eyes and shouted, "Look at no evil," and then saw through his open fingers that Feng Qingyi had changed into a red dress again the moment he threw away the towel. "My feathers are still comfortable." Suze put down his hand and breathed a sigh of relief with some regret. Looking at the other party's still wet hair, I thought of Lin Shi's teachings. He picked up the towel that was thrown aside, stepped forward, took a strand of her hair, and put it in his hand. Feng Qingyi thought of the scene of being touched today. It was the most rude look for her. But she didn't resist and allowed Suze to wipe her wet hair. Seeing the other person's blushing face and calmness, Suze showed a smile. Successfully done it again. Suze looked at the girl in red sleeping in his arms in a daze. He did not expect that Feng Qingyi fell asleep just like that under his comfort. That's right. After all, even though he looks like a human girl of 13 or 14 years old, she is actually just a fledgling that has just hatched. If converted into human years, it might only be considered a baby. Therefore, the technique Suze learned from Lin Shi about the way an adult bird grooms its baby bird's hair easily made her relax her vigilance and fall asleep. Suze gently pulled out his body, looked at Feng Qingyi who was lying down and occupying most of the bed, helplessly shrank in and fell asleep occupying the remaining half of the bed. Early the next morning, when Suzu woke up, she felt as if her whole body was tightly entangled with a rope. When he opened his eyes, he found that Feng Qingyi was lying on his body like an octopus, and his hands and feet were hugging him tightly. Suze finally broke free from the hug and found that after all these movements, Feng Qingyi, who was sleeping soundly, had not yet woken up, and the red dress on her body looked very messy. After Suze washed up gently, he took advantage of the break of brushing his teeth to use the gas upon as many times as he could for the day. My luck today is pretty good, a silver-level monster egg. After Suze put it away, he took out a bronze-level monster egg from the system with his backhand. But after much thought, he decided to strike while the iron was hot and took out the silver-level monster egg he had just pulled out. Then he threw the two eggs together into a large iron pot of boiling water. This is a large iron pot that Suze bought specially for cooking monster eggs. After all, one egg is the size of a human head. If he wants to cook two more at one time, he must have a big enough iron pot. Suze also tried to make some dishes using monster eggs, but the additional seasonings would ruin its taste. In the end, I went back to basics and found that the simplest boiled eggs are actually the most delicious. After about half an hour passed, a refreshing fragrance came. Feng Qingyi, who didn't wake up despite Suze's efforts, sat up on the bed and opened her eyes as if a big handbag condensed by the scent slipped away. Then she followed the scent to the kitchen and saw the boiled monster egg that had lost its shell. Just as he was about to pounce and start eating, Suze grabbed him from the side. Go wash up first. Although Suze didn't know whether birds had teeth and whether they should brush their teeth, since Feng Qingyi was now in human form, Suze felt that it was still necessary to ask her according to human standards. And he also wanted to test to see how obedient Feng Qingyi was to him now. Surprisingly, Feng Qingyi looked at the still steaming monster egg with great reluctance. But he was still led into the bathroom by Suze, and under his guidance, he clumsily brushed his teeth and washed his face. At this moment, Suze suddenly felt like taking care of a child. Feng Qingyi, who was very impatient after washing, suddenly became smiling after eating the boiled monster egg. This is just like a child who needs to be coaxed with delicious food. Suze also ate his own slightly smaller bronze-level monster egg. I can't help but feel that this is more like a parent who leaves all the delicious food to his children. After eating and drinking, Feng Qingyi did not choose to return to the beast control space as before, but followed Suze out the door. The moment Suze opened the door, Sun Hao also opened his own door in sync. When he saw Feng Qingyi behind Suze, his eyes widened instantly, and his spirit became visibly tense. My heart was beating wildly. Who was this little girl? Why did she appear at Suze's house? I obviously didn't feel that a second person came in last night. Could it be that she was lurking in the house before? He was seriously injured and unconscious at the time, so he had never seen Feng Qingyi's human form, so naturally, he couldn't recognize him. Feng Qingyi also felt the scrutiny of the humans on the side and stared back with big watery eyes. At that moment, Sun Hao felt a mountain of pressure coming towards him and couldn't help but retreat and hit the door. His remaining right hand had already touched his waist, preparing to contact the Great Xia Spirit Guard. At this time, Suze hurriedly took Feng Qingyi's hand and stopped her. The misunderstanding is all our own. I'm sorry, brother Sun, are you okay? Sun Hao did not immediately let down his guard, but glanced at Suze and Feng Qingyi suspiciously. When he found that the other party had really calmed down obediently and had no intention of attacking again, he took his hand back. Is she a bodyguard arranged by someone else like me? The Beast Masters Association or the Beast Masters University? But thinking that the girl in front of him had just shown strength that was not weaker than Captain Gua, Sun Hao felt that it was unlikely that she was the one arranged by these two forces. And it seems that she has a close relationship with little brother Suze. Could it be? Sun Hao suddenly started gossiping in his heart. Because ordinary people may not see diamond-level monsters once in their lives, and few people know that they can transform. Even the Beast Control University finds it useless and does not teach this knowledge. Therefore, Sun Hao did not expect that Feng Qingyi was the diamond-level monster that was rumored to be contracted by Suze. Suze was also worried that emphasizing Feng Qingyi's identity as a monster would cause estrangement, so he did not introduce it to Sun Hao. She just said that she would never hurt herself and would protect Sun Hao together. When they went downstairs, Su Yao was already waiting for them at the corner of the stairs. The moment she saw Feng Qingyi, Su Yao was surprised at first. After all, she had always been very arrogant and not close to humans. Then he greeted her with a smile. and Feng Qingyi reluctantly responded under Su Zhe's instructions. This made Sun Hao on the side stunned. Sun Hao gave Su Zhe a thumbs up with admiration in his heart, feeling that his method was really clever. But from Su Yao's point of view, she wouldn't feel jealous. How could she worry about a bird competing with her for a man? I can only feel happy that Su Zhe has finally subdued the golden-feathered phoenix bird. After all, it has always been a hidden danger before, and it might get out of control at some point and bring danger to Su Zhe. But not long after, on the way to school, Su Yao felt something was wrong. Because she discovered that Feng Qingyi not only followed Su Zhe, but also let Su Zhe caress her head like a baby. This had to set off alarm bells in Su Yao's heart. After all, although Feng Qingyi is a bird, she now looks like a human. In addition, only one night had passed, and Feng Qingyi's attitude had undergone a 180-degree change. This made Su Yao have to doubt. How did you tame the bird? Did you train it with a stick? When they were about to enter the school, Sun Hao, who had been following them, turned around and walked elsewhere. Of course he didn't leave, but this was the territory of the Beast Control University after all, and as a Daxia spirit guard it was not convenient for him to show up directly in public, so he chose to protect him secretly. Feng Qingyi also followed him all the way to the breeding area. After he could smell the pungent smell there, he let Su Zhe touch his head again and returned to the beast control space. Su Yao on the side looked at all this with a complicated expression and finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Su Zhe, how did you make the golden-feathered phoenix bird become so obedient overnight?" When Su Yao heard this, her pupils trembled. Su Zhe hurriedly explained, "Don't get me wrong, she washed it herself. I just wiped it for her." Su Yao's shock did not diminish at all. "Don't think too much. I didn't wipe my whole body. I just wiped my hair." "Yes, I just wiped my hair." Su Yao calmed down, but she still said a little sourly, "Brother Su Zhe hasn't even wiped my hair for me yet." Su Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and said casually, "Isn't there no chance? Next time we have time, we can just take a bath together." Su Yao's eyes widened again, and then she ran away with a red face. It is worth mentioning that she did not reject Su Zhe's proposal. Su Zhe shook his head helplessly and walked into the breeding shed. Lin Shi was still lying on the rocking chair as before, waiting for Su Zhe to help him complete the work. But just when Su Zhe changed his clothes and lifted up the feed bucket to feed, he was stopped by Lin Shi, who was drinking a small drink. "Wait a moment. As your teacher, I haven't given you the apprenticeship ceremony yet. I'll give you one today." As he spoke, he picked up a small black object and threw it towards Su Zhe. Su Zhe put down the iron bucket and hurriedly caught it, only to find that it was a small black doll about the size of a thumb. "I don't know what material it is made of, but it feels like jelly in your hand." The moment he caught it, a small black shadow seemed to emerge from the doll and then disappeared instantly. Su Zhe blinked and found nothing, feeling that he might have been blinded just now. "Teacher, I'm not a child. Old man, I can only come up with this kind of thing. Do you want it?" Su Zhe had no choice but to pick up the lanyard of the little doll and hang it on his keychain. The size was just right. Lin Shi took a sip of wine and didn't look where Su Zhe had placed the doll, but looked at his shadow. Su Zhe's shadow rippled like water waves, and then a small tentacle extended from the shadow and waved towards Lin Shi, as if to say hello to him. When Su Zhe followed Lin Shi's line of sight, his shadow had returned to normal, and there was nothing strange about him. "Okay, I've accepted the apprenticeship ceremony. Why are you still hanging around? Go get to work." In order to find out the news about his parents, Su Zhe could only lift the iron bucket and start feeding. After working like this for a long time and quickly completing the work, Su Zhe once again entangled Lin Shi, who was almost falling asleep under the warm sun. He looked at today's class schedule. Because he no longer needs to go to practical classes, he has more than half of his time free. So today, Lin Shi could no longer send him away in the same way as yesterday. Lin Shi looked at Su Zhe, who had a persistent look on his face, and seemed to be about to say something, when suddenly Sun Hao walked in. He first said hello to Lin Shi. Although he didn't know the other party's identity, he still had his age. Then he quickly found Su Zhe. "Brother Su Zhe, if you are done here, please come with me to the headquarters of Daxia Lingwei." "What's the matter?" "If it's nothing important, I want to go later." Su Zhe said unwillingly. Sun Hao continued to persuade. "The captain just used emergency contact to notify me, so I think it is not a trivial matter." Suze glanced at Lin Shi helplessly, and Lin Shi spread her hands at him, saying that it had nothing to do with her, it was just a coincidence, and she finally chose to compromise. Okay, I'll go with you. Anyway, Lin Shi couldn't run away from here, and her body seemed to be very strong. As long as he is willing to open his mouth and tell everything he knows, there is no rush sooner or later. However, Guo Linshan, who was responsible for the security of the entire Beishan city and several surrounding cities, suddenly asked to see him, wondering if there was some urgent matter. And just after Suze left, Lin Shi, who was lying on the chair and seemed about to fall asleep, raised his eyebrows. As expected, are there people here? There are quite a few of them, but they are just rotten fish and shrimps. I want to see what you are going to do. At this time, at the gate of Qinglong Beast Control University, Xiao Su personally stood here to greet the group with a smile on his face. The leader was a middle-aged man with a goatee, who walked at the front with his head held high and looked very proud. There were two middle-aged men beside him who were only half a step apart. This means that their statuses are basically equal, except that this time the leader is the man with the goatee in the middle. Xiao Shuiying stepped forward and said, "Principal Jiang Chun, what brought you here?" The man with the goatee, Jiang Chun, returned the gift and said with a smile, "I heard that your school has accepted a person who has contracted a diamond-level monster. We came here to see him. If something like this happens, it will be your fault. Therefore, the task of the few of us is to judge whether this person has the ability to control diamond-level monsters. We can neither let the treasure be covered with dust, nor allow the danger to be ignored." Jiang Chen's clothes looked high and high, as if he was a leader inspecting the work of his subordinates. Xiao Su nodded repeatedly and said, "What Vice Principal Jiang said is, I wonder who these two are." He still seemed to be smiling, but in fact he revealed the other party's vice principal's identity. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's face turned cold to the naked eye. He is indeed the vice president of Imperial Beast Control University, but because Imperial Beast Control University is one level higher than the other 4 beast control universities named after the 4 sacred beasts, the vice president has the same status as the principal, Xiao Su. Even so, no one likes to be called deputy. He introduced coldly. The person on my right is Vice President Chun Zhe of the Imperial Beast Controllers Association, and on my left is Jiang Tianlong, the captain of the 4th Squadron of the 1st Brigade of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Xiao Su nodded clearly. I see, Vice President Chun Zhe, Captain Jiang Tianlong, and Vice Principal Jiang Chun. I have made tea in the office. Let's go over and talk about anything. Hearing this, all 3 people's faces turned cold. Huh, there's no need to drink tea. Where's that boy named Suze? Jiang Chun said with a cold snort. Xiao Su continued to say with a smile. Unfortunately, he is not in school right now. So how about we all have a cup of tea and wait? Jiang Chun sneered when he heard this. Ho ho, not in school? It's class time now, but he happens to be not in school. Xiao Su waved his hands repeatedly and said, "How is it possible? Vice Principal Jiang Chun is worrying too much. I will definitely do my best to cooperate with you to complete the task, and everyone will happily resolve the matter together. If you guys are patient, go drink tea and wait in my office. I believe he will come back from Daxiao Lingwei soon. After all, he is still a student of our Qinglong Beastmaster University, and there is no reason for Captain Guo to keep him for too long." Jiang Chun and others saw that Xiao Su's expression didn't look like he was faking, so they focused their attention on Jiang Tianlong, the youngest at the side. He was also the deputy captain of the Daxia Spirit Guard. He should be the one to come forward to ask for someone next. Feeling the attention of everyone, the young and frivolous Jiang Tianlong chuckled and said with disdain, "Who I thought it was, it turns out to be that old guy Guo Linshan, who only got to the position of leader of the Eastern Legion detachment when he was old. Don't worry, I will personally lead the team there. He will never dare not to surrender." Although they are both detachment captains, because all the Imperial Army Corps are the elite of the elite, it should be expected that at the same level, their positions should be half a step higher than those of other legions. Since you said so, Tianlong, I'm relieved. Among the 3 of them, Jiang Chun and Jiang Tianlong were both born from the Jiang family, one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital, while Chun Zhe was attached to the influence of the Jiang family. Therefore, among the 3 people who seemed to have similar status, Chunzhe actually has the lowest status. And because Jiang Tianlong is younger, he is one of the new generation geniuses of the Jiang family. Although Jiang Chun has a higher seniority, he is a marginalized figure in the family. Therefore, he had to fawn over Jiang Tianlong, who was much lower than him. This can also be seen from their respective positions. As an outsider, Chunzhe was arranged by the Jiang family into the Beast Masters Association, which had little real power. Jiang Chun went to the Imperial Beast Control University to retire. Although it was lucrative, it was not a promising place. And Jiang Tianlong entered the Daxia Spirit Guard, the core force of the Daxia Kingdom. This is the real position of real power. You guys really don't want to stay for tea? Seeing the three of them turning around and planning to leave, Xiao Su quickly spoke to persuade them to stay. Jiang Chun turned around and said coldly, Principal Xiao Su should drink the tea by himself. After all, if we find out that Su Zhe's contract has huge risks, your responsibility is not small. So let me give you tea to calm your panic. The three people who set off again cleverly exchanged positions. Now Jiang Tianlong is in the lead, and the other two are slightly behind by half a body. Looking at the three people's retreating figures, Xiao Su's face gradually turned cold. With that said, he turned around and walked back to his office. He didn't need to worry about Su Zhe's affairs. After all, Guo Linshan valued him so much that he would do his best to protect him. Even if Guo Linshan and Yu Xinghua couldn't withstand it, there was still Lin Shi. The old man has a bad temper, and he has a strong backer who is no weaker than the Jiang family. If the Jiang family really wanted to force it, they might not get much benefit. With this thought in mind, Xiao Su returned to his office door. Before he entered, he looked at the door that had been closed when he left, but was now open a crack. He was slightly startled, and then showed a smile. After he opened the door, he found that the ant who always hung around in front of his door and was in charge of the hygiene on the top floor of the administrative building was inside. The moment she saw Xiao Su, she immediately bowed at an extremely standard 90 degrees. A black space expanded with her as the center, quickly covering the entire office. Xiao Su did not make any move to respond to the enemy, because he did not feel the murderous intention. The black space just blocked the outside world from all perception of this office. In this space, she no longer looked like an ant, but turned into a bright young beauty wearing a traditional kimono. She bowed again and said, Xiao Jun, although we have communicated secretly several times, and with your intelligence, you should have guessed my identity long ago. This is the first time we have met with my true identity. This is the first time we meet. Let me introduce myself. I am the adjutant of Captain Tanaka, Miko Ishiro. Xiao Su also bowed to her, and then said, Miss Shurcheng is too modest. Your aura concealment skills are very first class. I only had suspicions, but not sure. I didn't know that your beauty is so attractive. Doing dirty work with such a face is really a waste of resources. Miko Ishiro smiled and said, Everything is just for His Majesty the Emperor. Seeing that she had no intention of continuing the chat, Xiao Su said straight to the point. Okay, since Miss Shurcheng took the initiative to reveal her identity, does that mean you have made a decision? You must know that someone has already moved one step faster than you. The Jiang family, one of the four major families in the Great Xia capital, has already approached Su Zhe. Miko Ishiro immediately became serious and said, That's exactly why I came here. After consultation, the senior leaders of the island country finally decided to adopt your opinion and decided to find a breakthrough in the young man Su Zhe. If he can really successfully activate the bloodline of the Golden Feather Phoenix, we won't have to take risks to explore unknown places. Xiao Su also smiled and said, As long as you can figure it out, believe me, that boy will definitely surprise you. Ishiching Miko nodded non-committally and then asked, So now we want to protect him from people from the Jiang family doing anything unfavorable to him? In order to complete the mission this time, we mobilized all our forces to sneak into Daxia. As long as that person doesn't interfere, we can definitely keep him in the hands of the Jiang family. But Xiao Su shook his head. No, you not only don't want to help him, but you also want to continue to implement your assassination plan. You just need to be careful and not really kill him. Su Zhe was led by Sun Hao to the headquarters of Daxia Lingwei in Beishan City. Its location is not within the city, but is stationed outside the city in a place similar to a military camp. As soon as the two people got close, Suze felt that he was being stared at by several sharp eyes, and goosebumps appeared on his body unconsciously. The feeling of being targeted disappeared only after Sun Hao revealed his identity. After all, this is the territory of the Great Xia Spirit Guard, so the defense will be relatively tight. Now that it's okay, come with me to the captain. Sun Hao walked in front and said while leading the way. Suze followed Sun Hao and couldn't stop looking around. The buildings here are relatively regular and square, and the pure white walls have no decoration except for a few occasional footprints. Some of the more important buildings had people guarding the doors, staring intently at the people coming and going. Suze took a few glances before he was glared at. After feeling the offense, Suze quickly looked away, lowered his head, and stopped looking. Soon, Sun Hao took him to Guolinshan's office and stopped. Suze, who was walking with his head down, almost bumped into his back without paying attention. Sun Hao knocked on the door. After hearing Guolinshan's response, he turned sideways and opened the door to let Suze go in first. "Brother Suze, you are here. Sit down quickly." Guolinshan pulled Suze to sit down and said with a smile on his face. Suze was a little uncomfortable with the other party's enthusiasm. Then he was ready to close the door and leave. After all, it was Suze that Guolinshan wanted to see, not him. But Guolinshan stopped him. "Wait a minute. Don't leave in a hurry. Call everyone else who is free to gather in the lobby." Sun Hao said with some surprise. "Call everyone here? Captain, don't you want to discuss important matters with Brother Su alone?" "It's not an important thing. You all experienced it before. Go call them over." "Understood." Sun Hao nodded. He guessed why Guolinshan called Suze over. After Sun Hao left, Suze couldn't help but ask, "Captain Gua, is there something urgent you called me over?" Guolinshan nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, but it's not an emergency. It's a good thing." He reached under the table and took out an exquisite badge and a light uniform. "This is..." Suze seemed to know why Guolinshan called him over. "That's right, my application to my superiors was approved. As long as you agree, you can immediately join the 3rd Squadron of the Eastern Legion of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. Although you are still just an ordinary player, I believe that your abilities will not be limited to this. I am getting older, and I will have to retire soon if my strength does not break through. But you are different. With your talent, you will definitely be able to enter the core leadership of Daxia Spirit Guard in the future." Guolinshan said with piercing eyes, as if he had already seen that scene. In his opinion, although the current Great Xia Lingwei still has the determination to be the deceased, the senior officials are gradually getting involved in the power struggle. People from the 4 major families all occupy many positions in the top management and form cliques to compete secretly. There is an urgent need for a purely selfless person like Suze to bring vitality to the stagnant top management and awaken their original intention. Guolinshan shook his head and said, "Actually, there are no academic requirements for joining the Great Xia Spiritual Guard. It is just that the beast control level must be above level 20, and there is a very strict mentality test. I have personally confirmed that you have no problem with both of these points. It's just that the graduation requirement of the Beast Control University is level 20, and generally everyone starts looking for a job to join the Daxia Spirit Guard after completing their studies, so this misunderstanding occurs. In fact, every year there are very outstanding students who have joined Daxia Lingwei before they have graduated. We will not assign any tasks to them. Everything will wait until they complete their studies. During this period, they will receive the same benefits. So even if you are only a freshman, there is no problem. You are just a few more years of nominal Daxia Spirit Guard." Hearing this, Suze's eyes suddenly lit up. If you don't have to do anything and just get money, why not do it? It's like old man Lin Shi, who goes there every day, directs me to work, and gets double my salary. But he still has some doubts. That is, how did Guolinshan determine that there was nothing wrong with his Xinqing? I obviously haven't had any contact with him. However, he had a very good impression of the Great Xia Spirit Guards who were willing to use their bodies to fill up the sky, clouds volcano in the face of danger, so it was not impossible to join them. Suze took the badge and uniform engraved with the Great Xia Dragon Bird from Guolinshan and held it in his hand. Seeing this, Guolinshan smiled and said, "Okay, now there is only one last step left. After taking the oath, you will be a member of the Great Xia Spiritual Guard. It is not a reserve team, but a full member. He seemed very excited that Suze agreed to join. He pushed open the office door and walked quickly in front. Suze followed closely, holding his uniform. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive in a wide red hall. Suze was already panting slightly, and there were some beads of sweat on his forehead. A lot of people have gathered in the hall, all of whom were informed by Sun Hao just now. Many of them looked familiar to Suze, having seen them before at Tianyun Volcano. He even saw Yu Xinghua, who was not part of Daxiao Lingwei, standing aside. He didn't know what Guo Linshan's purpose was for inviting him here. Was it just to witness? The originally noisy hall suddenly became quiet the moment Guo Linshan appeared. Guo Linshan said with great satisfaction, "I think you all know that there is only one thing that brings everyone together in this hall, and that is the oath of joining the team that you all experienced. In the past, dozens of people from the reserve team who met the requirements came together in this hall and swore an oath in front of everyone. But today, there is one and only one person who wants to take this glorious oath." Guo Linshan didn't say any unnecessary nonsense and directly asked Suze to come on stage. A flag slowly rose in front of him. On the flag was a Daxiao dragon bird outlined in simple lines guarding the many stars behind it. Those star-shaped patterns symbolize every ordinary family in Daxia, and the Daxiao dragon bird represents the Daxia spiritual guard. It is also the symbol and guardian beast of the Daxiao Empire. This flag represents the core concept of Daxiao Lingwei and is the most important sentence in the oath. Suze held the oath in his hand and read slowly but firmly. "I swear that as the great Xia spirit guard, I will be the first to die, and I will defend the lights of thousands of families behind me to the death." Just after Su Zezhuang recited all the oaths, he had officially joined the great Xia spiritual guard. Guo Linshan smiled and greeted Yu Xinghua, who had been waiting at the side. Before the two of them could say anything, they heard someone running over. Guo Linshan said with some displeasure, "Who? How can the location of Daxiao Lingwei allow others to come in casually? Squadron leader?" Guo Linshan frowned. He had indeed received news before that the Jiang family had sent people over to put pressure on Xiao Su, the principal of Qinglong Beast Control University. And they also called in helpers from the Great Xia Spirit Guard and the Beast Masters Association. That's why he called Su Zhe to the Daxiao Spirit Guard to complete the oath of joining the team as soon as possible. Only in this way can he legitimately protect Su Zhe. After all, as the core legion of the Xia Kingdom, the great Xia Lingwei can only review internally no matter what happens, avoiding interference from other forces as much as possible. Just like Lin Jiang before, although he did not complete the oath of joining the army and was only a reserve member, he was still sent to a military court and will probably spend most of the rest of his life in prison. And in order to avoid accidents, he also invited Yu Xinghua to come over and work together to ensure Su Zhe's safety. "Let them come in," Guo Linshan said in a deep voice. As both squadron leaders, he could not keep the other side away. Outside the camp, Jiang Tianlong and the other two people, who originally planned to stride in directly, turned gloomy because they were stopped. He constantly exerted mental pressure on the Daxia spirit guards who were guarding the gate. Just when he was about to be unable to hold on any longer, Guo Linshan's order finally came through, and he stepped aside to make way for the three of them. "Humph, you're a dog blocking the road." Jiang Tianlong scolded angrily and walked past, without restraining his outward mental energy at all. After all three people walked over, a trace of blood oozed from the corners of the eyes, mouth and nose of the Daxia spirit guard who was responsible for guarding the door. But he just raised his sleeves to wipe them and continued to perform his task of guarding the goal. Soon, Jiang Tianlong found Guo Linshan and saw Su Zhe behind him. Although there was still a long distance between the two, in order to complete the task, he had memorized Su Zhe's appearance before coming, so he could accurately judge. He sneered and said, "Captain Guo is so powerful that even my colleagues who want to see you have to be turned away." Guo Linshan replied expressionlessly, "This is not my home. It is the camp of Daxiao Lingwei. Naturally, it must be guarded more strictly. After all, maybe the person who was assassinated by Fuso's secret guards came to spy on the information in his stead." The veins on Jiang Tianlong's forehead jumped. He could no longer care about anything else and said loudly, "Guo Linshan, What is your purpose of hiding that beast-controlling university student with an unstable contract in Daxiaolingwei? Aren't you afraid that a demonic disaster will happen in Daxiaolingwei's camp? Guolinshan looked at Jiang Tianlong, who was losing his temper, and sneered. What are you talking about? I don't know. Just when Jiang Tianlong was about to continue his scolding, Jiang Chun came out in time and said, Captain Gua, Su Zhe is still a student after all and is not under the control of your great Xiaolingwei. You should hand him over. Guolinshan glanced at him and asked, Who are you? Jiang Chun, Vice President of Imperial Beast Control University. When he said the last 3 words, he stuttered. After all, he was a little angry at being called that, and now he had to say it himself when introducing himself. After all, he was not the principal. Guolinshan also noticed this, realized the other party's character, and said in a deliberately long tone, It turns out he is a vice principal. Jiang Chun felt a bad breath building up in his chest. Why do people from Beishan City always talk like they deserve a beating? Sure enough, after leaving the imperial capital, other places are full of barren mountains and rivers with unruly people. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and continued. It is true that I am only the vice president of the Imperial Beast Control University, but the 5 Beast Control Universities are in the same spirit. I can also control the students of other schools. Captain Gua should hand him over. Guolinshan smiled and said, Aren't you just trying to say that Su Zhe has nothing to do with our great Xiaolingwei, so that I should stay out of my own business? But it's a pity that he has just completed the oath-taking ceremony and is now an official member of the 3rd Squadron of my Eastern Legion. He is my subordinate. Why can't I control him? Jiang Tianlong questioned. This is impossible. He is just a freshman. How could he join the great Xiaolingwei? Are you lying? Faced with doubts, Guolinshan just threw an approval letter in the faces of several people. It clearly stated that the agreement for Su Zhe to join the Great Xia Spirit Guard was approved by the senior officials of the Eastern Legion, and the seal did not allow them to question it. But naturally they would not give up easily. Jiang Tianlong said, Since you don't know what tricks you used to get him to join the Great Xia Spirit Guard, it will be easy to handle. Then according to the regulations of Daxiaolingwei, team members who may cause the risk of losing control need to be controlled. When necessary, the contract must be forcibly terminated and the monsters shall be confiscated. Am I right? If Captain Gua doesn't want to violate the rules, it's better to hand him over. After breaking his contract and recovering the monster, everything will naturally be over. But Guolinshan shook his head and said, There is indeed this rule, but it is also very clear. This measure will only be taken for players who are confirmed to be at risk of losing control. And Su Zhe is not at risk of losing control. He can completely control his own monsters. This was personally confirmed by President Yu Xinghua of the Beast Controllers Association. At this time, Yu Xinghua on the side also stepped forward and nodded, confirming Guolinshan's statement. Jiang Tianlong and others sneered when they heard this. Do you think we will believe it? There is a risk of losing control if there is a 5-level difference between the spiritual level and the monster. The level difference between that kid and the diamond level monster is at least 20 or 30 levels. You actually say there is no risk? That's the truth. You old men, can I still lie? Yu Xinghua said with a beard and a glare. After he burned his life and fought Yano Takashi, he should have become weaker and older. But he ushered in a small breakthrough at a critical moment, re-injecting some vitality into his depleted body. He does look older now, but his spirit is very active. Words are lies, but seeing is belief. This time we also have the vice president of the Imperial Beast Masters Association here. Chunzhe, it's your turn. Chunzhe on the side walked forward with some fear. Although he was the oldest, he had the lowest status. I originally thought that I was just messing around this time and had nothing to do with him, but I didn't expect that it was actually my turn to play now. Chunzhe? So it's you what? Do you don't trust me? Yu Xinghua looked at Chunzhe, who came forward and said, obviously the two of them knew each other. Chunzhe said with a smile, Senior brother Yu is joking. Of course what you say is credible, but we are here with a mission and need to confirm it ourselves. I hope senior brother will not embarrass us. Yu Xinghua snorted coldly, but he couldn't get angry when facing Chunzhe, who was smiling and laughing. He and Guolinshan looked at each other and nodded to each other. Finally, Guolinshan said, Okay, since you insist on testing, then we agree to it. But as my subordinate, I encountered this kind of suspicion, which is a distrust of Mr. You and me. So after Suze successfully passes the test, you must leave me obediently and provide compensation. When Jiang Chun heard this and was about to retort, he heard Jiang Tianlong on the side say first, "No problem. It's just compensation. You can do whatever you want." At this time, any objection would be to Jiang Tianlong's face, so he could only sigh and silently admit it. Jiang Tianlong was not stupid and added, "But if you really have neglected your duties, not only will you have to accept punishment, but it will also mean that you are not worthy of having control over that diamond-level monster, and I ask you to hand it over." In fact, it was handed over to their Jiang family. Guolinshan did not answer immediately, but called Suze over. Because in his opinion, the beast is Suze's personal property and he cannot use it as a bet. Suze had heard their conversation from behind, and after walking up to Guolinshan, he just nodded to him in agreement. Looking at Suze, who walked forward, Jiang Tianlong also showed a malicious smile and said, "You are the lucky little guy, right? But I want to tell you that luck alone is not enough. You must also have strength." He was indeed very happy, because there were indeed younger members of the Jiang family who were more talented than him. But unfortunately, none of them had any free slots for beast mastering. On the contrary, he is now facing a breakthrough. After the breakthrough, he will have enough mental power to form a new beast control quota. So once this diamond-level monster falls into their Jiang family, there is a high probability that it will become his master beast. Facing his provocation, Suze looked up and down and said, "I admit that my luck is quite good, but some people are pretentious, but in the end they find that they may have neither luck nor strength. That is sad." Jiang Tianlong knew that Suze was taunting him with his words, and was about to get angry. He swallowed his anger when he saw Guolinshan and Yu Xinghua standing next to Suze like door gods. Especially Yu Xinghua. Although he is old, he is now the strongest among several people after achieving another breakthrough. Whether you have any luck or not, let's wait until you can pass the test. Under the signal from Jiang Tianlong's eyes, Chunze stepped forward and began to test Suze's intimacy with the beast. The first and most basic test is to be able to summon the beast. If you don't dare to summon the beast, then everything you say is false, Chunze said with a smile. According to the information they got, Suze couldn't control the diamond-level monster, and he didn't even dare to summon it when the person they arranged was plotting against him and he was in danger. Sure enough, Suze had no intention of opening the beast-controlling space to summon the beast controller, but instead waved to the side. This made several people confused. Just when they were about to step forward to ask Suze to stop struggling in vain, they saw a fiery red figure floating from a distance like the wind and fell into Suze's arms. Guolinshan's nerves became tense in an instant, and even the light of the summoning circle began to emerge under his feet. Looking at the strange figure, he thought someone had sneaked in, but Suze waved his hand to reassure him. Because this fiery red figure is none other than Feng Qingyi. Now she no longer hides in the beast control space all day long, but walks around Suze in human form, looking at all kinds of novel things, and coming back to Suze from time to beg for sex. Even the military camp of Da Xiaolingwei couldn't stop her, so Suze looked around when he came in, just looking for Feng Qingyi. If he hadn't taken the initiative to show up now, no one would have discovered it. "I'm sorry, Captain Gua." She was quite curious. "I couldn't keep an eye on her and let her run around the camp. As the squadron leader of Da Xiaolingwei, I have never eaten pork, but I have also seen pigs running away." Therefore, he quickly guessed that the girl in front of him, who was too beautiful to look like a human, was really not a human. He restrained his hostility and took back the summoning circle. But there were still people who didn't give up. Jiang Tianlong said sullenly from the side, "How dare a little girl found from nowhere dare to pretend to be a monster in human form?" Before Suze could speak, Feng Qingyi had already given an answer with actions. "I saw the red skirt floating behind her turning into fire feathers and falling towards Jiang Tianlong. The scorching temperature made people avoid him, but it followed him closely like a tarsal maggot. Jiang Tianlong was forced to summon his own beast, which was a pure white horse with wings on its back. With the help of the power of the monster, he finally blocked Feng Qingyi's Feng Yu. This allowed him to confirm Feng Qingyi's identity, and at the same time, he looked at the other party with even more intense eyes. Such a powerful monster is still in its infancy. Is this a diamond-level monster? But seeing Feng Qingyi and Su Zhe getting close, she frowned again. The information that Zhang Jian tested out turned out to be wrong. Not only could he summon diamond-level monsters without being backlashed, but they were even quite close to each other. This made the three of them look at each other and feel that the matter was difficult. Chun Zhe continued. With such a powerful force, it seems that it is indeed a diamond-level monster. But just being able to summon it is not enough. We need to see that you can control its power. Before he finished speaking, he saw Feng Qingyi, after being touched on the head by Su Zhe, obediently turned into a ray of flame, fell towards Su Zhe's back, and turned into a pair of wings. Does this count as being able to use the power of controlling beasts? Su Zhe lightly flew off the ground and looked down at the three of them and asked. The three of them were speechless. Being able to transform the beasts into weapons showed that their ability to control the beasts was very high, so there was no danger of losing control. His words were actually self-deprecating. After all, Jiang Tianlong was so young, but was the squadron leader of Da Xiaolingwei like him, which meant that his talent was much better than his. Jiang Tianlong can still climb higher step by step, but he is already old and will stop here in his life. But it didn't sound like this to Jiang Tianlong's ears. He felt that it was mocking his arrogance. He looked at Su Zhe in the air and snorted. Huh. Okay, very good. You passed the test. Let's go. Wait a minute. Guolinshan called to a few people who were about to leave. What about the promised apology? Are you planning to default on the debt? Jiang Tianlong suppressed his anger and said, You write down what you want and send it over, and we will stay in Zhang's hotel in the city center. Then he was the first to leave here. He felt that he had suffered great humiliation here, and it was really unbearable. The other two people also followed closely and left. The speed of the three of them did not slow down until they were far away from the Daxia Spirit Guard camp. Tianlong, what should we do now? The mission has not been completed. If we return to the imperial capital now, the old man. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shudder. The one who allows him to call him old man is naturally the oldest ancestor of the Jiang family. When Jiang Chen mentioned the old man, Jiang Tianlong was forced to wake up from his anger. The three of them nodded and approved the proposal, but the specific method to be used has not yet been determined, so they can only go back and rest first. As one of the four major families in the imperial capital, the Jiang family's influence and sphere of influence are naturally not limited to the city of the imperial capital of Great Xia. They also have properties in Beishan City, including the most upscale hotel in the city center where they stayed. On the way back, Jiang Chen asked them to go back first while he went in another direction. Not long after walking, the scene he saw was completely different from what the other two saw. On one side are the most luxurious luxury hotels in the city center, and on the other side is a very outdated old city. The tangled wires and stray cats and dogs rummaging through trash cans for food on the roadside are the most realistic portrayal of the environment here. Soon he followed the address in his hand and found a dilapidated old house. Looking inside through the open rusty iron door, he immediately saw a plain-looking woman in plain clothes washing vegetables there. Her expression was dull, neither happy nor sad, and she just moved mechanically. There was a child sitting on the ground and crying loudly. He kept shouting, I want daddy, but the woman had no intention of coaxing him. Just when she turned around after washing the dishes, she saw the old man Jiang Chen walking behind her. Jiang Chen smiled and replied, Oh, I am considered a member of your husband Zhang Jian's family. Yes, this simple house is Zhang Jian's home. It's hard to imagine that as a high-ranking beast master with a golden job as a teacher at the Beast Control University, he would live here. And after hearing Jiang Chen's answer, the woman didn't show the slightest joy. Instead, there was a hint of panic on her dull face. That's right. The reason why they live here is because Zhang Jian gives gifts to his so-called family members every year. That was the Jiang family, one of the four major families. In order to satisfy them, the price of the gift naturally couldn't be cheap. The salary of teachers at Beast Control University is indeed very high, but it is not worth mentioning in front of these families. But Zhang Jian still had to send him away, because if it weren't for the Jiang family, he would have starved to death on the roadside, let alone become a beast master and serve in the Beast Master University. Therefore, he needs to repay this favor throughout his life. This is what the Jiang family requires of him. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to receive gifts from you. On the contrary, I'm here to help you." With Zhang Jin gone, it must be very difficult for you orphans and widowed mothers to live, right? In this world, it is possible for ordinary people like you to be eaten by monsters any day. So, Jiang Chen suddenly bent down and picked up the crying child beside him. Perhaps feeling the suffocating breath on his body, the child suddenly became quiet. "I want to take this child away, just like how I trained Zhang Jian. He will also receive the best education and become a respected beast master, and then I will arrange a good job for him. How about it? Isn't it great?" But the woman's expression was suddenly panicked, and she wanted to snatch her child. "No, we don't need it. It's good to live like this. I beg you, put the child down, I beg you." But no matter how much she cried, Jiang Chun had no intention of letting go of the child. Instead, he said, "Don't worry, we also left you a sum of money. After all, our Jiang family is a philanthropic family." The woman suddenly became hysterical. She couldn't stand up under the pressure from Jiang Chun, but she still held on to his clothes. "Let him go? You promised," you and Zhang Jian said it. "As long as he listens to you and carries out the mission, he will let us go and let the child go." Jiang Chen finally stopped hiding it and said with a sinister expression, "Yes, we promised him. But what happened? He didn't complete the task at all, and the information he found out was actually false. Then naturally all the conditions promised before are invalid." Hearing these, women couldn't help crying anymore. "I beg you, don't take the child away. Don't let the child have the same fate as his father." But she was unable to stop Jiang Chen's footsteps. Her arm was kicked away by the opponent, and she watched helplessly as her child was carried out of the door.